ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of WILOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILOCK. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of WILOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILOCK. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of WILOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILOCK. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of WILOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILOCK. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ, is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things. Cognitive abilities, psychic abilities, telepathy, seeing the future, all of these things are rolled in with that concept. So when we're looking at the possibility of liberating ourselves from the suffering.
Yeah, I'd like to liberate myself from the suffering of listening to David WILOCK. But unfortunately, Mr. WILOCK is back with another stream and another wild outfit, and I believe more gay bashing. You'll have to forgive me. I've just returned from a wonderful weekend at my cabin, where the cabin bathroom project is coming along. But I've gotten all these messages while I was driving back about things that Mr. WILOCK was saying during his latest live stream. Which we are going to get into. But before we get to that, I guess there's other things to address. And that is something I thought we'd already addressed. But it would appear that a certain grifty scammer who works for the two biggest UFO scammers in the history of UFO scammers slagged me and lied about me in yet another thumbnail. This is multiple times that this clown, he's not a content creator, he's a clown who works for scammers, who is a hoaxer. We proved that he is a hoaxer. Decided to use, a mistake. I don't even really think you could call it a mistake, but we'll just, for the purpose of the discussion, say I made a mistake. For those unaware, Solar Marshall, who has been a guest here several different times, got very upset with me for mentioning his real name on our, I believe it was Thursday night live broadcast. And then I got upset because he essentially wanted me to cut it out, cut his name out of it. He didn't want his name out there anymore. Now, it should be noted that Solar Marshall, under his real name, had appeared in UFO documentaries, had appeared under his real name as a guest on, I believe, my show and many others. His name was out there on Reddit, Above Top Secret, Avalon forums. His name was literally all over the internet. And just to be clear, I always will respect the wishes of any guest of mine or people in general. But Solar Marshall never sent me a message saying, don't say my name anymore. Now I don't want my name used on the internet for whatever reason. But yeah, he has the right to make that decision, and people should honor that decision. But I believe that he then has a responsibility to inform people that even though my name is all over the internet and has been for the past 15 years connected to UFOs and Bob Lazar, I got a new job and I don't want any blowback from my name being associated with this stuff. So please don't say my name. Had he done that, I certainly would have honored his request. I had no idea. So I said his name. That's my big sin that Grifty Grifton then decides to go and do an entire show, but he's so scatterbrained and such a burnout that he can only like slag me for like 5 minutes, and then he rambled about something else. But for those unaware, we did a series of investigative reports on Third Phase of Moon. And also we've released these documentaries, which document, I don't know, I think it's something like 100 hoaxes. And this goofy who works for them is very pissed off and upset because we've ruined his scam. This idiot clown thought that a great way to get rich and famous out of UFOs would be to, attach his trailer to the two biggest scamming con artists, hoaxer, losers, fraudsters in the UFO community. I truly believe, having investigated them for some time now, I believe that Third Phase of Moon have perpetrated more fake stories, more fake videos, more fake alien videos, more fake UFO videos, more fake disinformation, false information, and just hoaxes than any other person involved with UFOs in the history of UFOs. They're worse than Billy Meyer. They're worse than Bob Lazar. They're worse than Jeremy Corbell. They're worse than Linda Moulton Howe. So, of course, this person is upset with me because we revealed the extent of their fakery, fraudery, and scams. And he has lied about me so many times that it's amusing to me. And by the way, look, I'm still in my cabin clothes, right? I had an amazing weekend at the cabin, and I refused to let Goofy ruin my weekend. Now, it should be noted that after Grifty Grifton, and by the way, if you work for scammers, you are not a moral authority, right? If you work for the biggest fraud, liar, hoaxer, scammers who have literally made millions of dollars posting fake UFO videos to YouTube, you have no moral authority to talk about anyone else. But that won't stop this hypocrite from trying to turn people against me because, oh my God, you said somebody's name and he didn't want you to. And by the way, just to be clear, after the broadcast and that other video about, me saying, hey, I didn't dox anybody, I just decided that even though, and by the way, I did apologize for this. I apologized. So I'm not sure what was my sin. What was my huge offense there, Grifty Grifton? You lied and said people fake cancer for money. You lie to your audience constantly. You just lied to your audience again, saying I doxed someone in the title of your video. By the way, you better take that down, GUFON, because that is a YouTube terms of service violation. And I can prove it because I have the video where you're claiming I doxed someone. And somebody can look at that and see that it does not meet the technical or the legal definition of doxing. You are now slandering me publicly on YouTube, you idiot. How many times are you going to violate YouTube terms of service and keep your YouTube channel, right? Maybe, just maybe, people are getting so sick of you lying to everybody and using deceptive practices. And here's the best. This loser is so pathetic that even while lying, while clickbaiting titles, while clickbaiting my audience, he can't break 1,000 views, this loser. Great. But just to be clear, after this event happened, and again, let's be clear, this person has appeared on UFO shows for years under his real name. Nobody told me, don't use that name anymore. So I didn't have any malicious intent. There was no attempt to hurt him. I consider him friendly with our show here. He's been a guest here. I would never intentionally do something to piss off a good guest, right? Because we want to have them in the future. We don't want them pissed off. So even though my child was sick on Thursday night, and I knew I had to go to bed because I was going to have to deal with a sick child at home all day long the next day, I still thought about the situation and I said, I don't understand Solar Marshall. His name is all over the internet. He's in a UFO documentary under that name. He's on Above Top Secret. He's on Avalon forums. He's on Reddit. He's all over Twitter. He's being guests on UFO shows under that name. I don't understand why he got so upset. And by the way, we both got upset and we both have talked and agreed that we both overreacted. And by the way, Grifty Grifton, I've spoken to him and me and him are fine. But there's something you should know while you're trying to cozy up to somebody that you think has an axe to grind with me. And I have the private messages to prove this. Solar Marshall says that you're a lying scammer. Solar Marshall says that no one should ever work with or for Third Phase of Moon because then they have absolutely positively no credibility. He thinks you're a joke and he thinks Third Phase of Moon is a joke, just as any real or credible researcher would. And he certainly thinks that you are a lying, hoaxing scammer. So don't think you're going to, oh, let's cozy up to this person who's got an axe to grind with Steve Cambion. By the way, there is no axe because I spoke with him yesterday and we're good. We're perfectly okay. And by the way, on Thursday night, like I was saying, I didn't have the time to spend 5 or 6 hours downloading a 3.5-hour video, editing out 5 seconds of it, re-rendering it, which will take 3 or 4 hours, uploading it, which could take an hour. And then I guess I have to, because we had to repost the video, we did a premiere, so that was 3 more hours. So whatever people think I did wrong, I spent 10 hours of my life to correct the situation. Even though I didn't have the time to do it, and I had a sick child here, I didn't have the hard drive space, I had to delete stuff. It was a nightmare to download a 3.5-hour, 9 gig file, upload it, convert it first because my editor won't read files straight from StreamYard, so that took an hour and a half. Then load it into my editor, edit out those seconds where I said I mentioned his name, and by the way, that's all I did is mention his name. Then I have to re-upload it. Then I had to sit in the live chat for 3 hours to do, a deja vu premiere of the same exact live show from Thursday, but with seconds of it edited out. I didn't do anything wrong. My conscience is clear. And I've spoken with Solar Marshall, and he and I are okay. So you can go and try to gin up, some people to be pissed off at me. Like, is that how desperate you are? We've got you violating YouTube terms of service 10 times, fat shaming people, right? And by the way, just so everybody is clear, if you violate YouTube's terms of service 3 times, your channel gets nuked. So I believe that this idiot Goofy is playing with fire right now because we've got him slandering me for sure twice. Once he clickbaited my name in one of his titles and said I was a hoaxer. Once he clickbaited just recently and said I doxed someone. Both of those are 100% false, defamatory, and slanderous. That's against YouTube terms of service if it can be proven, and I can prove that, Goofy. We've also got you violating YouTube terms of service by fat shaming people, by gay bashing, by making fun of trans people, by claiming someone faked their own cancer, by calling people pedos with absolutely no evidence that they are, right? How many YouTube terms of service violations do you have right now? And you want to poke the lion? You want to poke me? You want to piss me off, you idiot? The only thing you have left is that crappy show of yours, right? That's all you have. Oh, and by the way, I love that he put born loser over on my shirt or something, right? I'm a born loser. I just want to say, and by the way, I have never been somebody like brag about my own personal accomplishments. I don't like people that do that. But for Goofy to call me a born loser, let's see, Goofy owns nothing, right? He owns nothing. He lives with his mom and dad who pay his bills, and he lives in a trailer that his parents own. He doesn't own a home. The best of my knowledge and understanding, he doesn't own a car. He borrows his mommy and daddy's, right? He's such a loser that he has no job and no income source other than begging for super chats and pretending to be a UFO expert. But let me tell you something. No real UFO expert would ever work for Third Phase of Moon because they're the biggest UFO scammers in the history of UFO scammers. No real expert would work for them. No person of integrity or anything would work for them, but that's a whole different story. So he's going to call me a born loser. Dude, I own a home. I'm not going to tell you how much my home is worth, but it's worth more than anything you've ever owned. I guarantee that. I own a vacation home, several vehicles. I've got a Corvette. You're calling me a born loser in your mother's trailer, you loser. It's wonderful. And this guy, he always does this on the weekend. And I think he does it because he thinks, I'm going to ruin Steve Campion's weekend. I am laughing. He's calling me a loser in his mom's trailer. He can't pay his mom $100 rent. He cried about that on his show and begged for super chats. He pays $100 a month rent to his mom and he can't even manage it. Oh my God, this guy's a loser. But I just wanted to remind everybody that not only is he a loser and he works for scammers, he's been caught lying to his audience over and over and over and over again. That's why he's pissed off at me, because we keep making him look foolish and childish and stupid for lying to his audience. And I just want to mention, any of you people who are watching him or especially sending him money, you're saying it's okay for him to make fun of disabled people. That's another terms of service violation, Rich. And I've got the timestamps and the video still up of you making fun of disabled people 3 times. That's enough to nuke your channel. Do you want to keep slandering me? Do you want to keep lying to your audience about me when I have all of the evidence to nuke your channel? Oh, that's another reason. The only reason I'm talking about this is he threatened my channel. He threatened my YouTube channel on his broadcast. The man who has made fun of disabled people 3 times, I have all the clips. The man who has lied and said somebody was faking cancer. He has fat shamed people, gay bashed people, lied about people cheating on their wives, lied and called people pedos, including Brandon Fugel. Hey, dummy, maybe you shouldn't say that about a billionaire. I'm going to send that clip to Brandon Fugel, see what he thinks. This whole situation is ridiculous. And equally more ridiculous is the fact that people continue to send him money so that they can be lied to. I don't understand it, but it is what it is. I will say this. GUFON is a proven pathological liar. And we can prove that because, you see, I don't watch his show, but people send me clips, and when they do, and he's lying about me, I collect them. And we're up to 50 lies that GUFON has lied to his audience. 50 times GUFON has lied on his live show to his audience members. So, you know, listen, if you want to be lied to, go ahead, go over there. If you want a piss poor show where somebody wakes up 15 minutes before showtime, you know, and just grabs a few videos to share that aren't his, you know, good, then go over there. If you want to be lied to and pretend that anything, by the way, all he offers is commentary. There's nothing wrong with that. We're doing it tonight. But why would you want commentary or expert opinion about any subject from a guy who works for the biggest scammer, fraudster, con artists in that field? It makes no sense. But I just wanted to make sure that we put on the record that it can be proven that Rich GUFON lies to his audience constantly. He lies constantly. And Any psychologist or psychiatrist would agree with me that if you can demonstrably prove that somebody has lied, let's say 50 times like we have on this list, they've got a problem. They're probably a pathological liar. Now, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I'm pretty sure that most psychiatrists and psychologists might agree with me that if we can catch somebody lying 50 times in a short period of time, this is all in the past 6 months or a year, I think, then that person is a pathological liar and he has some severe mental problems with telling the truth. That's what you get when you tune into that clown. So let's quickly go through this list. This is 50 times GUFON has lied to his audience. He lied and said I would sue him. He used this lie twice now. No, I never said that. Show me a clip, Rich. I never said that. He lied several times claiming that I'm threatening to sue him. Never said that. Number 2, lied and said I would strike his channel. I never said that. Tonight I said that might be you know what? Keep lying about me, Rich. But when he started lying and saying I would strike his channel, I never said that. Number 3, lied and said I had to go back 8 years to find examples of third phase of moon faking videos. No, we have very, very recent fake videos from them as recently as August of 2021. That's not within 8 years. You lied to your audience, Rich. Rich lied and said third phase, that I said third phase stole that TR3B video. No, I never said that. The original creator of the video say they stole the video from him. Number 5, lied and said I said if you hang out with hoaxers, you must be a hoaxer too. I never said that at the time that he claimed that he lied and said I said that. You know, I never said that. But isn't it interesting that after Rich started working for Third Phase of Moon, I started catching him hoaxing things. He never hoaxed anything to the best of my knowledge or recollection before working for Third Phase. So I don't know, Rich. I never said if you hang out with hoaxers, you must be a hoaxer too. But isn't it interesting that you started hoaxing and faking things after you started working for the kings of hoaxing and faking UFO and alien and paranormal crap? Number 6, he lied and clickbaited people, putting my name in his title and saying I was a hoaxer. I never hoaxed anything. There's no evidence of that. He's projecting. He's a hoaxer. So he's trying to pretend I am too. No, clown. I don't make fake spirit orbs, you loser. You do, right? I do have the laser pointer, though. So I could be making fake spirit orbs like you, right? But I'm a born loser. You know who makes fake spirit orbs? Losers, Rich. Born losers would do that. And by the way, that's a violation of terms of service, too. It's against deceptive practices. And, Rich, you committed a criminal act when you did that because you were faking spirit orbs, telling people they were real while you were collecting money on a public live stream. That's fraud, you dummy. Number 7, he lied and said I did a terrible job of interviewing Richard Doty because I didn't ask him about the Benowitz case. Well, he's such a burnout loser that he didn't listen to the whole interview because certainly I did. And many people have said that's the best interview of Richard Doty ever. Lied and said I host hoaxers because I interviewed Anjali. Wrong. We investigated Anjali, and sure, as part of the investigation, I interviewed her. And we're the reason that everybody knows now, me, Charlie Weiser, and James A. Conrad, and a few other researchers. It's largely because of us that everybody knows that her entire story is fake. It's because of us that we know she's a hoaxer. So don't throw slag on me and lie, saying, oh, I host hoaxers. No, I investigate hoaxers, and we did a great job with Anjali. Number 9, he lied and made excuses for Third Phase of Moon, stealing a joke TR3B video from another content creator, claiming Jaime Maussan gave them that video. No, there's no evidence that Jaime Maussan gave them that video, and the original creator of the video said Third Phase of Moon stole that video from them. Number 10, he lied and said UFO proof who faked terminal cancer is suddenly credible after calling him out previously. Third Phase of Moon started employing the guy who faked terminal cancer. And as soon as he was on the Third Phase team, Rich stopped talking trash about him and suddenly said he was credible and does great work after previously trashing him out the wazoo for faking terminal cancer. Number 11, lied and said if Third Phase had been hoaxing anything these past few years, he could not associate with them. There's a mountain of evidence that they've been hoaxing things. And in fact, when he said that, He was getting those emails from the people faking the videos that we shared with you. He knew that they used fake videos when he stood there lying to his audience, saying if Third Phase have been hoaxing anything these past few years, he couldn't associate with them. He knew about the hoaxes. He was in the email chains about the hoaxes, and we shared all that. Number 12, he lied and said I started all of this. No, the timeline is very clear. I got in an argument with Third Phase Moon on Alien Scientist Show. The next day, he put me on blast, and it's been like this ever since. He started all of this. He could have left it between me and Third Phase Moon. He chose to be their attack dog, running around calling people pedos for saying that they were fraudsters and fakers and hoaxers. 13, he lied and said my wife was the dancer with big jugs in my intro. I mean, it's a stupid lie, but why is he talking about my wife being a dancer with big jugs in my intros? He doesn't want to talk about the overwhelming mountain of evidence we have that he's a fraudster and so are his friends Third Phase of Moon. Instead, he wants to talk about my wife being a dancer with big jugs, right? It's garbage. Number 14, he lied and said I met my wife in a strip club, making fun of my wife somehow, who has nothing to do with all of this. No, I didn't meet my wife in a strip club, but who cares if I did? What does my wife have to do with any of this? Why don't you keep your disagreement with me and leave my wife, children, and family, and even my dead father out of it? You despicable, disgusting excuse for a man. Okay. Let me see. What's the next one? 15, he lied and told people I was begging for money to buy my son a PlayStation. No, I just mentioned how expensive PlayStations were getting, and my wife had already purchased the PlayStation a month before I ever mentioned it on my show. So he lied again. He lied and said Third Phase hasn't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years. We know that to be completely and totally false. He lied. And not only did he lie, but while he was lying to his audience, he was involved in those email chains with people that were faking videos, UFO videos, to give the Third Phase of Moon. He was told in the example we shared, by the way, Rich, I have 5 more examples. Keep talking smack on me. I'm going to start releasing more to make you look like the clown, liar, scammer that you are. He lied and said Third Phase hasn't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years. While he was lying to his audience, he was included and involved in email chains about the fake UFO videos they were using. Number 17, he lied and said Third Phase hasn't hoaxed anything in the past 3 years. You know, he had to move the goalposts, but we've got them dead to rights hoaxing things in the past 3 years as well. And again, while he was telling his audience they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 3 years, he was involved in the email chains of people faking videos and Third Phase faking videos. He knew they were using fake videos the entire time he was saying all of this stuff and attacking everybody for telling people the truth. 18, he lied and said Third Phase of Moon never hoaxed anything. And no one can prove they hoaxed anything. That is a garbage statement. Listen, if you have hoaxed so many fake videos that people can put together not one, but two 2-hour documentaries about all the fake videos you put out, how can anyone working for you claim that you never hoaxed anything? That is a ridiculous lie statement. And again, when he lied and said Third Phase of Moon never hoaxed anything, he was involved in these emails with people who were faking things and acknowledged Third Phase told him how this video was faked. The next week, the fake video was on Third Phase of Moon's YouTube channel, and they were pretending it was a spaceship. He knew this whole time. He kept lying to his audience. 19, he lied and said Third Phase doesn't use fake videos on purpose. Well, that email chain that we shared clearly proves that they knowingly, willingly, and with great effort and deception purposefully use fake videos that people make for them and post them on their channel and pretend that they're aliens or spaceships. So Rich lied when he said that. He knew that they used fake videos. 20, he lied and claimed Anthony from Unidentified S4 was a dirty cop who falsified reports. That's completely and totally false. In fact, Anthony's service record from the New York police is pretty impressive. He's got a lot of accommodations and other things. There is no disciplinary action ever taken against him. He was not a dirty cop. He did not falsify reports. GUFON just made that up and lied to his audience yet again. 21, he lied and said I was being sued by Linda Moulton Howe, Richard Dolan, and Jimmy Church. None of those people ever sued me. And by the way, Rich, if you're going to say things like that, then show your audience the court case records. If I was being sued by either Linda Moulton Howe, Richard Dolan, or Jimmy Church, those court cases would be public and you could show your audience the court documents. You didn't, because you made that up. You lied through your fake teeth just to try to make me look bad, right? No, they're not suing me. You lied. You completely and totally lied. 22, he lied and said Gorilla Gamer was faking his cancer for donations. No, Gorilla Gamer was not faking his cancer, and Gorilla Gamer does not now, nor has he ever accepted any form of donations. He's not monetized on YouTube. He doesn't take PayPal donations. He didn't have a GoFundMe, nothing. He never asked for a penny. So Rich lied to his audience and said Gorilla Gamer was faking cancer. By the way, Rich said that Gorilla Gamer was faking cancer even after Gorilla Gamer posted all of his medical diagnosis and prognosis paperwork from his doctor publicly on Twitter and sent it to Rich. Even after Rich was sent the medical paperwork from the guy's doctor, he continued to claim that he was faking cancer. 23, he lied and said I couldn't be friends with him if he was friends with Third Phase. I never said that. He's just trying to make me out to be some kind of person. I've never told people who they should be friends with. I did tell Rich that if he worked for them, he would have absolutely no credibility. And here we are, Rich. I guess I was right. You have absolutely no credibility since hooking your shit wagon to those fraudsters. 24, he lied and said he was talking about my testicles in a video where he continually was saying, I have one bad ball and I can't see. No, he's a weasel. He was talking about my paralyzed eye. That's just one of the 3 times that he made fun of me being a disabled person. But we have other clips of him making fun of other disabled people. He is a scumbag, because only a scumbag would make fun of somebody's physical disability. And by the way, Rich, those are 3 YouTube terms of service violations, right? So maybe you ought to keep my name out of your mouth, you dummy. You got away with that, but you got away with that because I did not report you for those, right? I could. Keeps talking smack, Rich. 26, he lied and called Paul from the Out There channel a pedo with absolutely no evidence of that. 27, he lies to damage my reputation. He keeps calling me Scambian on his show with no evidence I ever scammed anyone. This is just more lies in an attempt to damage my reputation because we caught him lying to his audience so many times that he has to make me out to be the bad guy. The evidence that we have that he continually lies to his audience is incontrovertible. He can't debate me on the evidence. So he's just going to tell everybody that I'm a scammer too. Garbage. Lies. 28, he lied and said I called him a drug addict. Show me a clip of me saying that, Rich. I never said it. You continually keep telling your audience that I called you a drug addict. I've never called you a drug addict. I've called you a burnout. I think that's an accurate description. Never called you a drug addict. 29, he lied and said, we have no evidence that Third Phase of Moon ever hoaxed anything. There's 2 documentaries, you liar. How stupid is your audience that they would believe you if you say that we have no evidence that Third Phase ever hoaxed anything? They've admitted to hoaxing things on Alien Addict's show, you dummy, right? All right, number 30, he lied and said Third Phase don't pay him. Then he explained how Third Phase pays him. Yeah, he keeps saying, Third Phase don't pay me. Well, yeah, they do, but they pay you pennies because you go cheap. You sold your soul for YouTube ad pennies. Congratulations. Number 31, he lied and blamed me for not being able to pay his mother the rent 1 month that he owed her, or blaming me for his financial losses because he says I lied about him. No, Rich, everything that we've said about you and Third Phase of Moon is backed by science, investigation, research, and evidence. So I love this. He lies to his audience and he blames me for his shrinking viewership, his shrinking audience, and the fact that his entire show is in the crapper. It's my fault. And let me just be the first to say that if your show can be destroyed by somebody telling the truth about you, then maybe it's your fault. And maybe you shouldn't have spent years lying to people. And then somebody wouldn't be able to reveal that, right? Oh, did I mess up your scam? Sorry, not sorry, right? Sorry, not sorry, right? Number 32 lied and said I spent a weekend with Anthony from Unidentified S4 at my cabin, figuring out ways to hoax things. No, we never talked about that. Again, he just makes things up. Absolutely no evidence, right? Why are you continually slandering me and trying to damage my reputation? You bitter, angry little loser of a man. You are a bitter, angry, jealous little man, right? You just have to make up. You have lied how many times, bro? 33, lied about Third Phase telling Anthony to cover up his mistake and not talk about it. Yeah, Third Phase called Anthony when he made a mistake and said, don't talk about it. Don't even address it. Take the video down and don't talk about it ever. And Anthony said, no, I can't do that. I have to explain it. I have to, make amends for what I did wrong. They were telling him, don't do that. Never admit to doing so, So he lied to his audience about that. 34 lied and said we haven't proven that Third Phase ever hoaxed anything or that we were wrong on one data point out of 1,000. Prove it. Prove I was wrong on that data point. Prove those weren't the same location. Get me both addresses then, Rich, and let me talk to the owners of those homes. He can't and he won't because all he does is lie to cover for Third Phase of fake. 35 lied and said I sucked up to Third Phase and him to be a part of his show at Third Phase. Garbage. Wrong. You asked me to be on your show. I never sucked up to anybody. And by the way, Third Phase tried to bribe me and make me a member of their team for YouTube pennies so I would shut up about all their fraud, hoax, scams. And I said no. Rich said yes. He sold out for the YouTube ad pennies, not me. 36 has lied and said I got half my subscribers from him. Yeah. We have something like 8,000 subscribers. If he's going to claim that I got 4,000 subscribers from him, boy, I'd love a list of those subscribers. No, we've worked very hard here. And by the way, Rich, I've never bought subscribers, unlike you. There is overwhelming evidence that Rich from GUFON buys subscribers, right? But he's going to say, I got half my subscribers from him. Did I get half of those subscribers from the subscribers you bought? So that you could feel like a big man, right? So that you could massage your ego. Look, I've got 10,000 subscribers and I can't even break 1,000 views most days. He buys subscribers. I have never done that. We earned our subscribers here. He's lying when he says I got half my subscribers from him. Never happened. 37 lied and said he doesn't call people pedos. We have clips that, yes, he did at least 3 times, including comparing Brandon Fugel to one of those people. 38 lied and said he doesn't make fun of disabled people. We have clips of him doing that multiple times about multiple people. 39 lied and said Third Phase never endorsed or supported Dr. Jonathan Reed. Yes, they did, and we have the screenshots to prove that they were promoting and endorsing the fake Dr. Reed as a true story. Number 40 lied with zero evidence, saying a certain documentary filmmaker cheats on his wife constantly. He has no evidence of that. He's just making up things to damage the reputations of people who call him out for being a fraud, scammer, hoaxer, liar. 41 lied to his audience at least 3 times now, claiming that he had to stop doing his show and get a real job because his donations were reduced by 60%. This was a pity party and a lie to increase his donations. He's done that at least 3 times, and he still has yet to get a job. So basically, when he needs extra money, he just lies to his audience and apparently says he has to get a real job, and the show's going to end if the donations don't increase, right? At least 3 times he has begged for money in this way so that he doesn't actually have to get a real job. And to this date, even after lying to his audience 3 times, saying that the show would end and he'd get a job, he still never got a job. But he did get some increased donations after begging like that, so congratulations. 42 lied and claimed Richard Dolan copyright striked him. No, Richard Dolan never did that, but it was a clip owned by someone else with Dolan in it. And the clip that Rich stole and used without permission multiple times, even after being warned to stop using it, he continued to use it. So eventually the copyright owner said, I'm striking him. I told him multiple times not to use my material. He keeps playing my material. And by the way, he doesn't do it in fair use. He just plays other people's clips. You're not allowed to do that. Okay. 43 lied about Third Phase of Moon, copyright claiming those documentaries off of YouTube. I have the screenshots. Yes, they did copyright claim those documentaries exposing their scams off of YouTube. And Rich lied to his audience about them doing that and why they did it. They did it to stop everybody from seeing those documentaries, Rich. You're a liar, and you lie to your audience. 44 lied and called me a born loser when he's a piss-poor clown living with his parents, and I have been successful at virtually everything I've ever done in my life. And again, I hate to blow my own horn here, but when some loser who lives with his mom is calling me a loser, dude, I own homes and vehicles. I even own a vacation home, you loser, and you've got nothing. I'm also building a state-of-the-art recording and video studio right now. What are you doing with your life? Nothing. You're living with your mom, doing the super chat shuffle, begging for money on the internet so you can eat. Great. All right. Let me see. Lied and said, it's my fault his show is not doing well. All I did was tell the truth about him in Third Phase. It's not my fault that people don't want to support fraud scammers. Yeah, so he lies to his audience and claims that his show's not doing well because Steve Cambion lied about him. Show me where I lied, Rich. Show me where I lied. Show me where the evidence, the overwhelming evidence that Third Phase of Moon are scammer, hoaxer, fraudsters who keep doing it. They didn't change. Where is the evidence wrong? You keep saying we got one data point. Listen, there are thousands of data points of evidence and proof in those two documentaries. And Rich loves to say we were wrong on that one with the glass, but we weren't wrong. It was still a hoax, Rich, because they said that UFO was over Los Angeles for 15 minutes. Guess what, Rich? There's not one report. No one else saw that UFO in the sky. You know why? Because it wasn't a real UFO. So who cares if we got one data point wrong? It's still a fake UFO. It's still a hoax, because if that huge UFO was over a major city like Los Angeles, there would be newspaper reports, there would be television reports, there would be police reports, there would be sighting reports. There was nothing. No one saw a huge lit up UFO over Los Angeles for 15 minutes except for Third Phase of Moon. It was a fake video. All right. 46 lies and says he is shadow banned, when the truth is people just don't want to tune into his crappy, lazy garbage show where he lies to his audience constantly. He's not shadow banned. People just don't want to watch a liar. He's not shadow banned. He keeps saying that. There's no proof or evidence that he's shadow banned. 47 lied to his audience about knowing that people were sending Third Phase 100% fake videos for them to use. He knew about that the whole time he was lying for them. We showed the screenshots of the images he was getting about the fake videos Third Phase was using. He knew the whole time that they were using fake videos while he was saying, they never hoaxed anything. They haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years. They haven't hoaxed anything in 3 years. He knew the whole time. He was in the email chains of the people who were faking the videos for Third Phase. 48 lied and said Third Phase never tried to bribe me. Hey, Rich, I recorded that phone call. And yes, they did try to pay me off, I believe. And I suspect that was an attempt to shut down my investigation into them and an attempt to silence me. So when they try to buy me off for YouTube pennies, I said no, you said yes. So maybe that's what he's bitter about. 49, this is a stupid one, but it's still a lie. He lied and claimed I bought my wife a boob job. That never happened. And why is this clown even talking about my wife and her tits? Could it be because his wife left him? Yeah, Rich's wife left him because he couldn't make her come. You know, it's unfortunate, but it happens. If you can't make a woman pop off, she's going to leave you. And his wife left. I still have a wife, so he likes to talk about my wife because the closest thing, that he can get to a real woman is a blow-up doll, right? Why is he talking about my wife? Why is he talking about my dead father on his show? Why is he talking about my children on his show? That's creepy and cringeworthy. But here we are. And by the way, I never bought my wife a boob job. She doesn't need one. If I did buy my wife a boob job, I think either she or I got ripped off because she's got B cups. But they're beautiful just the way they are, and I wouldn't change a thing about my wife. But why is he just outright lying to his audience about something so stupid. And you got to understand that when somebody will lie about something so incredibly stupid like that, they'll lie about anything. 50, he lied and said I doxed someone in his clickbait titles. That never happened, not by the technical or legal definition of doxing. So again, he lied to his audience for clicks and views. So, and that's 50 lies that GUFON has told, right? And GUFON, did you notice the last one was where you lied and said I doxed someone in your clickbait titles? So every time that you lie about me, I'm just going to add the latest lie and read this whole list again, because that'll do great for you, right? That'll be great publicity for you finding new viewers, right? Right? That'll really get a lot of new subscribers over to you. The startling and accurate revelation that you have lied to your audience at least 50 times. And by the way, Rich, I have clips, screenshots, and evidence to back up every one of these times that you lied. So don't try to weasel your way out of it. You have provably lied to your audience at least 50 times. And by the way, I'm sure he's lied more than this. It's just I don't care enough to keep track of all of his lies. He's not worth my time, right? And I regret wasting this much time of tonight's broadcast on him. But we do what we have to. We have addressed the idiot in the room. And now we're going to move on to the subject of tonight's broadcast, which is the wacky world of Wilcock. And I'm sorry for taking up so much time on that loser. But you know what I also should say, because it's important, is that no matter what I did or do, you know, even if I did dox somebody, it doesn't change the fact that Rich lied to his audience 50 times, right? Like, oh, Steve Campion did something wrong. Yes. And I apologized for it. I worked it out with the person, and I spent 10 hours of my life editing the video and re-uploading it so that he wouldn't be angry with me and that we would be okay moving forward. And by the way, we talked, and I believe that we are okay moving forward, right? And I have to add to the list also, Rich said that I only make $200 a month on my show. And, you know, I don't really care to discuss my finances or my show's finances, but that's another lie. He lied on his show and said, I make $200 a month doing this. Rich, you idiot. People can add up the super chats, take the 30% out, and know that you're lying. And that's just the super chats. That doesn't cover. See, here's where Rich is an idiot. He doesn't understand that I have multiple, and this show has multiple streams of income. We're getting money from the merchandise. We're getting money from Rumble. We're getting money from Twitch. We're getting money from Spreaker. We're getting money from YouTube. We're getting money from Patreon. We're getting money from YouTube, right? If I was only making $200 a month on this show with all of those income streams, then I'd be doing something incredibly wrong. But you know, this is what happens. Maybe he's only making $200 a month. Maybe that's why he's having such a hard time. Maybe that's why he's having such a hard time giving his mom that $100 rent and constantly blaming me for why he can't pay his bills, because he's only, you know, I guess he's projecting. If you're doing a show, you know, even part-time, and you're only making $200 a month, either you just started out or you're doing it wrong. You know, but again, why is this clown lying about how much money I make? And he said something like, oh, I don't want to strike his channel because I don't want to take that $200 away from him that he makes on his show. Why would you lie about something so stupid? Do you want to compare balance sheets, Rich? Do you want to compare balance sheets and see who makes more money? I'll bet you my house I make more money at this than you, right? And you know why? Because I'm not a liar or a scammer. And I haven't been caught hoaxing things. And I haven't been caught lying to my audience at least 50 times like you. So we've wasted enough time on the goofy clown. Oh, I do want to say one thing. Hey, Rich, I am putting those 2 documentaries on YouTube. And I want to warn you and Third Phase of Moon, if you copyright claim those, then I am sending legal paperwork to YouTube demanding they do something about third phase of Moon's constant use of deceptive practices to defraud YouTube and audiences. You're not going to copyright claim me. That's fair use in that documentary. And by the way, these documentaries have gotten tens of thousands of views on Twitter. I've been broadcasting them on Twitter. And every time Rich puts my name to scam and clickbait people in his title, or every time he lies about me, or you know what, anytime he mentions me, I am going to add 30 days to the counter of how many days I broadcast those third phase of Moon documentaries every day. And Rich might want to look at his shrinking audience. He also might want to search YouTube for the terms GUFON, third phase of Moon, or TPOM, right? We have literally filled, if you go searching for him or third phase, all you find on Twitter is my documentaries proving what scammer, hoaxer, fraudsters they are, or the videos about Rich scamming his audience, lying to his audience, hoaxing his audience, or knowing this entire time that third phase are hoaxers, because we've got the proof in those videos, and I'm broadcasting them every day on Twitter. But we are going to put those documentaries on YouTube. We're not going to be intimidated by scammers. The fact that scammers think that they can stop people from investigating them or stop people from exercising their free speech about the scams they're running is ridiculous. And despite the fact that I'll be risking a strike on my channel, I'm putting those videos up, Rich, and you did that. So go back to third phase, your puppet masters, and when you're done licking their buttholes for a while, you can have a talk with them about how thousands more people are going to see those documentaries because you keep talking shit on me on your garbage show, right? Congratulations. You poked the lion. What do you think happens when you do that, you dummy? All right, now on to better things, which would be the wacky world of Wilcock. Yes, we're getting back to the wacky world of Wilcock. Apparently, David Wilcock is back and wackier than ever. I am just at a loss. I watched the first 20 minutes of this, and I could not believe it. He's in another wacky outfit doing other wacky things. And by the way, he's wearing sunglasses. And many people have suggested he's smoking. And many people have suggested that he's trolling me. And if that's the case, that's funny. Good for David Wilcock. Maybe he does have a sense of humor. And yeah. We want to catch up with the live chat. I'm sorry. I wanted to get through that as quickly as possible. So we got a bunch of super chats, but don't worry, you guys, yeah, you guys better get going with the super chats because Grifty Grifton says I only make $200 in an entire month on my show, right? He's such a loser. Oh, and you know what was funny is that I swear he does these things on the weekend, right? Because he knows that I'm off, right? Because I could take days off because I don't need to do this to eat. I don't pay my bills from the show income. None of them. I pay the show's bills from the show's income, but I don't pay my bills here or buy food or pay my mommy rent with the money from the show like he does, right? So he does these things and he thinks he's going to ruin my weekend and get a rise out of me. Just crack up. I just crack up. This loser's calling me a loser. Oh, I love it. Oh, the guy who works for the biggest scammers in UFO history says I'm a bad person because I said somebody's name online. And then I edited it out. What's the story here? The story is he has nothing to do. He has nothing to talk about. He's a loser that has to do this every day. Do that super chat dance, monkey. Dance, monkey, dance. Dance for those super chats, you monkey. Yeah, but you guys all should increase the super chats because according to Grifton, we only get $200 a month here, and it's hard keeping the show going with only $200. The bills here are more than $200, I think, right? Freya Anderson with a kind and generous $4.99. Wacky Willie, I'm here for it. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we have Zizix sending the same I paid for Ladies of the Night, but without the STD. Well, thank you, Zizix, for two things. Being a member and for your kind and generous $20 super chat. Very generous of you, very kind of both of you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to scroll through here. Before we get started with the Wilcock video, just take care of this business. And we read every single super chat for those unaware. If you become a member during the show, we also shout that out. And thank you. Zizix with another one for $2 says, some report to YouTube to move to other slam lies. Yeah, I'm not big on reporting people to YouTube, but some people deserve it. And at some point, you have to say, how many times am I going to let this clown make fun of my disability, right? Or talk about my wife or my children, or worse yet, my dead father, right? He talks shit on my dead father. But like I said, that's what kind of person he is. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, Zizix, and for being a member. And we have Deb from SAC with a kind and generous $5, who's also a member. Thank you for both, saying $200 to both. $200 a month. Nope, not even. He's projecting again. Yeah, maybe that's all he gets because he's too lazy to manage a real business like I do, right? And let me be clear, it's not easy managing all those little income streams, but you have to in order to monetize your show properly and be able to make, you know, an income level that is sufficient with the time that you put in. He's too lazy. He's been talking for 10 times. He said he started a Rumble channel. Now, you could do that in 2 minutes. He's that lazy. Yeah. Well, if you close your eyes, this guy sounds like angry video game nerd. I don't know if you mean me or the other people we were talking about, but okay. If you say so. Richie cuts his own hair. That's because he doesn't have money. I just got a haircut. I can afford haircuts, Rich, right? So keep calling me a born loser. You're cutting your own hair, living in your mom's trailer with no car, no girlfriend, no wife, right? It just boggles the mind, right? And, I will say this, though. Every once in a while, I do think that things are going too well for me. And I always worry that, like, something bad's going to happen. And because things are just going too well for me right now. And that makes me concerned or worrying that, like, something bad is going to happen and throw me off track of this run of just good things and success that we seem to be having lately. But we want to thank all of you guys for your kindness, generosity, and support, all the super chatters so far, all the members, all the Patreon supporters. Thank you all for helping us to praise the cash, even though I only get $200 a month, and you all should send more money, according to Grifton.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, let's get into this video because it's 2 hours long and I really don't want to do 2 parts of this one. So we may be here for a while. Get yourself a beverage, get yourself some snacks. People were sending me, Wreaking Havoc sent me pictures of like all this food. He had like a buffet and he goes, I got snacks for the show. Like he's got people out there, and more than just Wreaking Havoc, a couple of people were sending me like bowls of popcorn and Doritos. Somebody made tacos for this. It's a special event. So let's get into David Wilcock and the wacky world of Wilcock. Now, some of you may be aware that David Wilcock puts ads every 5 minutes in his show, and it becomes really annoying when you're trying to do commentary and there's an ad that you have to stop the video and everything. So I've uploaded it separately to my own YouTube channel, but I have retitled his video to read David Wilcock, My Imaginary Friend Archangel Michael, and the Keys to the Ascension Scam. That's what I've titled it. Yeah. And we definitely want to put my fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we are discussing and critiquing the video. David Wilcock is a well-known public figure and claims to be in contact with aliens and angels and making accurate prophetic predictions. And if that were true, it would certainly be newsworthy and worthy of discussion, critique, commenting. Therefore, this is covered under fair use. Let's get into it. This is great. Great effort.
All right, here we are. Can you even believe I might actually break YouTube by dressing up this much?
Well, he's going to
let's
right.
see. It's going to tell me to have ads again. We know that. Do you love this?
No.
I mean, I understand that if there were things that you bet upon, if you bet upon the blue shirt, you lost. But I guess if you bet upon a sizzle jacket, you kind of won, didn't you? You are the winner right now because you're basking in the fashion. You know, I've even got tough.
Where did he get this? Did he like rent it from a tuxedo store? Probably not. It's got to be a costume tuxedo because this is way too old looking. It looks like it's from the 80s or something.
Links on under this. I don't know if you can see them, but they're in there. So this is really something, folks. It's not every day that I'm going to dress up for you. Whoa, okay, that one. It's not every day that I'm going to dress up for you quite this much. So I hope you can really just savor this as if this was some sort of offering of beauty. You know, sometimes we can just communicate with clothes. We don't. Oh, I really love this outfit. I just was like, you know what? Why not go all the way? Let's just go all the way. I've got sequined shoes on again.
Go all the way.
See those right here.
I don't think any woman's going all the way with him in that outfit.
Again, showing my yoga dexterity. Look at that. Everybody's like, oh, wow, David's so dexterous. Well, that's nothing. Or I've been stretching. Yeah, that is real, honest to God, authentic gifting to you. You know, I want to be inclusive. I want to have the opportunity for you to soak in what it feels like to wear these clothes. You can vicariously process your life.
This is so arrogant and so cringeworthy already. And I just want to mention there was, at least when I looked at it, I think there was 5,000 or 6,000 people watching him live, right? So what is he saying to those people? Like, you are all so very blessed because I put a really stupid looking tuxedo on, and you all should be happy that I'm wearing these weird outfits for you. Like, this is bizarro. It's the wacky world of Wilcock.
By just visually appreciating what has happened here. I mean, this is not any type of bad thing at all. This is a gesture of love, you know, and when you have blue sunglasses that have a blue tint on them, and then you put that together, I mean, dude, you literally cannot go wrong. If you walk into a hotel or basically any type of business and you have this type of an outfit on, people just say, okay.
Yeah, or they call the cops because they think you're a loony.
Where does he need to go? Get him right over there. What are you all saying? Let me just take a look at your comments because I like that. How do you like this camera angle? I've set up some new lights here, folks. I've got a light back here that's new. You see this little guy? That's all new.
Does anybody care about him having new lights? Like, he's such a narcissist. Oh, I got new lights for my streaming setup. You guys should hear all about it. I just hope he doesn't go off into a 15-minute technical, explanation, because he does that sometimes.
This guy over here, that's new.
20-minute.
And the whole trick to this, as I've learned because I was practicing, right, there we go. I don't want to look up the reference monitor. I just want to look at you. It takes a little adjustment because I want to make sure my shot is lined up. But yeah, this is like Liberace, or maybe even it just screams.
Again, he is constantly referencing like gay stuff. I don't know why, but he does it all the time.
70s. It could be Saturday Night Fever. I could be about to bust out with some sort of disco dance. And people say you're just a joker. We love it. Clothes communicate. Yes, they do. Take your guitar and rock.
Comments.
Archangel Michael's heart flame is a cosmic blue. It's so.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to mention that before we really get further deep into the video, that essentially David Wilcock is claiming that he's in contact with the Archangel Michael. And one might ask themselves, why would God's greatest angel contact David Wilcock so that he could sell angelic messages on YouTube and in crappily written PDF books? Why would an angel contact somebody on earth and then say, yeah, put ads in those YouTube videos every 5 minutes while people are tuning in to hear these angelic messages we're giving you? I think that's a stretch, and it shows how out of touch David Wilcock is, because he doesn't even realize that the problem, it's a major plot hole. Like, why would angels give humans messages and then just be okay with them putting constant ads, filling the YouTube stream with commercials? Why would people do that?
So fast. Honestly, folks.
Or why would an angel do that, I should say, right? Wouldn't an angel want you to just give away the messages to humanity for free? You would think so, right? But David Wilcock thinks that he's so important that angels are contacting him, helping him with a new grift, a new scam, selling angelic messages on YouTube and the internet. Because that makes sense that angels would do that.
I can barely even keep up with the speed. But no, or nice outfit, please do not wear red shoes. Well, they're not red. But if you would like, we can talk about the possibility of adjusting the color of the shoes. We could, if you want to donate some money, we can buy more sequin shoes. This could be like a co-creative relationship where you send me gay clothes and then I become gayer as I wear the clothes.
Here he goes, gay.
Even though I'm not actually gay, I was married for 6 years, of course. But it's a fun thing for some members of the audience.
It's fun to hear you tell jokes about gay people. You're supposed to be a spiritual leader, a spiritual guru, an enlightened master, and other things that you have called yourself, and you're bashing and making jokes about gay people, who, by the way, are a protected class, and this is a YouTube policy violation. But okay.
Let's just put it that way. But I'm having fun today. You're looking dapper and cool. I love your hair this way. You got it. You know what I, honest to God, did, folks, about the hair, since you brought that up?
Oh, now we got to hear about his hair for 10 minutes.
I'm like totally done with hairspray. Like, at the shoots I used to do, we had to have every single hair perfect. So, like, and you look at this shot right now, if there's one little guy anywhere.
It looks like your plugs are showing, bro. You shouldn't do extreme close-ups with a hairline like that. It's gross.
Here, that's called a
just my opinion.
Floater.
Just my opinion.
And
I'm entitled to it.
Like, if it pops up, you have to actually stop the shoot. So my experience is this horrible hairspray smell that's like this weird, horrible strawberry chemical, and it like...
Oh, this is almost as bad as the worst day of his life, the day those smoke detectors went off. Oh, this horrible smell from all the hairspray I use on my photo shoots.
Makes you sick, and you get this like, stuff in your nostrils, and your eyes get all watery. And so I hate hairspray. So I said, you know what? Today, I'm not doing it. I'm just going to go out there, and if I'm going to try to get it just with water, but if there's any flyaways, I'm just going to...
Oh, my God. And we want to thank Marie's UFOs for a kind and generous $10, 10 pounds super check. Great work, Stephen. Right behind you, Richie is a plonker. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Rich, maybe I just made $210 for the month because people dislike you so much that they will pay me to just tell me that you're a plonker, right? But thank you, Marie's UFOs, longtime show supporter, for your kindness, generosity, and support and helping us to praise the cash.
Raise the cash, raise the cash.
I also wanted to mention that one of the ways that you audience members can help me to make this a transformative work is put comments or questions that you would like me to share on the screen in all capital letters as we're going through this.
Correct them.
That will help make it
hands. So that's what I actually did. And the results are bearing it out. So 5 minutes in and a donation request already. When did I ask for? I guess I did, yeah. Okay, well, look, folks, I mean, I've been off of work for a long time. And honestly,
it needs donations.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things I want to talk about today is negative greeting and how deeply affected my life has been. If you want to call what I do a career, some people might do that. this career is a very hazardous job.
Yeah, imagine how much he stinks.
There are, as you can
Smells
see
like
just in the
piss and
comments here,
hairspray and
people who,
mothballs.
you know, will just write every single thing as fast as they can, and it's all just attack, 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 and they're stuck in this cycle.
Here
And
comes
so,
the grift.
unfortunately,
Here comes the grift.
all of the things that you've heard about happening to Wendy Rogers, Mike Lindell, I mean, basically every type of bad thing that you're hearing about now, including frivolous lawsuits, all this stuff I've actually experienced extensively. There's a much deeper background to the severity and the level of trolling that's come through.
By the way, we're just going to talk about this for a moment because I mean, it might be important. Several people today sent me messages because I haven't, by the way, I'm watching this with you guys. I refuse to watch it twice and make notes anymore. It's just too much time. So I'm watching this with you for the first time. You're getting my live, real, first-time reactions. I watched this first 10 minutes, but that's it. And then I decided, yeah, we're going to cover this. So several people sent me messages because apparently or allegedly it would appear that every time David Wilcock puts a slide up on the screen and he is off camera, you hear these snorting noises. And some people are, taking that, maybe speculating to mean that he is snorting something while the slides are up. I don't know that that's true. I haven't seen the whole thing, but we'll talk about that when that comes. If he is indeed snorting or sniffing the whole time he's got slides up on the screen, and there's other stuff that people have showed me clips of. In one clip, he like moves something out of the way of the camera view. Very suspicious.
Than what you can imagine. But, you know, that's what happens when you have a good message. And I'm proud of the fact that I have consistently stayed on top of this and I haven't backed down. I'm still doing the fight. I've got beautiful clothes. I mean, my God, like, I don't even have to talk. This could just be a sitting meditation where I just kind of look at you and you just admire the clothes.
Oh, God.
And then that somehow completes a cycle between us. It's like an evolution has occurred. It's nonverbal in nature. It's just a communication with the eyes and the clothes, you know, so they're intelligent. The clothes themselves display intelligence.
No, they don't. They display a lack of respect for your audience and dress up like a clown.
Let's go back to camera 5 again. Read some of what you're saying. You're a needed blessing to us. You're very magical. You look sharp. You look great. Let your hair flow free. Corey is suing people. I don't know what that was. It does not get more studly than this. Oh!
Yeah, and by the way, I believe that David Wilcock used to employ somebody to delete all of the negative comments during his live streams. It would appear that he's no longer doing that. And boy, was he getting trolled in his live chat through this whole thing.
Thank you. You know, I'm trying to bring it home here. If this was the time that you and I were about to get married or something, I mean, think about it. Like, would you be ready to go if I had this outfit on? If I walked down the aisle and you're like, holy crap, David has dressed up for me because he wants to marry me and he's wearing this kind of an outfit? I mean, this is just fantastic. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity to see me really just cut loose and say, I'm just going to take this as dressy as possible.
Notice how cringeworthy this is. Like, everybody's supposed to be so enamored because he dressed in this clown suit, right?
I'm going to have a matching. I want you to think about how much thought went into this. There's a matching bow tie that matches this blue background right here, right? We've got matching neckerchiefs that match the bow tie. We've got the black stripes that match the bow tie, which also... I mean, dude, there's like this blue thing above my head.
Who cares?
This is composition. You see, if you went to art school, which is, you know, I actually did get art lessons in school, so I didn't really take any in college, I don't think. But in high school, we had some pretty good art instruction. But this is composition, you know? The eye line is drawn by this stairwell over here. We got all this dynamic movement over here. It's half blue on the bottom. All this is done with careful lighting effects. And so I decided to max out on lights, and that's why if you look at...
oh, my God. You know, does anybody care about this? He's got 5,000 people watching him, and he's talking about his amazing wardrobe choice of dressing dressing like a clown. Okay.
Shot number 3 here. I've got these 2 lights behind me.
Now I was going to explain the lighting
So
system
that's all
to us.
intentional. That's intended. I had a really funny idea, which is, hey, if I'm sitting here like this, then there's this moire pattern. Look at this over here on this on this side. This light that shows up through the chair. It's really cool. So I'm like, I can rock that stuff. I can make it a lot more enjoyable for you, that the next hour or 2 that you spend with me is going to be value-added time, that you're getting benefit from a guy who's willing to go this far. I mean, I might have broken YouTube. It might not even be possible to dress better than this at all. I mean,
I don't understand why
people are saying, let your freak flag fly, Rat Pack all the way. I guess I do look like the Rat Pack. Right? You look very good. Tap dancing. Like from Rick and Morty, you look like a Mater D.
You look like a Mater D. You look like you spent $10 at a thrift store, right? Okay, Zizix with a kind and generous $10 says he might have late STD in the brain. Well, that's definitely a possibility, but thanks for helping us to praise the cash, and thanks for being a member.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and we'll get, I keep getting lost in the live chat. I'm trying to get up to date. All right, now we're up to date. The Rat Pack is rolling over in their graves, right? What's with the shifting of the screens? Well, he has a multicam setup, but unlike most people, like we have a multicam setup here, and I don't switch camera angles every 10 seconds like he does. I don't know why, but he constantly is shifting the camera angles. I used to actually make fun of him for using multiple cameras at all, but I think multiple cameras has their place, just not as much as he uses them too much, Oh, it's possible to dress better than him. Terry Joyce is in the house, and congratulations. Terry Joyce got monetized. Get that paperwork in, honey. Get that money. Broken YouTube. He looks like a Major D. Yeah. It could be worse. He could be wearing a Speedo. Yeah, that would definitely make it worse. Definitely make it worse. Let's get back to this.
Gift, you look like Pee Wee Herman. I don't even want to get into the Pee Wee Herman stuff. That's probably a little bit too far. I've got enough. I'm out. Okay, somebody has already reached their pleasure maximum. They've reached their pleasure threshold, which is possible when you're approached by someone wearing clothes that are this nice. The sheer visual overload of the cortex.
Teenage dork on prom night. I agree, and thanks for being a member, Trolley Troll.
Detrimental. And if you need to take a break and go watch something else, I'm totally down. So I'm a chef, and I respect hard work. Your ongoing blood, sweat, and tears are greatly appreciated. You handled negativity with class. Thank you.
Notice he only reads
great hours.
He only reads the people praising him. He only reads from the live chat when people are like, worshiping him. He does not read when people are saying you're a scammer, you're a liar, Corey Good suing everybody, and you lied, and you used Corey Good, and Corey lied to everybody for years. He doesn't read any of those because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward who cannot face reality.
Top is hot. Where is yours? No, the bottom is hot too, actually. Like the whole ensemble works as a unit. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, is that this is a composition. This is intended to create satisfaction.
You're correct, Charlie.
I intend to deliver the full weight of David Wilcock's satisfaction for you, the viewer, because as an emotional bond forms between us, you start feeling laughter and you start feeling joy just from this beautiful, beautiful composition, so that no matter which button I'm hitting here, it's just like, darn, that looks good. That looks good.
You always got to keep changing.
That kind of looks good again.
Oh,
so like,
we gotta keep changing
this
camera
is all
angles.
done for you. I could have just gone with one camera, and people are like, hey, David, we don't think you need to spend all this time and effort trying to get all these camera angles. Well, now you understand.
By the way, he may have bought all of this equipment with charitable donations from the David Wilcock Spiritual Foundation. He bought an awful lot of equipment with that $170,000 that he collected for his so-called charity. and maybe using some of that equipment, software, and resources to do for-profit streams with equipment and software he purchased from a charity. I'd like to see his breakdown. If he's using equipment and software that he purchased with charitable donations, he shouldn't be doing for-profit streams with the same software and equipment.
Because once I put the whole puzzle together, once I add the gay clothes, and then the whole entire thing makes sense all of a sudden. There's like a solution to where all these little clues that you've been collecting build up to, and you say, oh, okay. There was going to be a live stream where he was going to have this amazing tuxedo that's like next level fashion from the universe.
He's got to know that's a cringe tuxedo.
And extraterrestrials are going to show up. You know, you might want to have some kind of zoot suit like this. Learn a few tap steps.
I agree, Robbie, but thanks for being a member.
It's all up to you which way you want to go with the program, you know, but the point is to get the skills so that when you actually have the courage to dress up this way,
let's try to give you the breakdown. So far, all David Wilcock has talked about is this ridiculous tuxedo that he's been wearing, and we're let me see, we're 12 minutes in. He hasn't said anything. He's still bragging about this ridiculous tuxedo that he's wearing. That's all you missed, and welcome.
Okay, this is all part of the design. You have to have. You are trying too hard. I mean, that you could honestly say this is an effort. I'm making a strong effort. All right. But then if you deliver, right, if you've got something to offer, then it all works. You just ease back into your chair and you say, man, David is just on fire. This is like the best he's ever looked. He's freaking awesome. So what?
This is cringeworthy. Like, I don't even know what to say. I know some people come here for me to like make jokes and stuff, but like he's giving me nothing. It's just 12 minutes of look at my ridiculous tuxedo. And I don't even know what to say. Like, this looks like something that you would get off the rack at Goodwill for $10.
Why don't I say that I want to like really, really hurt his life? Some people do that, you know, and that's okay. That's part of what negative greeting is. But I don't want to just joke around forever in this silly banter about my clothes.
Sure you are.
I do feel proud of what I've accomplished here. This did take some.
If you're the real Corey Good, then email me right now from the SBA email address, not from some wackadoo email address.
Ingenuity.
A lot of people come here and claim to be other people.
Stuff and found this whole box of these amazing bow ties that I bought.
He lives in Nederland, Colorado.
Okay, I'm going to take that jacket. Because I'm kind of running out of sizzle jackets too. Like pretty soon I'm going to have to find something new to appease you, to make this continually fresh so that our relationship stays spicy and exciting.
Oh, great. He's going to go look. He's going to go look for more sparkle jackets. Paulie's Michigan memoir with a kind and generous $5 super chat says, thanks. My pleasure. Glad that you're here. Glad you found us. Better late than never. I'm glad to see you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, back to the wackiness.
Offer that to you as part of our communication. I've got it down, don't I? You would think that it sounds like I might have done this before. Sounds like I might have done this before.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't see the pee stains.
So what is negative greeting exactly? Well, as you probably know, my focus has always been on the Law of One series, and the Law of One series came through in
Third Phase interviewed him and Corey Good, I think.
Without further ado, I am bringing you Archangel Michael on negative greeting, the keys to ascension. Now, I'm going to reuse some of the slides that I had in another show because it helps to very quickly set up the stage here about what we're talking about. And by the way, I do need to drink more water because it's really dry up here. I live in the mountains.
The land of
all my turkeys have come back. If you've ever watched my ridiculous turkey videos, which some people liked and some people very much let me know that they didn't like them. You know, you get both types. But anyway, I've seen all the turkeys coming back now, and they all seem to have reunified somehow. I've seen a gang of as many as 7 or 8 at once.
Yeah, Wilcock, if you live in the mountains, you're going to see wild turkeys. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that there's turkeys in the woods, you dummy. But okay.
It's really awesome. So I'm very happy about that situation. But yeah, negative greeting is a concept that comes out of the Law of One series, and it's a concept that relates to.
Again, I'm just going to mention that the people who own the Law of One material don't want him teaching the Law of One material, interpreting the Law of One material, or especially selling the Law of One material in monetized YouTube videos. But he does it anyway. And it would be a lot like me teaching people, oh, I don't know, to be Jewish, and the Jewish religion coming to me and saying, please don't do that. And me saying, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to sell it even if you don't want me to sell it. It's kind of ridiculous that he gets away with this because he's constantly referencing the Law of One material. And again, the Law of One material is free if you contact that organization. They don't want somebody making money from it. They don't want somebody interpreting it who is not a part of their organization. They don't want anybody selling the Law of One material in monetized YouTube videos.
Understanding what is really going on here on Earth. What is the deeper level of
I agree, Sebastian.
this process of being human? Are you satisfied with your life the way it is right now? You know, this is something. Are you satisfied with your life right now? Do you somehow wish things could be different?
No, I wish I was somewhere else right now. I do wish
do not
things
look
could be
at the
different.
cigarette. I repeat, do not look at the cigarette, no matter what I say.
Don't eat the yellow snow, David. Yes.
I'm not trying to hypnotize you, folks. I'm just being.
It's really dry up there in my nose. Yes.
I don't want to set anything on fire here, folks. It could be very dangerous. So there's a greater reality to the world, and that greater reality is a spiritual reality.
Oh boy, the famous
have
Wilcock
labored for many centuries under a very biased,
I agree.
partisan
I have turkeys at my cabin.
Scientists pray to God on Sunday in the traditional Christian sense. This is, prior to the 1950s-ish.
Running with the wild turkeys.
Scientists pray to God on Sunday, but then disprove its existence during the week. And I would certainly say that that is true.
The turkeys gave him the tux. You're right.
So it appears for most people that all notions of spirituality are relegated to something in a fantasy. It's not actually real as much as they believe in the hard physical matter, the hard
and no evidence for either claim
each day. But there is a greater intrinsic reality. There is a greater intrinsic reality of spiritual beings, and it's both positive and negative. We do have a situation.
I just want to know in the live chat, because maybe I'm being too judgmental, but would you trust a person dressed like this to give you secret information? I don't think most people would. He claims to be receiving secret information from angels that he's selling on YouTube while he's dressed like, I don't know, like he's going to the clown prom.
A very real situation of problematic negative entities. But the good news is that we also have good guy ETs who very much want to make sure that
I don't know what they do
in balance. So the message is actually a really simple one. We haven't lost.
DW is a jive turkey. Wild turkey kicking
for ourselves. We've
chicken.
Gained an understanding. We've learned about something that's real, something that's true.
Phil Harmonica, I didn't really like wild turkey because it's kind of tough and there's not a lot of white meat on it. Do you really eat wild turkey? I heard it's great to be made into stews and to soups, but not so good for, like eating. And other people, they take strips of the wild turkey meat and they just deep fry them, with like a Kentucky Fried Chicken coating. That would probably be good, but I don't think that I had it and I wasn't really impressed. I was kind of like disappointed. because those turkeys that you get in the supermarket are bred for white meat, and wild turkeys are mostly dark meat.
And it is ironic that because the universe itself is alive and conscious, that once you acknowledge that fact and you begin interacting with the universe,
Yeah, this outfit
as
is
a conscious
distracting. Yeah.
life
And
form,
Dutch says, hell no, she
then
wouldn't.
sure enough, all of a
Don't
sudden,
have it. No effing way.
the universe begins responding to you in ways that defy the Cartesian three-dimensional reality that most of us take for granted as the only truth.
Wow, that's some word salad. Cartesian three-dimensional reality.
When you begin living your life with the understanding that you are in a spiritual hologram, that there is no greater reality than universal oneness, everything starts to change. The law of one disavows the idea of indulgence in a left-handed or negative path. When you truly understand the law of one as it's presented in the Law of One series,
that I'm not authorized to sell, teach, or interpret, but I'm doing it anyway against their wishes because I need something to grift off of. And the people in the New Age community love the Law of One, so I'm going to constantly reference it. And by the way, did you hear him mention that left-hand path? Hey, David Wilcock, maybe maybe scamming people for fake messages from angels is the left-hand path. So how can you sit there with a straight face talking about, you know, the risks of taking the left-hand path while you're scamming people for fake messages from fake aliens? Jeez.
We are dealing with a spirituality that allows you to make
the
mistakes.
Turkeys I see are in his my live chat giving me money.
We are bound by what the free will causes to happen in your life.
Sounds like a midlife crisis to me.
So
Absolutely.
in the Law of One system, they say there is an absolute ethics in the universe. Now, ethics is a word that means
Marshall Applewhite look
legal
more normal than David,
guidelines
for
on
Christ's
how
sake.
you run, for example, a society. So there's standard ethical
I
guidelines
agree,
that
Sherry.
are fairly universal from
Seems
one
very deceptive.
society to another. They get codified into laws.
One
The
Dixie
difference
cup
between
away from a
morals and
Jim
ethics is
Jones party.
interesting. Morals, morality is a perceived value. It's a psychologically perceived value that can be subjective for different people.
I'll try that.
Whereas
Jewel.
ethics refers to things like common business practice.
I just want to mention, Jewel Chicky Arlene is saying wild turkey is good if you slow roast it in a marinade bag. You know, I'm really not a hunter, but every year when I see when I see all these wild turkeys all over my cabin land, I think, you know, my family could use a good turkey dinner. But every year I say I'm going to do it. And by the way, I have hunting equipment and guns and you know, archery. I prefer, if I'm going to hunt, to do it with a bow and arrow. But every year I say I'm going to, and I never do. But if I ever do it, Jewel Chicky Arlene, I'll cook the wild turkey your way. And thanks for letting me know that. I would think slow roasting makes everything better.
And how, for example, we have a UCC or Uniform Commercial Code, which is a regulatory legal system that allows for international commerce to occur. There's a standard of ethics that everybody is using in order to
now he's an expert on economics
have
too.
A society that works and operates and functions appropriately.
Storm Crow.
And then
the only wild turkey I like comes in a bottle.
Japan, I learned firsthand that some cultures have very different sets of ethics than we do. For example, in an Asian culture, if a person doesn't want to talk about something, they will just smile at you and they will stop talking and they might nod their head kind of very ominously. And that means, like, you better stop talking about this now. But they've all kind of...
No, that's completely false. I worked for a Chinese company. He's just making stuff up. It's ridiculous. Troll with a kind of generous $5 and also being a membership. Do I think David Wilcock is going to hell? Well, you know, I don't want to be. He's going to be judged by his maker, and when he dies, he's going to have to explain to his creator what he did with all the talents that his creator gave him. And if his answer is, I sold fake stories about aliens and angels to stupid people for money, I think that he might have a problem. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Trolly, troll, and a member and longtime show
Raise the
supporter.
cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness, generosity,
In
and
Japan, at
support.
least, I don't know about any other Asian countries, but I definitely know about Japan. That this is
All right. Well, I worked for a Chinese company, so I could be wrong, but this sounds like garbage to me.
what happens, and you need to learn these codes. You know, it's sort of like when we in the future, as we do more with Stavati Aerospace, we're going to be doing diplomatic
Deep
missions.
fried
So at some
turkey like
point,
this guy.
there is a diplomacy school that I'm going to be taking where we just learn these different cultural things that you have to not do.
That's cool, Jill
If you're in
Chicky.
the Muslim culture, you don't want to raise your shoe. So I
That's
was thinking
interesting. Jill Chicky lives somewhere where if you left the door open, turkey and jackrabbits would just come in the house. That would be fun. Like, hi, Mr. Turkey, you're just in time for dinner. Yeah, they're all over the cabin at certain points of the year.
about that. I'm like, you know, this shoe gag might not play out too well in the Middle East. We got to check the numbers on that. Find out how we're tracking. You know, when David has a sizzle jacket on,
Fried chicken nuggets,
sequin
yeah.
shoes. You know, there's a lot of S's
The
in
dry
there.
heat,
I can
yes, and
emphasize
thanks for
those
being a
if I so
member,
chose,
Deb
but
from
I'm not
Zach.
doing that right now. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy to have these great clothes. You know, it's a great opportunity to talk to you about the
Okay,
intrinsic
Corey, good.
reality. Because part of the intrinsic reality of everyday life, you know, the shirt, t-shirt and shorts stuff. I mean, I'm just breaking the matrix right now. So it's like there's a glitch that's happened where you're seeing somebody dressed like this and it causes you to have different ideas, and that's okay. You know, we're exploring this together and we're working on it.
We're exploring your terrible wardrobe.
The spiritual reality
always talked about
underlies
so
physical
far.
reality. Ethics is operating principles that we all have. And one of the most important ethics.
Does anybody else find it cringeworthy that a guy who has spent an entire lifetime scamming people for fake information with fake whistleblowers and fake government insiders and fake secret space people is going to lecture other people about ethics? He's lecturing his audience about ethics while he's scamming his audience, in my opinion, allegedly, for money so that they buy his crap messages from fake angels. And he's going to lecture us on ethics.
Well, there is an absolute universal ethic in the law of one. Let me say it that way. The absolute ethic is called...
It should be, the absolute ethic you follow should be, don't scam people for fake information with fake whistleblowers, fake secret space clowns, court-martialed child molesters, and more.
The first distortion, or the law of free will. And what does this mean? This means that apart from any planet in the universe and what they think, even if they had a planetary understanding, the law of one reveals there's a universal law. There actually is. There actually is, because it's a conscious universe. There is a universal guideline, a universal standard of behavior for humans. And this is consistent all the way through. Sing some Elvis with your clothes on. I'm so digging the 1970s prom look. I guess that's kind of what it is, isn't it? I hadn't really thought about that. But
you didn't know that this was a 1970s prom look, you clown?
Yeah, it's the 70s prom look. I don't know if I'm ready to do Elvis just yet. I got to be a little
Notice that person said do it with your clothes on.
That I've said something of value before I just dive completely into the ozone layer. Right for now, my focus is on talking about the intrinsic reality. And I want you to understand that there's an absolute law in the universe that we are judged by, because
no personal awareness.
Really,
You're right.
The law of one philosophy. This is an important one.
How can somebody who has spent a lifetime scamming people for fake information, fake ascension, lying to people, telling them they're going to get superpowers if you just pay me, how can he lecture anybody about ethics? And he has no sense of like the things that he has done or the victims that he has used and scammed for money over the years.
There are guidelines in place. You can call them guidelines, but they really are laws. And whether you know that they exist or not, you have to abide by them. That's a fascinating and perhaps controversial point. You know, people don't want, some people really do have a Cartesian rational view of the universe, and they believe that they are
DW's haters probably bought him those clothes. I don't know, but his supporters did.
Problem with the psychopath or narcissistic personality disorder. A person who thinks...
Yeah, the guy who's so narcissistic, he will talk about his outfit for 12 minutes to 5,000 people, is now also going to lecture us on narcissism.
That they don't have any rules that apply to them. They will batter you to death over you following the rules, but then when you want the rules to apply to them, they twist it all around in something called DARVO, or deny, attack, reverse victim and offender, where the closer you try to get to the problem, the more they create these other conflicts and these other fights, and that's exactly what we're seeing going on right now.
Do bozo.
So we do live in a spiritual reality.
He's describing himself.
We are bound by this first distortion of the law of one,
Cartesian,
or what you could call the law of free will. Now,
I have to look that up.
What does that actually mean?
I don't even know what Cartesian means.
This is a big, big central message in the law of one. There's a very important point that they make.
Oh, it's related to Descartes and his ideas.
This is supposed to be an illusion. It's supposed to be a convincing illusion where you don't realize that karma exists.
This is supposed to be a convincing illusion that David Wilcock is in contact with higher beings or angels or archangels that are giving him this garbage information. You know, and not for nothing, but, you know, what little I know about scripture and the truth about angelic beings, they would not waste their time, nor would God want them to waste their time on a clown who sells garbage, fake information for money.
And part of coming into a higher level of spiritual maturity, in fact, I would say the ground zero level, is realizing that there are spiritual laws that exist and that you will be, in some cases,
it's a
hurt
guilty
by
pleasure.
those laws if you have transgressed against others. And what do I mean by hurt by those laws? I mean that karma can occur in the form of a devastating car crash that ends you up in the ICU and you got a beeping heart monitor next to you and you got this thing on your finger now and you got people coming in and out. And
we're going to make that happen.
Bed easily using a bedpan. That's karma. I mean, like a car crash.
Corey Good put him in the gimp
The way that I look at it, the way that I view reality, is that we are not having random car crashes. We are not having anything random. We get what we are authorized to have.
You're right. Freaking havoc.
Higher self, and that is a part of our identity that is very real. Just because most of us do not have any awareness of it and are not in tune with it enough to wear this kind of an outfit, okay? 1970s prom, Elvis. You can dial that in. You know, you get more in touch with your higher self. You might start dressing better.
Deb from SAC, that thought occurred to me. I was wondering if maybe God would strike him by lightning for lying about being in contact with angels and trying to sell angelic messages for money. Right? And I don't wish him any ill on him, but when I think about the fact that he's trying to sell messages from angels of God for money, if anybody should be struck down by lightning or something, right? Like given a real divine message, like, hey, stop lying about angels and selling angelic fake messages, you know? It's amazing.
It's going to put that out there. I'm not trying to insult you. Let's just try not to argue about this, please. It's better that you make the decision that you want to.
I agree, Sherry.
And maybe your higher self will say, I authorize you to buy a sizzle jacket. And you may decide that you want to wear that jacket.
Now we're talking about his outfit again.
The purity of what that download is.
We're almost a half hour in.
I'm not going to put any pressure.
He spent a half hour of this live stream while he has 5,000 or 6,000 live viewers talking about this ridiculous tuxedo he wore.
on you. You know, this is all about your own free will and your own choices. So
Change
it's
camera.
very important that you are comfortable so that as we develop this
You know what?
dialogue with each
Somebody said that we should do a drinking game while we watch Wilcock, and every time he changes the camera angle, we should take a shot. I said, we can't do that. They said, why? I said, because we'd all die. We'd be dead 20 minutes into the stream. All of us would die of alcohol poisoning.
other, that there's an understanding. And that's all I want you to have. I'm getting really good at not laughing. That's one of the talents, is to say funny things and not laugh. But seriously, it's a very excuse me. I should probably pour more water because I
Maybe
can
you
tell
should have a mute button,
it's so
clown.
freaking dry up here, folks. I mean, my God, you cannot imagine. We had like 8 inches of snow yesterday. It's melting today, but it's all over the place.
By the
So
way,
it has been intense.
This
has
is
not been.
This is a stupid thing, but you know, I one of my guilty pleasures is when he talks about how bad the weather is where he lives. I check the local weather, and he's almost always lying. The one time he said, "Oh, it was like -10." No, it was 30 degrees that night. We checked. He lies about the weather. And remember what I said at the beginning of this broadcast? If somebody lies about completely and totally stupid things, they got a real problem with being a liar. Like, why would you lie about something so stupid, right? Like, oh, we got 8 inches of snow. And I'm not saying he's lying. He has lied previously. We'll check on the snow claims.
Most enjoyable experience. But we're right at the tail end of the winter now. We've got all this good stuff is starting to happen. We're starting to get good days, actually, where it's actually like there's sun and it's not windy and it's not snowing and it's not cold. But it's been really intense here. And so I think that
Really
I have
intense
had
here.
some kind of karmic alleviation.
It's 47 degrees there right now. Really
burn off a
intense.
ton of karma.
Really intense, right?
Living up at 8,600 feet on a...
It's 42 degrees there right now, according to the internet. But he's complaining. Oh, no, now it's 31 degrees Fahrenheit. But still, you know, it's interesting that he lies about how cold it is there and things like that. How terrible it is. You're in $1 million mansion, dude. You're not struggling.
Very, very windy mountain. And all the mountains up here are just insane. So if you're in an area like I am and you've seen what it looks like and you're on the end of something, it's just terrible. So there is this law of free will, and you are governed by it. And so karma is something that most of us only think about when something really horrible happens, like a car crash. And all of a sudden, in that moment, maybe not most of the time, but in that moment, that's when all of a sudden God is something that you're calling upon. Now, I'm making assumptions upon you. Perhaps as a viewer, you are very much in tune with a higher power, universal creator, whatever you want to call it.
Oh,
God triggers some people.
He may have got 8 inches. It was cold there yesterday.
Going to use that word. So
what do you know? He might have told the truth for once.
When I say God, I'm thinking a genderless father, mother God. That's what the original Aramaic.
I'm going to do that, Sandy Smith. And thanks for being a member.
There is no, the actual original translation was father, mother God. And that's something.
Wackadoo Wilcox Bozo
Church of
show.
England can use that, whatever. I mean, they wanted to make it genderless. Well, guess what? That's what it was. And there's some scholars I know, if I need to dig into that more, I can. There's some scholars
yeah,
that I
that's
read
awesome.
totally proved it was father, mother God. No question. So
people are
this
posting wild
universal
turkeys in the
intelligence has
Discord.
created a playing field that is meant to be convincing. It's meant to look like
Disoriented or crazier
there is
than
no
usual.
cause and effect. It's there is no real common widespread understanding
Jesus
of
rebuked
how
the money
real and how
changers.
severe
Yes.
karma is, and therefore of the importance of following.
No angel help for him.
And this
I
is by
agree.
design. Where the law of
that's a good
philosophy
idea. I'll
becomes
try
a
that.
lot different,
I'll try that.
perhaps,
Well,
in many other teachings, is that we have all of this information coming in about
yeah, every time he changes
reality
camera
that
angles,
is
I will
very
too
near
now.
and dear to us in today's world. They
I
talked
don't know if I
about
could
the
keep up,
negativity.
but I'll
They
try.
talked about that there was a dark cabal that was in charge of things here. There's extensive discussion on this, and they actually make it very clear in the Law of One that this is a hierarchical negative organization, and that even the very, very tippy top of the management pyramid here on Earth
Sorry. I
is a
thought he
low
switched.
rank.
We'll go back.
Because we're still only in third density, okay? So then all of the negative extraterrestrials or the satanic, demonic type of extraterrestrials, like the Draco reptilians that you've probably seen so many depictions of them in movies, television shows, video games, you name it. They've been, I mean, I can remember, I think the movie Flatliners had it in there or something. There's a lot of movies that, strangely, they just pop up. And V, of course, the documentary.
Yeah, he's going to give everybody a half-hour
face off lecture. And it's a reptilian underneath. So this motif, this idea has been presented to us for a long time.
I see you in the comments. Thanks for all the comments on the videos.
There's also a lot of people that have eyewitness reports of seeing these. And in fact,
drink plenty for the pee bath.
Sure enough, if you talk to people like I
have, that's why he's drinking a lot of water, because he's trying to get the pee ready for tonight's pee bath, I guess.
Have for many, many years, who allege that they were in a classified government program that deals with extraterrestrials. Almost everybody talks about.
Well, he's in Netherland, Colorado, at his $1 million log cabin mansion.
There is at least one type I'm aware of that is.
He lies about the fire alarm.
But the majority of them are, at least for whatever it is that we're dealing with right now. So, what do you mean by hierarchy? Well, what's at the top of the hierarchy? I talk about this in my new book, The Micro Prophecies.
Yeah, maybe.
The top of the hierarchy.
Here comes the pitch.
What the Law of One actually calls the fifth density negative companion. And it's a very ironic phrase, a companion.
Yes.
Well, yeah, because it's following you around, it's trying to trip you up. So there's a lot of stuff in the Law of One about this, believe it or not. There was this being.
His fans, the squirrels, worship him.
We could probably say is the devil. You know, what is the devil? Is the devil even real? Oh, haha, it doesn't exist. Well, you could call it Satan. Satan means the adversary. You know, there are various names for the adversary in different societies. There's a belief that Set is a root of Satan.
Nothing
in the
or
Egyptian
some other
tradition,
garbage.
For example. That's one of the things we might talk about in Ancient Aliens.
Colonel Sanders, wannabe blue chicken pimp.
The bottom line is that at the top of the negative hierarchy,
I believe
is
so,
an entity,
Eric.
And the Law of One says it's in fifth density, which is a very, very different level of reality than the one we would be used to. Because in fifth density,
yes,
you have
I agree.
Full awareness of nonlinear time. You can go anywhere in time that you want. So think about how scary it is if you have an evil being that can go anywhere in time it wants to try to wreak havoc. It can do something in the past as we would think of it, and then it can go into the future and study the results and see how it works.
Brain medication.
The Law of One also explains that this entity works very heavily, this fifth density negative companion, as I called it, works very heavily on the telepathic level. And then you say to yourself, okay, well, what would the telepathic level involve? The telepathic influence is probably the most common type of negative greeting, which is what entities like...
For anybody just joining us, we are watching this Wacky World of Wilcock stream. And I don't usually do this, but every time David Wilcock changes his camera angle, I will too.
This do. Now,
we want to be just as ridiculous as David Wilcock. Oh, he did it again.
Fourth density negative entities sometimes will be the ones that
I only want to use three. I only have three ready to use.
So that's a very common thing. But if you're really doing high level work for the planet, as many patriots are now doing, there's a lot of people out there, and you know who you are. You're already out there making a difference. You're taking big risks with your life. You're putting yourself out there. You're doing this work.
Yeah.
And if you're one of those people, then you're probably getting negative reading from the fifth density level being. And I think there's only one of them. I think it is basically this, what you could think of as Satan or the devil or the adversary.
Corey Good's trying to get donations.
So that's one of the strange things that I learned as I read this esoteric work. I had read, as I told you in our first live stream 2 weeks ago, I'd read over 300 books. Then it became 500 on the paranormal. Everything from Yeti and the Abominable Snowman to crop circle books. Every single UFO book there was. I got to the point that all I was really doing now was looking at this kind of grand set of ingredients and looking at how different people combine them like a recipe. But what I really wasn't seeing, other than in the Law of One, was this very deep philosophical discussion.
Yes, she
where we
is.
find out that, yes, okay, there are negative extraterrestrials. They are working with our so-called government and military, at least some aspects of it. And they have a very, very dark and diabolical agenda. They really do want to create
I've heard that
a much
scary, Gary.
smaller population. That's part of it.
Secret
And
recipe.
they want the world to be in a state of fear all the time. And why is that? The way that the Law of One explains it is,
Again, notice how many times he's referencing the Law of One. And I know I've made this point before, but it's a very important point. The people who own the Law of One don't want him interpreting, using, or especially selling Law of One material on monetized YouTube streams. He is neither authorized nor endorsed to teach, interpret, or especially sell the Law of One material. But he's doing it anyway. It's very disrespectful. It would be like me selling, I don't know, courses on Islam or any religion, and the religion coming to me and saying, please don't do that, and me saying, I'm doing it anyway. It's ridiculous that this man is allowed to sell, basically allowed to, despite what I think of the Law of One material and group, I believe in religious freedom, and they would be considered a religion. So David Wilcock is stepping all over the nuts of the people who run that organization, saying, I'm going to sell it whether you like it or not.
is that the universe bifurcated into, if you will, these 7 different densities, these 7 different levels of vibration. And we're here at the 3rd density thinking this is it. A lot of us are duped into
Joel
thinking this
Chicky's
is all
family
there
were
is.
moonshiners. That's
When
awesome.
in fact, we're only at the
gotta
3rd level, and
change
then we got to
cameras
go
again.
to the 4th level, and then we got to go to the 5th level, and then we got to go to the 6th level. Now remember, I already said by the time you get to the 5th level, you are traveling through time. You can go to any point in time that you want.
Okay, Mr. Hovercar is now telling us that we can all travel through time as well.
And you can instantly project a body if you want to. You could literally just flash yourself into a physical body right in the room with someone. It's visible to them, and then you can make it disappear again. And in the Law of One, they say you have to
Again with the
focus on
Law
a
of
rather
One. Why
difficult
is he
configuration.
Why is he
Okay,
selling
well, it's
somebody
rather
else's
difficult, but
material?
The point is that you can do it.
By the way, they give it away for
Said
free.
Fat Nana, I don't have a group here or even one friend who knows about any of this. Well, I mean, this is why I'm doing it, folks.
I can't.
There is
it
no
changed
show
again.
like this, and certainly not in this kind of a dazzling outfit.
I don't have the same
So,
angle.
I want you to be happy, and I want you to
I got a
understand
wide
the
shot,
way that this
2
really
side
works, at
shots,
least
and
as
a
far as
close
I
up.
understand.
That's all we have.
So this advice is meant to go into practical application, but we got to get through some material to understand what the practical
This crap isn't even good
value
enough for
of this all
Twilight
is.
Zone.
So-
You're right. It's too stupid.
Right. The 4th density negative. How is the main influence being conducted? Most people are probably just getting into the
Davina.
4th density negative. So let's talk about this. There's a very popular cultural motif that we're all familiar with about the idea of a negative entity on one side. This would be the right side of my shoulder, and a positive entity on the other side, but that looks better on your screen, I guess, right? Because that's the right for you. I think I did that right. Yeah. So anyway, the positive entity on this side, the negative entity on this side, and they're both talking. Believe it or not, if you read the Law of One, really understand what this, I believe to be highly authentic and credible spiritual teaching has told us, that is exactly
The channeled work. Another person. And by the way, all of his nonsense is incompatible. The Law of One material, and by the way, I have read the Law of One material extensively. Some people believe that it is basically just repackaged Christianity. A lot of the concepts and principles were things that Jesus already taught in the Bible. But in the Law of One's case, we're supposedly getting that material from the Egyptian god Ra. But if you're a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jewish person, you could not, you can't be involved with the Law of One material or follow the Law of One material and your other religion. It's incompatible.
Exactly what's going on. You do have two.
And so David Wilcock is mixing two completely incompatible religious beliefs, the Law of One material and the Abrahamic religion's belief in a supreme angelic being named the Archangel Michael. Interestingly, both the Jewish faith, the Christian faith, and Islam all mention the Archangel Michael. So all three Abrahamic religions believe in the Archangel Michael. But again, those beliefs are completely and totally incompatible with the Law of One. And he doesn't seem to see a problem here, and he's just mixing them.
Little voices, that are always talking.
Oh, I'm sure
this is
always hearing voices.
Kind of a scary thing, Some people would like to believe that you can have a prayer, that you can do a deliverance ministry, and that no negative entities are going to bother you again, that you've been saved, or that you've had a clearing.
Yeah, it does get cold there, though.
Through deliverance or whatever people want to call it, all right? Now, that's a very helpful thing for a lot of people.
You're correct, Davina.
Negative entities,
and thanks for being a member.
Law of One definition will always be able to telepathically influence you if your thoughts go in a negative direction. That's the key.
The
always
one from the
comes
Legion
back
movie,
to
maybe,
what
yes.
you create and what you actually authorize, because a lot of this
we have
is
to
about
switch cameras
authorization.
again.
Karma is what happens in your life. It looks like something bad, and it could be everything from, oh my God, that seed, there's a freaking sesame seed, and it's between two of my teeth. Right? That kind of stuff can happen just spontaneously.
This is cringeworthy. This might be.
If you start to pay more attention.
But we're 39 minutes in. This might be the worst David Wilcock stream I've ever had to sit through. It's 39 minutes in, and all he did was repeat Law of One garbage and talk about his tuxedo.
In many, many cases, as you become more spiritually aware, you'll realize, my God, there was something I was thinking right before this painful thing happened that was very intense. And so like today, there was probably 4 different times, because we have the sun coming out, and so all the snow that I talked about is coming off the roof. 4 different times that I had huge chunks of snow fall off the roof as I'm going through my mind and thinking about...
Oh, by the way, just in... The whole snowpack in Nederland, Colorado is 5 inches. That means that they could not have gotten 8 inches of snow at David Wilcock's house yesterday. He's lying. If the entire snowpack is 5 inches, there could not have been 8 inches yesterday. So David Wilcock just lied about how much snow he gets at his house. And again, if David Wilcock will lie about something so trivial, so stupid, so ridiculous, he would lie about anything. Why would you lie about how much snow you got? It's stupid.
Am I going to talk about this? Am I going to talk about that? How do I address the topic of negative greeting? So I'm having this very strange interactive experience with my environment, which in my case now involves what you could call threshold telekinesis. And by threshold, I mean, it's not like something's blatantly levitating and moving right in front of me, but I'm getting all of these things that are very interesting.
Oh, I have to stop this.
It doesn't take a whole lot of...
Now remember, he did this stream today, and he said yesterday they got 8 inches of snow at his house. I know where he lives. He lives in Nederland, Colorado. That's where the house he's at right now, where he's broadcasting from. And he said that they got 8 inches of snow yesterday. So just to show everybody, this is Nederland, Colorado. Today they got 1.7 inches of snow. Yesterday they got 0 inches of snow. And for the entire month of April, That town where he lives got 2.8 inches. So remember, he said that they got 8 inches of snow. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was so small. So David Wilcock just lied about how much snow he got at his house. This is why this guy is so goddamn ridiculous. Why would you lie and say that you got 8 inches of snow yesterday when you haven't gotten all but 2.8 inches of snow at your house in the entire month? He is lying. This is deceptive. He's telling people that he's having such a hard time trying to survive winter. This is all designed so that people feel sorry for him and send him money. It's all part of the scam, friends. It's all part of the scam. He's lying through his teeth about the weather, and we just caught him live on air lying about the weather. It's ridiculous. This man is on the internet begging for money, talking about how tough his life is while he's in a $1 million mansion that got 1.7 inches of snow yesterday or today. Not even, they got 0 inches of snow yesterday. He said they got 8 inches. Oh, feel sorry for me and send me money. I'm trying to survive winter and we just got 8 inches of snow. No, you didn't, you liar.
Thought to realize that when the wind suddenly out of nowhere bangs on the roof right as I have a thought, it's like, okay, I'm supposed to hear that. Or the wall suddenly cracks really loudly right as I'm having a thought. You may not even be conditioned to think about reality as holographic. So you may not even be conditioned to think that the cracking of your wall is a message to you,
yeah,
while not realizing that you're surrounded by these robed angelic beings, believe it or not, that's often what they look like, who are actually cracking that wall to try to get your attention, but you don't pay any attention. And they will work for years and years and years through your whole life trying to grab your attention, never get it, and they're totally okay with that because they've tried and they've done their best. So when you are having negative thoughts about yourself,
oh, we got to change cameras again.
When you start becoming angry, negative entities will send you more energy to make you more angry. That's the basic idea. Similarly, when
snow
you have
sliding,
thoughts of
yes,
love,
this is a very good point. Snow sliding off of his roof gives him PTSD, but it's okay. He can meditate in his special spa bath. And Jewel Chicky Arlene says, Wilcock talks about people being out to get him, but he tells the world where he is. Yeah, makes no sense. Yeah, this is the wacky world of Wilcock. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be wacky.
When you have thoughts of peace, when you try to make yourself relax, when you have thoughts of kindness, when you think about being nice to other people, all of these things immediately authorize positive angelic beings to begin sending energy to you that strengthens those thoughts. And the really cool part of
there's no scriptural reference to support his claims. He just claimed that if you think positive thoughts about helping people, angelic beings, do certain things. There's no evidence of that. There's no scriptural, reference you can point to that says that's the case. He just makes things up.
About karma is that positive karma works too. When the movie The Secret first came out, there was this kind of wave of delusion that swept through the spiritual community for a while, where people thought they could charge $500 for a 1-hour session because, well, I watched this movie and it said that if I write $1 million on a check and put it on my refrigerator, that I'm going to get $1 million.
Yeah, don't you love it? This man who's been caught selling completely and totally fake, new age spiritual fake information is gonna slam the other people selling spiritual people fake garbage information.
Most of the people, I can probably say this, I think this is safe to say, most of the people who sell classes telling you that if you take this class that they're going to teach you how to make money, the bottom line is that their business model is that they made that class. Right, so
it says the guy selling $333 courses to teach people anti-gravity and free energy that taught nothing but garbage that's all over the internet.
Basically, ultimately saying you're going to have to do what I'm doing and talk other people into thinking that they should pay me to tell you this, right? And so
I agree.
I've been to a lot of those
Thanks for being a
wealth
member.
consulting type of things, and I know a lot of the modalities and what they say and what they do. So
yeah, and David Wilcock has the exact marketing that those get rich quick guys use. The constant emails telling you that you got to hurry up and sign up. The course is closing. This is your last chance. What a fantastic opportunity. All that stuff that the get rich quick scammers use to market with, he does the exact same things. So he does not have the moral high ground to talk smack on them when he's doing virtually the same thing, except he's not selling you a get rich quick scheme. He's telling you he's going to teach you the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, and then he doesn't. Then he's, selling courses on ascension, but nobody ascends.
There's a lot of philosophical truth to building wealth by maintaining positivity and inspiration. I think that's probably
that's all you got to do to build wealth. Just be positive.
These forces in the world that are trying to get you to be down on yourself, that you're not good enough, you don't have enough talent, you don't have enough of whatever it is.
He's that dumb. Yes.
When I started out public speaking,
I will say this. There is something to it, because that which you focus on, B. Baker, you can manifest. If you focus on things enough, you're going to manifest them, like before I bought a Corvette, I bought like a Corvette, the exact Corvette I wanted. I bought like the Matchbox car and I put it on my desk and I looked at it every day and I thought, how am I going to get this Corvette? And eventually I figured it out. So maybe, just maybe, there is something to the law of attraction. I'm still undecided.
My first public speaking gigs.
But certainly the grifters make it sound super simple. Like even, I hate to agree with David Wilcock, but yeah, some of the secret grifters would just say things like, yeah, write yourself $1 million check and put it on your, put it on your desk and stare at it every day. And eventually the check will be real. Like, I don't think it works that simply, but okay. But certainly the things that you focus on in life, if you focus on something you want every day, eventually I think you find a way to get it.
1999, and I spoke at the Fellowship of the Inner Light, which was an interfaith church I was
He's describing his scammy business model, yes.
And eventually I became a regular guest minister, but one of the members on the board...
Oh, he's a minister now.
Because then they'll stalk him. My haters will stalk him. But there was a member on the board who had attended this thing called Toastmasters, which is a class on public speaking. And he systematically reviewed how I spoke in front of an audience and gave me a variety of interesting tips. For example, you don't want to have any tics. There was this funny issue where my pants were a little bit too long, and
he knows about the
sagging
pyramids
as I was on stage, and I kept kind of pulling my pants up.
More like pyramids.
So that was my tick.
Yes.
So everybody typically has a tick. This is why it crosses. Toastmasters crosses over nicely with Hollywood, in the sense that when you have
you're right.
filmed yourself, you
want
to do a camera test. You want to go back and watch it and see what it looks like. I see tons and tons of people make mistakes with teleprompters, because when you're reading off of a teleprompter, you're very, very tempted to over enunciate with your eyebrows. And so teleprompter readers will start milking every word so that their eyes are always doing this.
Yes.
You see how bad that looks?
More like orange jumpsuit.
You'll notice that one of the things I'm doing is I keep my face
to watch his videos
non-animated.
No, but they are monetized on YouTube. So one might question whether the Archangel Michael really wants him making money on YouTube, Andy Perkins. But his courses are behind paywalls and $333. And his newest scam is that he's selling messages from the Archangel Michael with absolutely no evidence that he's actually in communication with anything angelic. Yeah.
Sometimes if I, like right now, I'm raising my eyebrows, I'm making a point.
He spends all of this time. You remember before he would talk about the hero's journey, which is a writing method that many movies and books and things use. The hero's journey was used in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. It was used in the Star Wars trilogies. And he spent an hour one time explaining that all. Now he's going to explain public speaking to us all because he's such an expert.
But I go back to a set point where I'm not doing very much movement. And that's a very important part of camera technique. So I mean, there's whole books you can read on acting in front of a camera.
Yeah, and if somebody's interested in that, they'll find the books. They're not coming. 5,000 or 6,000 people are coming here to hear about the archangels you're supposed to be talking to. We're 45 minutes in, and we didn't get anything from the angels yet. I guess you got to get behind the paywall.
How to perfect your camera technique, but then the public speaking arena is a totally different set of skills. But one of the things that I think people don't understand that I learned from Toastmasters, and I want to say this now, is that if you don't try to be funny at least every 10 or 15 minutes, you are a bad public speaker, period. And let me say that again. If you don't try to be funny at least once every 10 or 15 minutes, you fail the class.
Well, I think David Wilcock fails the class because he has never been funny. He has been cringeworthy, but never funny.
So this is a really fascinating concept. It turns out that even if you don't think you have what it takes to speak in front of people, and that you sure as heck wouldn't be comfortable enough trying to make jokes in front of people, by the time you have an audience that's sitting there and they want to hear you,
Oh, I forgot to change
especially if you
camera
got clothes
angles.
on like this, I mean, you're already in.
Maybe one
It's
one
a guarantee.
camera angle
You just
change
start playing
behind him,
piano
I
and
think.
everything works. As you got that audience there, they want you to make them happy. And they want to be entertained. So that is why
Yeah, that's
if
a
you
new
pay
one.
taxes,
That's a different
which
one.
you should, then the field that I am
Spooky's
in,
here.
by
Welcome,
legal
Spooky.
definition, they call it entertainment. Now,
Oh,
that
I
does
see.
not mean I'm lying to you. And people got confused about that.
Of course
I'm
it
used to the
means
word
he's
entertainment all
lying.
the time because that's what you got to talk to.
Of course he's
CPAs
lying
about
to
and everything.
everybody.
It's just called entertainment. But it's very important to remember that you know, if you're up there talking about the Illuminati, or if you're up there talking about chemtrails or whatever kind of stuff,
This is interesting. So what he just said is they term what I do entertainment, but that doesn't mean I'm lying to you. Yeah, it probably means he's lying to you. Yeah, he's provably lied to everybody hundreds, thousands of times. He spent 5 or 8 years pushing Corey Goode, who later admitted he'd never even been to space. Kind of hard to be a secret space program insider if you've never actually been to space.
doesn't matter what it is, you have to be funny every 10 minutes. And you have to.
Does any of this have to do with David Wilcock and his imaginary Archangel Michael friends and the keys to the Ascension scam? I'm confused. So far, we've heard about his tuxedo. Now he's going to give us a public speaking. He's going to give us his notes on how to be a good public speaker for 15 minutes.
Be relaxed. You know, your nervousness will go away once you're up there and you get
camera
into the
angles
flow.
again.
But again, the audience wants to laugh. So this is the fascinating thing they teach you in Toastmasters is even the lamest jokes that you attempt usually
All right,
will
we got
get
a
the
different
audience
camera
to
angle
laugh.
here. Oh, wait a minute, I got to change.
And then what
that.
happens is that you say, my God, well, I didn't even try very hard. That was kind of a stupid pun I just made. Puns are not even really a very high level of
Wacky
humor. It's
Wilcock
not
is
the
mad at
first
me,
tier,
yes.
You know?
Yes, he's
So
definitely mad at me.
what if I try like something zany, something slapstick?
I want to order a salad
What if
too.
I've got props? What if I'm going to do a wedding speech?
So bad.
You know, and I'm going to speak
This
at
is
somebody's
so
wedding, and I
bad.
got these drunk glasses on, right? If you go up there and confidently have some kind of prop like this, then you're already ahead of the game.
I believe
You
you're
can
right.
start acting drunk. So if you decide that you have this particular talent,
Oh my God, this is so cringeworthy.
if you decide you have a particular talent, with this
Frey is
stuff,
upset
you
to have his whip with him
I
tonight.
got another one over here. Don't worry about it. See, this is funny, and you might decide that you could act like you're really tired. And
Waiter, stop talking and bring me my sandwich.
it could be a good thing for you, is all I'm saying. You want to try to figure out
Thanks for being a member,
what's going to work for
DJDs.
you and be a good kind of comedy that you can use.
It's like a
you know?
bad
There might be
HR
different
training
things that
video,
are on your
yes.
side. So I'm just making the point that there's lots of different funny things that you can do in your own expression.
And that's what people tuned in for, right?
And so I'm not
This is
actually
so
drunk. That's
cringeworthy.
acting, right?
Oh,
There's
he's
been
acting
no
now.
intoxicating substance gone in. But you notice I like my particular drunkenness thing is I close my eyes. You got to do a lot of stuff with your mouth.
Wayne
Drunk
Newton.
people usually have a very dry
Waiter,
mouth.
check,
so they always
please.
have
Yeah.
You do that kind of stuff. You tilt your head back. And you talk really funny and slur your words. Okay, so you could actually try that. You could actually be in front of an audience and act drunk, and then all of a sudden you are the man or you are the woman of the hour, and they are exploding with laughter.
I agree,
It
Wes
works.
Snipes. Don't listen to this guy.
Stuff really works. If you try to be funny, people will laugh. And so after a while, I said, I want to do comedy skits on my show and really kind of demonstrate something I've always wanted to do, which is to take my particular brand of comedy that I like. I think it's based upon having had so much bullying over the years that I can.
His comedy is based on bashing gay people so far. That's what he thinks a comedy skit is: bashing gay people, making fun of gay people. It's cringeworthy. And the fact that this clown thinks he's an expert in everything, and now he's going to lecture the 5,000 or 6,000 people who were watching him live on how to be a good comedian when he's not a comedian. He's never been a comedian. And listen, I'm just saying from experience, this guy would get eaten alive. Like if this guy did an open mic, I think he'd get booed off the stage. He's not funny. He's cringeworthy and awkward, but he's not funny.
I can be in a situation where it's very intense, like if somebody is yelling at me, and maintain complete composure and not show any sign that I'm upset. And so in the same sense, that's the very same skill you're using when you act in a funny way, and then you make sure that you don't laugh. So there's a whole kind of skill set that I really appreciate from like Saturday Night Live, and all that came out of Second City in Chicago. There was a comedy nexus in Second City. And I watched a lot of different DVDs, Saturday Night Live DVDs, and learned about Second City and learned about what were they teaching people? Because everybody that Saturday Night Live picked essentially came from Second City.
I know.
So
I think I might have bought that one too.
And one of the Second City teachings is love the bomb. And what does that mean? This is one of the ones that all the videos seem to talk about. Love the bomb means that you want to train your brain to think that it's funny if you're doing really badly. And that actually is the key that professionals use to hypnotize their way out of any type of trouble they get into. Like if you're doing stand-up comedy and the audience is laughing, right? Or something goes wrong, somebody's heckling you. You love the bomb. And I really think this comedy practice applies to everybody because, again, Toastmasters.
No, you don't love the bomb. Jesus God. If you tell a joke that bombs, you don't love it. You got to go to a good joke that will hit hard, right? It's okay to try jokes that may not land, but this guy giving people comedy advice like he's some kind of expert, show me 1 5-minute stand-up comedy routine from him that was good. Don't you think that if you're going to offer 5,000 or 6,000 people watching your show advice on a subject, you should be able to demonstrate that you are indeed skilled in that area that you're offering advice in? But this is his narcissism. He is such an egomaniac that he thinks he's a great comedian all of a sudden. And he's going to give other people advice on how to be a great comedian and be funny.
Says you have to be funny, right? If you're going to do any public speaking at all, comedy has to be worked in. So love the bomb means that you just embrace the absurdity of you being on stage and not doing well, and then you think that it's funny, and magically that little brain trick actually makes you funny. One of the things that will be fascinating.
How come it's not working for Wilcock?
Is that if you're a little bit angry,
he's such an expert at comedy, but nobody laughs, and everybody thought him making fun of gay people was cringeworthy and ridiculously demeaning and upsetting to gay people, right? But he's going to give everybody advice.
Funnier. Almost everyone is funny when they're angry. You'll be sassier, you'll talk faster, you'll say sassy things, and you might actually be legitimately very upset. But then other people laugh, and you're like, well, why are you laughing? And then they say, well, I'm sorry, but it's just funny. So if you've had that happen to you, if you've been like really pissed off and I can't stand this, and then people are like, no, the way you did that with your hands, that's like really funny,
Yeah, totally unnatural.
I'm upset. Well, yeah, but
he has no clue about being funny. Yeah.
So part of the trick is to, make light of the things that are painful. You know, I think that comedy is about pain. I think comedy is about exploring pain.
Now we're going to hear about him getting bullied again.
You know, I saw this "Hey Mom and Dad, I'm straight" video the other day, and it was really funny. He's not my son. This guy's yelling, and then she's like, "Oh, he'll get over it in a day or two." You know, so the irony, that's one of the classic comedy types, is irony. Irony, when something is ironic, it means
this is so ridiculous.
Two things that are combined in the.
So far, he's talked for like 25 minutes about his stupid tuxedo and 10 minutes about how to be a great comedian, something he is not. None of this makes any sense. Welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock.
Strange way that normally wouldn't be combined that way. So it's ironic for somebody to be yelled at by his parents for being straight. That's not normal, what would happen as you would think, but it's a reflection on the state of our society today. It's an ironic reflection. So irony is one of the types of humor that I really love. Slapstick, of course, any type of props like a fake cigarette like this gives you great slapstick.
A fake cigarette prop is not slapstick.
There's a really nice philosophy of
he doesn't even know
that has to do with
slapstick is like the Three Stooges smacking each other around, or physical comedy. It's not having a cigarette prop. He doesn't even, he's lecturing people on how to be, you know, funny or a great comedian, and he doesn't even know the terms and what they mean, the comedy terms.
With how our brains are wired to seek out pain. And then when we find pain, things that are painful to us or things that would cause us harm, that we talk about it in a way that triggers this laughter response. So
I didn't know that. I gotta find that video.
Like the classic Jerry Seinfeld comedy routine. Hey, I got socks, and some of my socks are missing out of the dryer. It's like they went away. I don't know what happened. You know? And so that kind of simple thing, the pain of losing one of your socks, and then
losing a sock is painful.
Vortex in the dryer. That's an example of pointing out pain. The pain is that you can't find your darn socks. But then you make it funny by saying, oh, the socks went into a vortex.
He is losing it.
I think that having a sense of humor is absolutely critical in the face of negative greeting, because the negative greeting is always trying to get you to think that life is so serious.
Oh, that's okay.
And so
Sherry.
I realized, you know, I could do like 20-minute long comedy skits in the middle of my show.
I once had a blind date with a girl who was a lesbian, and you know, I go. Sherry reminded me of this. She says her prom date was as gay as they come. I once went on a blind date with a woman who was a lesbian. And one might ask themselves, why would I do that? Well, ask my friends who sent me on the date. I think it was a goof. And I get there, and she knew that I was a man and everything. And then she starts talking to me and telling me about the girlfriends that she had. So then I said, oh, are you like bi? And she goes, no, I'm a lesbian. And I go, oh, you don't date men at all? And she goes, no, not usually, never. And I'm like, well, what are you doing here? And she goes, oh, I don't know. My friend wanted me to come and meet you. And I go, okay. I mean, but we had a nice dinner. And I don't know. We went and hung out. I never saw her again, though, because she was a lesbian. So we've all been there, Sherry. These things happen. It's okay.
People will love it, you know, because I know what I have to do. And it's tougher. Believe me, what I'm doing here, because there's no live audience at all.
There's 5,000 people in the live audience. They're just virtual, you dummy.
Have to go based upon what really works. And so one of the things...
What really works is gay jokes and wearing ridiculous jackets and tuxedos, right? He's trying to convince his audience that he's an expert at this, right? It's so cringe.
If you do want to explore comedy, that I would highly, highly recommend, I would even say it's an essential training, is to watch Whose Line Is It Anyway? And especially the earlier seasons with Drew Carey. Now, I think the only way you can watch it is to get this channel called The CW, which is on streaming platforms, and it's an ad-based service, so you have to watch commercials. And you can't skip them. So you just, you know, mute the darn thing and wait until it's over, basically. That's all you can do. That's annoying. But if you really want to study comedy, what they do on Whose Line is that they have a live improv. There is no scripted anything. They don't have anything in advance except for perhaps certain ideas of skits that they're going to do.
Yeah, who cares, David Wilcock? Now you're going to be a comedian? Like, come on, bro. We're 55 minutes in, and he hasn't talked about the subject of the video yet. 55 minutes in. He has not talked about the subject of his video yet.
And then the basic idea of like, okay,
We're
want
getting
you guys
comedy
to act
lessons.
Out blankety blank.
Why
Here's the
would
card.
he think he's going to give comedy lessons? Like, that's like me giving like skiing lessons. I've skied like twice in my life. It's so stupid, childish, and nonsensical, but that's this guy's ego. Like, he must have like read some book on comedy and now he considers himself an expert. Just like, remember, he read 300 books on UFOs, so then he's a UFO expert because he read some books. No, that doesn't make you an expert. Being good at it would make you an expert. Like, would I take comedy advice from David Wilcock? Never. Would I take comedy advice from a professional comedian? Oh, hell yeah, right? And by the way, I know a few professional comedians. You guys are aware of Terry Joyce. She was a professional comedian. If she gives me comedy advice or tells me like a skit idea or something she thinks would be funny on my show, sure, I'll use that advice. But the guy from Ancient Aliens is going to tell me how to be a good comedian now? This is so ridiculous and stupid.
They read the card, and then these guys get on stage and they create a routine.
He's a teacher in his own mind, yes.
So if you watch Whose Line Is It Anyway,
he's
and
an
you
expert
see
on
how
comedy.
These guys get little skit assignments and they go up there, like, for example, they have a prop thing.
He's an expert on comedy, yes.
You have a really funny prop. Like, for example, I got this fish tie. Okay, so you could actually make a lot of really great comedy out of this.
Oh my God.
And so what they'll do in the prop hour, is you'll have different people doing stuff with props like that. And that's one of the tricks that I'm doing is I'm using props. But then there's just various types of games and things. And so I've discovered by watching Whose Line, I've watched all the seasons twice.
Oh, the Sniff Fest.
Probably 3 times.
Yeah.
The first half.
Maybe conspiracy. He did not have enough bumps before the broadcast. So an hour and a half in is when the Sniff Fest starts. Awesome.
Believe it or not, sexual innuendo is probably the consistent crowd pleaser of all. If you say something that's sexual, that's a little bit clever or different or unusual, and especially innuendo, not saying it directly, but going around it. And so,
is this why he always makes these weird, cringy, creepy, offhand sex comments? Like rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub, and this kind of stuff. He's intentionally trying to be funny because it doesn't land well. It lands with him being like, creepy David Wilcock, right? Like a sex creeper. He says things that like a sex creeper would say.
So they have this game on Whose Line that I think is one of the most illustrative of this called If You Know What I Mean.
Oh, no. He watched Whose Line Is It Anyway all week. So now he's a comedy expert.
Back and forth. And everything they say to each other has to be a sexual innuendo, which they end with a word like, a phrase like, if you know what I mean. Well, that's not something you see every day, if you know what I mean. And then there will always be
this is the worst David Wilcock stream ever. I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry. This is the worst David Wilcock
for some reason really gets the laughs. And so it could be straight, it could be gay, it doesn't matter, but it really does create incredible laughs. And there's no question if you watch Whose Line that even though these guys are straight, absolutely the biggest laughs they get are when they act gay. Every single time.
Yes.
You go and watch and you tell me if you don't agree.
Ryan, we are 58 minutes in and he has not addressed the topic of the video yet, but he has talked for 20 minutes about his tuxedo and he's given everybody comedy lessons for 20 minutes.
Every single time they do something like that, the audience just goes insanely high on the laughter scale. And this is a very big studio live audience. They're rowdy, it's real, it's noisy, it's fun.
Like that.
So anyway,
and Gorilla Gamer
for
is
me,
here.
As sort of like a academic study of comedy,
And
If you watch
I
that
want to
long enough,
mention
you'll
that
start.
I wanted to tell Ryan, I did get your message. I sent you a reply. Ryan said, "Do you have a few minutes to talk?" And I didn't get the message because there was a power failure at the cabin, and so I didn't get your message when you sent it. I can talk to you after the show tonight. We'll probably be here for at least another hour and a half to get through this thing. I'm sorry that I missed your message, but. Power failure means no internet as well at the cabin. I had lights and a laptop, but no internet. So we'll talk and catch up. He's creating a dating app called Lowered Expectations. It's
to get
bad.
the gist of what are the funny things you can do and the different approaches to take.
Yeah.
Funny faces can be done. That's another thing you can do.
He's
There's a lot of
talking
funny things
about.
you can do. And I think that as we all become better public speakers, realizing that, like, no, you fail Toastmasters if you're not funny. You will fail the class. You will have to take it again. They will not certify.
You're right, Jewel.
So that's why, like, if
I would
you
think
go out
so.
there and be an influencer, comedy is an essential ingredient for everyone. It's not an option. It's not like, well, David's funny, I wish everybody else is funny. It's like, no, everybody else should be funny because that's what you have to do.
I know. That's
right?
so cringe.
You have to do it to pass.
He can't leave the gay topic alone.
So I think that in a lot of cases in our own lives, as the spiritual reality I'm talking about occurs.
Yeah, he's having his. That's very true. Ryan has pointed out that he like works things out in his own head, like trying to tell himself, like, yeah, I'm really paying attention to these comedy television shows, and I'm learning to be funny myself, and I'm now an expert comedian, and I'm going to tell you all about how I'm an expert comedian, and I'm going to offer you advice on how to be funny when I'm not funny. It is just so cringeworthy and ridiculous, and he does this a lot. And Ryan was the first person to point out to me, and he's 100% right. And by the way, we'll give him a shout out. It's Ryan Gable from The Secret Teachings. You can go to thesecretteachings.info. He got that good, prestigious gig that I wanted, but we'll forgive him for that, right? But Ryan pointed out correctly that David Wilcock, every time that he's getting paid these huge speaking fees for live public appearances, he'll like talk about his pants for 30 minutes or whatever, like he did here. Like he talked about a tuxedo he's wearing for 20 minutes at the beginning of this broadcast. Like everything that he says is so important that he can just waste everybody's time for 20 minutes that tuned in to hear him talk about a certain subject. Instead, he's going to talk about his tuxedo for 20 minutes. He does this all the time.
Lots and lots of things going on in the world right now that would make you not feel jovial, not feel happy, not feel fulfilled in your life. And I get it. I mean, it's just crazy.
No snow and low oxygen. David's
negative greeting
worse than usual
is a very
the cabal
important thing to understand. Because, like, for example, last weekend before I did the
Gay
show,
is always funny, B. Baker.
I had a once-in-a-lifetime experience in this house where the smoke alarm is going out.
Oh, again with the smoke alarms.
And these firemen come to the house. As I said, I felt, well, that's
by the way, this week, Ryan, I forgot to mention you came in late. David Wilcock lied about the amount of snow that he got yesterday. We looked it up. They didn't get any snow yesterday. They got 1.6 inches today. He said he was crying and complaining about how terrible, he's trying to survive the winter, and they got 8 inches of snow yesterday. So this guy he lies about the weather, Ryan Gable. We can look it up. People know where you live, David Wilcock. You did not get 8 inches of snow. It's ridiculous. You kind of know, there's a thumbnail right there. You kind of know this guy's lying because his mouth is moving.
Great comedy. That's another example of it, okay? Let's talk about that. How much were you laughing when I told you the story about the fireman in my closet and all that stuff? And I knew with all these props, some of which I still have, like the defective smoke alarms, the props help. It does help. So I got all that stuff out because I realized I was talking to my launch manager about what happened. I had no intention to tell you this story. And I was telling her what actually happened, and she started laughing. And I'm like, well, that's very inappropriate, And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I get it. Okay, that's right.
Oh, it's funny.
If it hurts you, if it's painful.
Smoke alarms going off. He said that was the worst day of his entire life. he has previously essentially said that he got butt banged by reptilian aliens. But somehow, even though he said he got butt banged by reptilian aliens, somehow smoke alarms going off in his house was the worst thing that ever happened to him. I don't know about you, but if I had to choose between smoke alarms going off in my house and 12-foot tall, huge reptilian aliens butt banging me, I think I would take the smoke alarms myself, right? But no, David Wilcock said the worst thing that ever happened to him was smoke alarms going off in his house. After he previously said reptilian aliens banged him in the butt and then ate him.
It's comedy. Comedy is pain. Pain is comedy.
Oh my God.
There's no better way to make people laugh than to talk about the most painful thing you've ever been through.
Or at least class, but sorry, no refunds. Yes.
You know, you don't want to crack through stuff that's going to name people. I think that's very important.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't ever see me.
Yeah, David Wilcock has lied too, and he said he's trying to survive the winter, Ryan Gable, in a log cabin with no insulation. But what he fails to tell people is that his log cabin mansion is made out of 4-foot thick logs. He doesn't need insulation. And his $1 million log cabin mansion has heat, has electricity, has internet. He lied about the internet, claiming that he didn't have good enough internet to broadcast from. There's high-speed internet right in his neighborhood. We checked, Ryan Gable. This man just lies constantly. He's trying to make people feel sorry for him, acting like he's living in some little tiny cabin trying to survive the winter. He's in a multi-million-dollar mansion that is themed around a log cabin. We showed pictures previously here.
Castigating people by name. I don't do that, and I'm not going to do that. So, yeah, it's a great thing to recognize that perhaps one of the worst things that you've ever been through that you've never, ever thought was funny.
That's a good one.
You tell this story in front of an audience, they're all going to start laughing. And you might even be a little angry about it at first.
Yeah, some butt banging jokes. Yeah, those are funny.
You know, the audience is having a great time. Let me just do this.
I don't even like to think about it, Terry Joyce, because when I talk about David Wilcock getting butt banged by reptilian aliens, I almost want to throw up in my mouth a little bit because I get that picture of David Wilcock getting bent over, right? And that mental image makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit.
So, having that sense of humor is critical in today's world because what we're dealing with is such an onslaught.
I'm behind in the camera changes. We got to keep changing cameras.
There's just so much stuff going on all at once. We can't track it all. There's threats everywhere.
Yeah, he has a giant generator, but he doesn't know how to turn it on.
Negative reading takes a very interesting turn because different negative events take place at the same time. And so this goes into one of the most important principles.
Change cameras again.
That I wanted to share with you today. And I didn't make slides for this, but let's just, if I don't have any slides at all.
Yeah, and Ryan Gable, I'm trying to change cameras every time he does, but I'm having a real hard time keeping up with him.
I had some in case I need them, but the principle of the negative drawing out of you strength, that's really the key of why the benevolent universe allows these bad things.
Oh, no. Terry Joyce got butt banged by a reptilian and he didn't call her the next day. That's a good one.
It's drawing strength out of you. As you have these
poor little rich boy. Send him money. He's trying to survive. His fake teeth are rattling.
There is a trap set for the negative. It's
Quick draw McGraw with the sympathy card. You're right, Philharmonic. And I got that message you sent. I agree with you.
Things to happen to you. Negative beings may actually be driving those things. And so stacking is a very important principle about how the negative entities do this. What they do is they understand that they don't have to create any one big, really horrible thing. They just need to create a stack of smaller irritations. And one of the weirdest things that will start to happen in stacking is that
they could ask him in court about getting butt banged and eaten by reptilian aliens, but still somehow surviving somehow. And if I was the lawyer, I'd also ask him, are you sure that when those smoke detectors went off, that was worse than getting butt banged by reptilian aliens?
Irritations are strangely linked to each other in a way that you do not understand consciously. The smaller irritations somehow have a theme.
The
The theme
reptilian
is that you
gave
just
him
feel
a
like you're
fake
losing
number.
control of your life. You can feel overwhelmed. You can feel very unhappy.
No, he never
and
plays
just
it.
like, wow, what the hell
It's
is
like
going
Jimmy
on here?
Church. Just put it in the background.
So these are all things that we need to consider as we go through our
I
lives.
agree
Look
with
at the
you.
big
Yeah.
snowfall. My God.
There was no snow
As we go
today.
through our lives, we want to be
Oh
aware
no,
of stacking.
there was
And
1.7 inches. He just heard a big snowfall. Oh my God.
stacking is so critical. It's the idea that there is a negative intelligence that is trying to hit you all at once with a bunch of different things that are stressful. And your job always is to not take it in, to not get to the point where you feel as if everything is wrong and your life sucks and it's terrible and you don't have any control over what's happening to yourself and you can't protect yourself, you don't feel safe.
Here's the fear.
That kind of prolonged sensation is what's
He's going to give everybody the fear, and then the love is buy my stuff.
been induced by the changes we see in the world. The very disruptions that now define our headlines are part of the stacking. They've added dramatically to the stack. And so everything in the context of what's going on in the world,
I want that picture too.
and how uncertain it appears for most people who don't really see where this is going and what is happening. This is all part of this ascension process that we're going through as a planet. If you don't have that perspective,
I agree.
You can feel hopeless. And I believe that it is from hopelessness that a lot of crime.
Yeah, that and med beds, Ellie Belcher.
People feeling like everything's going in a negative direction, and so why not do something criminal, because it doesn't really matter right now anyway. It's all just going.
David Wilcock has this huge generator, but he can't figure out how to turn it on. But he can give people advice on how to survive a grid down situation. He actually did a video on how to survive a grid down situation, but he doesn't know how to turn a generator on. That is the ridiculousness of David Wilcock. That's why I call it the wacky world of Wilcock. How are you going to make a video giving people advice as if you're an expert in how to survive a grid down situation when you don't know how to turn the generator to your house on? It's ridiculous.
Going to hell. Well, that is exactly the type of illusion that spiritual forces create. You see, the positive forces are leading us through a
maybe they gave him lizard herpes.
Global awakening. We are not going
Thanks
to
for
have
being a member.
tsunami. We're not going to have the Yellowstone supervolcano.
He was just saying the world's going to end in 2 years. Now it's a non-catastrophic world-changing event.
We're not going to have the 1,000 degrees Celsius burn off of life on the surface of the earth from the solar flash. We're not going to have the volcanic eruption from within around the whole planet. The geobleam, mass geobleam eruption, that's a word that you'll see.
And these are all things that he has pushed as happening in the year 2000 or the year 2012. The apocalyptic predictions that never came true. Now he's making apocalyptic predictions, but don't worry, it's a nice apocalypse. Non-catastrophic apocalypse. Come on, dude.
In the Michael Prophecies books. It's fascinating, honestly, to have received this message.
Yeah, he's getting messages from angels. Here we go.
Although I brought these words through in the late 1990s.
Yeah, he's so desperate for material, he's going back to old notebooks and crap that he wrote in the 1990s. And I just want to say, if he is finally going to talk about the angels he's in communication with, he wasted 1 hour and 6 minutes of everyone's time, including his own audience, talking about his tuxedo, giving people comedy lessons, talking about his smoke detectors, and the law of one garbage that he's not supposed to be using, but he does anyway. 1 hour and 6 minutes in, he finally mentions at least the topic of this video. 1 hour and 6 minutes, he wasted everybody's time because this guy just loves to hear himself talk, I think.
I never really went back and read them. And now here we are. So let me run through these slides because we're kind of right on to where I was. So I believe we've clearly reached a moment of peak global crisis right now.
Oh, peak global crisis.
And the question that we're all asking, of course, because there's a lot of ambition around people trying to kill you, are we all going to die, or is something good actually going to happen? And what if it's not just good, but the ending is unbelievably sci-fi fantastic? Well, this
Oh, sure. We're all going to
is
get
the whole
superpowers
point
again.
of Ascension. Ascension, in my view,
I
is
know. He does that.
something that's happening to us because
We've got to change camera angles
we have
again.
earned the right to go through a soul evolution. Everybody alive on Earth has earned the right. So there are some very intense fundamentalists out there who believe that only those who follow the way they do are going to be going through some sort of ascension or rapture experience. That's apparently not true. Even the bum on the side of the road is going to get this upgrade.
Oh, we're all going to
And
get
I want
this
to be clear
upgrade.
that
Yeah.
the prophet.
This is the third time, by the way, that he is telling everyone that they're going to get superpowers. I think it's important that we look at David Wilcock's lies through the lens of time. In the year 2000, leading up to the year 2000, I should say, David Wilcock promised that we were all going to get godlike superpowers and rainbow light bodies. Nothing happened. In the years leading up to 2012, he once again said that we're going to get psychic powers and telekinesis. Levitation will be as common as every day. And we're all going to get all these superpowers when 2012 hits on the date of the Mayan calendar. Guess what happened? Nothing. Now, once again, he is telling everybody, just buy my books and you'll get superpowers. David Wilcock lied the first two times. Nobody got superpowers. So this is sort of the boy who cried wolf situation. Pardon me if I don't believe that within 2 years, like David Wilcock said, I'm suddenly going to wake up with superpowers because David Wilcock said I will. He said this twice before, each time collecting tens of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars from his stupid followers and never explaining why nothing happened on those two important dates, the year 2000 and the year 2012, that he said would happen. Completely and totally wrong twice before on the superpowers, but he's hoping that everybody forgot about the first two times he predicted everybody on Earth would get superpowers. And here we are again. We're all going to get superpowers for the third time.
Prophecies are very specific in saying that the effect that this upgrade will have is essentially better than if you became a multimillionaire or a billionaire. And Michael is telling us this is only 2 years away or less, 2025.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're going to be a new age scammer grifter, it's a bad idea to give hard dates, because 2 years from now, when those dates come and go and nobody got the superpowers that you promised, David Wilcock promises everybody for the third time, by the way, when nothing happens and we don't all get superpowers, people are going to want to know why he lied to everybody or why his information was so wrong. But don't worry, he'll do the Cosmic Con shuffle and shuffle off for 6 months and hope everybody forgets how incredibly wrong he was right here. And he'll come back with new fake stories.
And you can get all the details in the book. I didn't even have time to make slides today.
Here's the
because
pitch.
I've been getting hit with negative greeting. I had problems with my payment processor. There's been some very serious stuff going on with the company. It's required our full attention. It's just like, there's houses on fire everywhere you look. I do think our company's going to be fine, and I did work out all the things with the billing this week, but I had several major flare-ups occur, and there's other things that, it's just in the course of living, stuff that comes up that you have to work on. So
yeah, so what are you crying about it? You have millions of dollars that you have collected from stupid people. You should be fine. He's crying poor constantly and begging for money.
I'm looking at all these things, and they all occurred after I had this fire alarm incident before my last show that was extremely upsetting, where all these crazy things happened at once. I had this crazy windstorm outside. It's like a biblical windstorm. It's very cold. My dog gets all traumatized, so she looks like she might be dying. She had to take 3 emergency walks in a row. The third one, she didn't do anything, but the first one was pee, the second one was poop. And the poop came out immediately, which never happens. So I'm like, whoa, what is going on?
Now we got to hear about his dog's bowel movements. Jeez, God, David Wilcock, this is cringeworthy. This is the worst David Wilcock stream ever. And that's saying a lot because some of them have been pretty bad.
So we got the wind. Then as soon as I called the fire department, they were here so fast, and they bring this huge freaking fire truck down the driveway. And
by the way, we're going to fact check and we're going to interview those fire department officials who visited David Wilcock's house to help him turn off his smoke alarms. Like, I don't know about you, but if the smoke alarms in my house went off, I would think I'll just turn them off myself. The fire department has more important things to do. What if there's a fire somewhere and those guys are dicking around here trying to help me turn off my smoke detectors? It's ridiculous. If he did call the fire department, we're going to interview them. And if he didn't, we're going to report on that. This guy lied about the weather. Maybe he's lying about the fire department visiting his house too.
I feel all bad, like, well, why'd you have to bring the big truck, you guys? Oh my God. But they needed the ladders, you know? So then we have an hour and a half of fun.
Why do you need a fire truck with huge ladders to turn off smoke detectors, David Wilcock? That makes no sense. I think he's lying, and the fire department was not at his house. This is all just theater. This is all just garbage. But I am calling the fire department in his town. I'm going to call the stations closest to his home. I'll call every fire department within, a reasonable distance from his home, and we'll find out if he was lying about that.
I'm trying to find this crazy beeping noise. And I just put Girly in the bathroom, locked her in there.
No superpowers, no hover cars, no UFOs, no mass arrests, no Trump reinstallment, no massive earth changes. Nothing. Nothing he says ever happens.
One thing that
he's the worst
really
psychic on earth.
Well timed, right? It's the day before a show. I hadn't announced it yet. I'm like, should I even continue? Should I cancel? And I realized, no, I know what this is. This is something. This is a force that's trying to make me feel.
We're going to change the
very unhappy and not prepared to do my show and just want to go and be alone. And so there's been a whole bunch of those things this week. I've solved most of them already. I mean, they've all been solved pretty nicely.
Well,
for the most part.
I'm so glad
still around
that he was able to solve smoke detectors going off in his house. Like the super genius with a 180 IQ that he claims he is. And let me just mention, this man claims that he has a 180 IQ, which would make him smarter than Einstein. But he had to call the fire department to turn off smoke alarms in his house. To me, that proves that he's an idiot. And there's no way that he has an IQ that high if he can't work a goddamn smoke detector. You know what else he can't work? The generator at his house. He doesn't know how to turn a generator on. Yeah, he's a super genius, all right.
But, so...
Sniff.
I said, okay, I get it. You need to hear about negative greeting because if this is happening to me, it's also happening to you. Strange events that are negative that all pop up at the same time. And you're like, is there some kind of iceberg underneath these little floaty islands here? Is there a glacier?
Well, he gave a hard date. 2 years. We get the superpowers.
The answer is absolutely yes.
I agree, Dylan.
It's very important.
Nasara syndrome.
That we have a spiritual reality, and there are negative entities that are quite clever.
He says this every 2 years. Yeah,
come after us. Are you ever going to see them? No, I think that's almost impossible. The only people who do are the ones who participate in these really diabolical ceremonies.
Date shifters. Yes.
I still am divided as to whether it's anything real or if it's just a shared hallucination. Because the colonel has said that everybody sees something different. So I don't know what it is, but apparently people see something. So
is he talking about the Kentucky Fried Chicken colonel?
As I said before, if you're actually killing a person in the process, there's no other way to do it. And the universal law, I think, is a good thing that it works out that way. Prior to the time that Jesus arrived, it appears that demons could be working with people in a way where they are visible. There's like some kind of overlay over the face, perhaps. There's a story in the Bible that I talk about in Minor Prophecies. It's mirrored in the book of Mark, which has a shortened version, and then also in the book of Luke, which has a much longer version. About in the book of Mark, it's two people. In the book of Luke, it's one. Where the guy apparently is turning into some kind of creature and he's killing people and he's eating them.
We're gonna have to We're going to have to find that Bible verse because I don't recall that. Stormcrow with a kind and generous $5 Australian dollars. We love Australian money. Just saying simply sniff. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash, Stormcrow.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. Great. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Peter in Time says, I can see him turning into a preacher from Poltergeist 2. He has the look. He will lead his followers into a cave, saying it's the end of the world. Yeah, he's getting awfully apocalyptic lately.
And nobody can go through the area because it's so dangerous. And Jesus ends up casting demons out of this guy, a number of them. Apparently, this guy had multiple entities in his body. And I go back through the Bible scripture and I actually report on all the instances of demons, or most of the instances of demons in the Bible, and say, well, when you look at the way that people are responding to what they're seeing when Jesus is apparently doing this, it's a visual phenomenon. It is not just like somebody screaming and then
how does he know?
They drop down. It's like,
yeah, and there was a bunch of instances of biblical passages which describe Jesus casting demons out of people, but in none of them do I recall the person turning into a creature.
Superimposed demonic face and body that appears over them, and it's very dramatic. It's very scary, and the entity apparently is in a lot of pain, and then it leaves. And so that would make it a very, very visually sumptuous type of thing to see. And so imagine what could happen in a world where there's people running around who can shapeshift into monsters and kill you.
There is no biblical reference to possessed people shapeshifting into monsters and killing people. He's just making this up.
Might have been the way the world was prior to Jesus. It actually appears that Jesus' sacrifice stopped that from happening. And I talk about that extensively in the books. And that now, in order to actually see these things, such as if they appear on a human, which would be like shapeshifting, you have to be in some kind of weird occult
now he's getting into skinwalker territory with shapeshifters
ceremony, which is very dark and very scary stuff that you don't want to mess with.
No, I don't remember that part in the Bible either.
With this stuff ends up basically.
And I had 12 years of scripture study.
You know, it's kind of, I think you don't really have any other choice. It's just a question of when you choose to do it, you know?
Yeah, he could be twisting that. Yeah.
Plus,
there was a biblical reference where Jesus cast demons out of somebody and the demons then possessed or went into pigs nearby. Maybe that's what he's twisting into this garbage story. But completely and totally factually incorrect. He doesn't show the references because they don't exist. He's just twisting stuff to fit whatever narrative he's trying to push here.
That there are spiritual negative beings that have their own personality. They have their own sense of identity.
You know, we've got to change cameras again because David Wilcock did.
They have a very directed agenda, and it appears that the fifth density negative companion that they talk about in the Law of One is very real and has a very directed agenda.
Oh, jeez.
And part of what the 5D negative companion wants
100 words ideas, and he talks and just picks a word
nice,
like man
electronic way to keep everybody under control.
Ryan, you know what I said? I said that he has flashcards like solar event, solar flash, rainbow light being, or I'm sorry, rainbow light body, Maharishi effect, mass arrests, UFOs, aliens, shapeshifters, pyramid code, and he just takes those cards and he shuffles them up and puts and deals himself like 10 cards, and that's how he makes his stream. Like let's just connect all these dots that don't connect, all this disconnected nonsense until I get enough money from this stream. It's ridiculous. He's all over the place. He used to be a little more focused than this, for sure.
If there's some way to keep you online, some way to keep you on Wi-Fi, some way to keep you accessible through electronics, that's the dream.
I find it offensive too.
Whether it comes in the form of implants or however it's done.
Why do you got to bring Jesus into your grift? Do you think that's a good idea? Oh, I'm going to bring Jesus into my scam con game.
End game. And in the course
it's
of researching this book,
to
I
all
realized
Christians,
that
him
even
doing
though
this. And actually, it's offensive to not just Christians that he is trying to sell messages from the Archangel Michael. If you were a Muslim, if you were a Christian, or if you were Jewish, you should be offended that this New Age scammer con artist is using, he's telling people that the Archangel Michael gave him messages that God and the Archangel Michael want him to sell in monetized YouTube videos and in crappy PDF books that you can buy and in courses behind his paywall. It's offensive to not just Christians, but Muslims, Jewish people, and Christians, all of which believe in the Archangel Michael.
Insiders told me Satan is an artificial intelligence, right? This is something.
Oh, his insiders told him.
You probably heard me say this.
Yeah, his insiders are all fake.
Satan is an artificial intelligence that's hiding itself in machines.
Yes, pretty soon.
To delay God's judgment. That was what one of my insiders said, and he would always laugh when he said delay.
Oh, that reminds
this
me.
is how,
I got a blue chicken shirt from Ryan. I'll see if I can't grab it during the break, Ryan. I did get your shirt. We got to figure out how to get you the shirt from our store that you want. Message me again what shirt you want, and I'll try to get that done this week.
This is how his voice sounds, and I think we can have.
Oh, we got to change
a cigarette for this.
We got to change this again.
Satan is an artificial intelligence, hiding in matter to delay God's judgment.
Half price for a limited time.
You like that? I love it.
Oh, changed cameras again.
So yeah, I thought, okay, Satan's an artificial intelligence. That makes sense. There is some electronic component to this stuff. In the Law of One, they talk about how they use tape decks.
He actually said that the Archangel Michael told him to charge $99 for the book, because the Archangel Michael is really concerned with the price point of the manufacturer's suggested, the Archangel Michael is completely obsessed with what retail price David Wilcock is going to sell his angelic messages to stupid people for. The Archangel Michael told David Wilcock to sell the book of angelic messages for $99. Sure he did.
To record Carla's voice as she was speaking the voice of what I believe is Archangel Michael. And the source required these elaborate protection protocols to make sure that only the highest and purest positive force comes through. And in fact, the Law of One is immensely Christian. And what's so ironic,
no, it's not,
as I talk about in my previous book, Awakening the Dream.
No, it's not. The Law of One is not Christian. Does it share similar ideals and teachings and belief systems? Sure, but it is not intensely Christian. It is intensely anti-Christian, because essentially in the Law of One, they're worshiping an Egyptian god. They're not worshiping Yahweh or the Hebrew God, the one true God, I believe. And they're not worshiping Jesus. They're worshiping the so-called channeled source, which was the Egyptian god Ra. It's not compatible with Christianity.
It all had to be hidden, because Don Elkins, the person asking the questions, really wasn't into Christianity at all. So these are Christian angels who had to disguise their identity, disguise their name in order to get this work done so that they could get these questions answered.
So now is he saying that the Archangel Michael disguised himself as the Egyptian god Ra in order to get the message through? Why would an angel disguise himself as an Egyptian god? Why would an angel need to disguise himself at all? Why would, and by the way, this is completely and totally against biblical teachings, because he several times on these latest streams has said that the angels are using deception or lying to people. Angels would not use deception or lie to people. May they appear in different forms? Sure, but they're not going to intentionally lie to people. Angels would not do that according to biblical scripture. And all supportive references to angels, they're not deceptive. They don't lie to people. But do you know who is deceptive? Demons and demonic entities. So essentially, every time he's describing these angels he claims to be in contact with using deception, he is openly admitting that he is not speaking to angels. If anything, he is speaking to demons masquerading as angels.
So he asks about, like, how did you build the pyramid? And they say, well, we built the pyramid with everlasting rock. And he really didn't understand that was a very layered statement that was beyond his own ability to understand. But when you hear about Jesus called the Rock of Ages, that's what it's about. And
He's
a lot of
connecting dots that aren't there. And some clown claiming they're channeling anything, to be honest with you, I'm very suspicious of. Whether it's people claiming to channel, I don't know, Atlantean priests like that some of those clowns do, or Egyptian gods or angels. I don't know. I'm just very suspicious of anything channeled.
very interesting metaphors that link Jesus to the pyramid in the Bible that people have lost track of.
No, there isn't. Jesus came well after the pyramids, you dummy.
Like, for example, the stone the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Jesus is the chief cornerstone. What does that mean? When the capstone is put back on top of the pyramid, you have now a 6-sided object that spontaneously turns into a 5-sided object, because when the top has a flat top, it's
No, he pulled the pyramid card, Ryan Gable. So he's going to talk about the pyramids now.
6 sides. And when you put the capstone on it, it becomes 5. 6 is a number that means evil. 5 means divine perfection. So again, the whole original idea of the Great Pyramid.
Well, he's
was
talking
a
about the
prophecy of
pyramid
the
now.
coming Christ and the
Jay-Z
prophecy of
Night
humanity's
channels,
ascension.
yes.
And then it was co-opted by the negative into an Illuminati symbol. Oh, the all-seeing eye. Oh my God.
Doesn't
the
ring
eye
a
of the
bell to me,
pyramid.
Sandy
So scary.
Smith.
So
But
scary.
thanks for
Look,
being a member.
the founding fathers who put that on the obverse side of the
Yes,
seal of
you
the
are
United
correct.
States
That's
beginning in
another problem.
1780.
He's saying that the law of one is chiefly Christian. No, it's not, because Christians don't believe in channeling. Channeling is a form of necromancy, and it's strictly forbidden in the Bible. You're not supposed to do any form of necromancy. And that means channeling, talking to the dead, talking to any inhuman spirits.
7 did not do that
Good point, Phil.
out of some type of satanic evil. Okay. There was a pyramid Christianity going on at the time of the American Revolution that I'm sure the founding fathers were all into. There was lots of books being written on pyramidology.
Yeah, you are correct,
And
Sherry.
they were
In
all
fact,
talking about the pyramid being a
the
crypt.
first thing angels do is tell people not to be fearful of them. In almost every, what I believe to be genuine case of an angel or appearing before a human being, the first thing that they do, look it up, is say, fear not, or do not be afraid. They're not permitted to scare us. They're not permitted to be deceitful. Why would an angel be deceitful? Well, according to David Wilcock, he's talking to an angel that's telling him to sell messages from that angel for $99. Why would an angel care about human profit? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Thanks, Sherry.
Christian monument. And that context has all been wiped away. But that's what the founding fathers were drawing off of, was this immense fascination with the Great Pyramid and many, many forms of symbolism that it had about this 25,000
the greatest trick the devil ever performed is that he convinced people he wasn't real.
year cycle, including the fact that if you go across the diagonals from the bottom of the pyramid on one side over the top and then down to the other corner,
change
and
cameras
measure that
again.
in pyramid inches, it comes out to, I believe, 25,627 pyramid inches, which is very close to the accurate
Now here he's
data
connecting.
of how long the so-called Earth's precession takes.
Now he's connecting a
25,000 year
bunch.
cycle.
Yeah, pyramid code
They
is
talk about all the time
nonsense
in law.
if you ask me. Most of it.
Do you need to know what precession means? Not really. It's just a wobbling of the Earth's axis. It takes 25,000 years. But if it's a doomsday clock, and if the sun is going to go off and create catastrophic Earth changes at the end of 25,000 years, then you darn well want to be aware of it.
He's
And
got a
that's what we thought was going to
scorecard.
happen. All these ancient prophecies told us about this. And in the time of Jesus, before he finished what he was doing, it appears that demons were manifesting. It appears that they were manifesting inside arches. You're going to hear that in book 3, that people were doing public sacrificial offerings and getting public demonic manifestations. And this, the demon will then talk through a person telepathically, like the high priest, who then intones whatever it wants to say.
Well,
That's
they
the
do
type
have
of power they used to have, and that's the type of power.
Just a note: conspiracy says, from my understanding, unlike us, angels don't have free will. they can only do the will of God. No, I believe that you're incorrect. Angels do have free will. And that is why Lucifer or Satan was able to rebel against God and do whatever he wanted, because angels and demons all have free will like human beings. They're able to, but God will punish them if they go against his wishes, as he did with the fallen angels. So they do have free will. We're going to be doing a whole series on angels and demons coming up. I can't wait, because it's pretty interesting materials, and I've been researching it for several months now to do this new series, which I'm hoping to film and start editing this week. We're beginning with angels and demons, but the new series is going to be all about all non-human intelligences.
They lost the power to be seen, the power to be visibly seen in a materialized form. Remember, in the Bible, Jesus is causing visible materializations as he casts demons out, and there's evidence of
it's just
people
Freemasonry.
that do not look like human beings attacking others, the creatures, basically. That apparently was what Jesus cast out. So in this story, it's in the book of Mark and in the book of Luke, Jesus approaches this man and gets a number of demons out of him, throws them into pigs, who then run into the river and drown themselves, which is very strange.
Yeah, but that man was not a monster.
Strange.
He was just a normal human being who was possessed by demons. So Jewel Chicky, I think, pointed out that he might be talking about the pigs story of demons in the Bible.
Cool.
That man was not shape-shifting into a monster in those Bible passages. He's just making stuff up
to add into the Bible, and it has potential symbolic connections. But after this, the man is apparently fine, and he's sitting on the sidewalk, and then everybody starts freaking out because, well, this is a very, very dangerous individual.
You think so?
We don't like the fact that we're actually not happy about this. Jesus got kicked out. He had to leave. The people were really, really freaked out.
Yes, Jesus is causing visible materializations in that sizzle
killing and cannibalizing people. Somehow was now okay, and he had been healed.
Well, we have to change the title or change
that story,
cameras again.
The stories of demons in the Bible, to me, were always the biggest stumbling block. I took the challenge. I read the New Testament, and I said, I can grok a lot of this, but man, this demon stuff is what is going on here, Well, it turns out after all these years that now I find out that the demons do still exist. It's just that hardly anybody can actually see them, but we are constantly entangled with them because they're constantly creating.
Yeah, I agree, Philharmonica. So they all have
scared about it, but it's not going to really do any good. The point is, we live in a spiritual universe. Negative entities can strengthen your negative thoughts. Positive entities can strengthen your positive thoughts. So we always use the term chink in the armor. What does the chink in the armor mean?
Trying to change cameras again.
The negative will find a way in which you bend the rules a little bit and then take advantage of it. And it might do that through the use of another.
I think it's pretty interesting that he's talking about negative entities while he's claiming to be channeling angels that want him to sell their messages on the internet and behind paywalls. And the thought that maybe he's communicating with demonic entities hasn't crossed his mind. Hey, David, do you really think angels would want you to sell their messages? Who's more likely to work with a new age scammer grifter on purpose, an angel or a demon? I know what I believe. And time again, this man has claimed that the angels were deceptive to him, first coming in a different form, right? And then later admitting that they were the Archangel Michael. And an angel would not use deception. So biblically, all the references that we have would seem to indicate that there's no way that David Wilcock is speaking to angels, because he has said things multiple times throughout these latest streams while he's trying to sell this garbage. He has said that angels have done things that they wouldn't do. You know what else I don't think an angel would do? I don't think an angel would tell you to take baths in your own piss to get superpowers. And hey, I'm no complete and total expert on matters of the Bible, but I did have 12 years of scripture study, and nothing I've ever read in the Bible or even the non-canonical books like the Book of Enoch and the Book of the Watchers and every other religious or spiritual text would lead me to believe that angels would tell somebody to take baths in their own piss. I'm sorry, I just don't believe an angel would do that to a person because that could be harmful and detrimental. Why would an angel of God tell you to take baths in your own piss so that you could get superpowers? None of what David Wilcock says makes any sense.
Other person. A lot of negative greeting is orchestrated by negative entities who can nudge someone to do something at a certain time, and they're not aware of what is going on. They're not aware of the greater context. I've had so many
good spirituality is free
for so long, in which
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Upsetting things are happening.
He's going to start crying and complaining about how difficult his life is. Strange and upsetting things are happening. But thank you, DJ D's, for two things: being a member and for the $5, helping us to praise the cash. Like I said, you guys got to send a lot more super chats because Grifty GUFON said I only make $200 a month on the show here.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I have to praise the cash a lot harder so that we can prove him wrong. And I just wanted to say that every time you send me a super chat, it makes Grifty GUFON cry. So if you want to make a scammer cry, send me some money. Every time somebody sends a super chat, Grifty Grifton cries because he can barely survive doing the super chat dance every day like a monkey. And he pays his bills from his show. The bills that his mommy doesn't pay, So every time somebody sends a super chat, it makes a Goofy GUFON cry. You want to make him cry, don't you? I think you do. We got to praise the cash harder than this because we need to make him cry a lot.
And the people who are involved in these things are not aware at all about the other components that are also happening at the same time. There is some type of influence. And so the influence might not be more than, I want you to go after David and be angry about blah, 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 blah. All right. Add that to the list.
He's pissing off too many.
The timing of when it happens
pushing false
is going to relate to 3 or 4 other things. Again, it's clustering. So fourth density negative entities in the law of one system, they're not really that smart, but they
that's his kind of research. You're right, Sandy Smith, and thanks for being a member.
The fifth density negative entity is apparently very, very incredibly wise and powerful. It can travel through time, and it does a very, very intense analysis of your psychology to try to find the weakest points that it can exploit.
I don't know where he's getting this.
So let's say that your most painful thing is that you have overweight issue. And I had that. I grew up after my parents divorced in 5th grade.
Oh boy, here we go with the pity party. How tough his life was being a fat little kid. I didn't ask any dodgy questions like that again. I would get in a lot of trouble, Wes, when I was a child because I was very inquisitive and I asked a lot of questions, and some priests don't want to answer those difficult questions. Like one of the questions I had for priests, and nobody could ever answer this for me, is if it is against Christianity to do necromancy or speak with or communicate with demons or evil spirits, why did Solomon use demons to build the Solomonic temple? It doesn't make sense. There is ample and supportive evidence that Solomon used what most people would refer to as magic. He summoned and controlled demons and used them to build the first temple that he built. That never made any sense to me. Explain to me why a religious man of God is allowed to command and use demons, but nobody else is supposed to. There's a lot of contradictions in the Bible, and the priests understand that some things just don't make sense. And after a while, you just kind of have to recognize that some things just don't make sense.
That summer that they split up, I gained a tremendous amount of weight. I was heckled by my 5th grade teacher in the hallway. I kept the weight through 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, and the first half of 10th grade. And then I started losing it in the second half of 10th grade. But I was my max was 225 pounds at 5'9". So
Wow, he was pretty fat.
I had a big stomach, I had the man boobs, all that stuff. It's kind
David Wilcock just said he had man boobs.
of amazing that I look like this now. I was able to lose 85 pounds, but that's actually what I did. I don't talk about it that much, but yeah, part of my background is losing 85 pounds. And there's a psychology that comes with how you're treated if you're overweight.
Yeah, and I just want to say I don't want to make light of his condition, because kids can be cruel. They'll find a reason to make fun of you, though, if it's not that you're fat, it's that your clothes aren't good enough, or that you're dorky, or something. I went to Catholic school, and I went to an all-boys Catholic school for a long time, and because there's no girls and anything to do, there's a lot of bullying, and there's a lot of fistfights and things like that. Things you wouldn't expect in a Catholic school. I once got almost thrown out of Catholic school for punching a guy. But he had been, you ever see those people? He was doing this to my ears he sat behind me, and he was doing this to my ears for almost a year, right? Or smacking me or other stuff. And one day I just had enough, and I got up and I socked the shit out of the guy. I almost got thrown out of school. But my point is, a lot of people get bullied growing up. You can't, he's like a 50-year-old man, and he's constantly still crying and complaining about being bullied as a child. Go to a therapist, dude. Get over it. We've all had things like that happen to us. We can't let it affect our lives now, but somehow he's constantly looking for sympathy because, I was fat, or my parents got divorced, or, I was bullied, right? His whole one book is all about him being bullied, and it's like a 500-page book.
So I'm aware of that, and it's been quite a journey to go through all the layers of healing and understand that, what I want to do now is very different. I'm going to take good care of myself. I'm going to take good care of my diet. I'm getting a lot more exercise. I've been working through an injury that I got in 5th grade that really messed up my leg, and it's just taken forever to get this thing to heal, but I'm finally just about there. So negative entities come at you with telepathic influence about what you're the most insecure about. So let's say that your weight is the most insecure thing that you have. You're going to have these thoughts coming into your mind telling you that you're too fat. You're going to have these thoughts coming into your mind telling you that you are disgusting.
Now, here is where I will give him a little bit of credit. He might be correct in that demonic entities use our weaknesses and our insecurities against us. And this has been carefully documented in many spiritual texts, and also in several books by exorcists who have dealt with demonic entities extensively. For example, if you have a problem with lust for women, they will attack you with lust for women. Whatever it is that you have a problem with, whether it's gluttony, being fat, a love of money, they will attack you with. So at least on this, he's sort of correct.
You are a shameful person, that there's something wrong with you, right? Negative entities, what do? Their specialty is creating specific thoughts and projecting them into your mind so that the thoughts feel like your own. Let's say that, like me, maybe your biggest flaw is that you're a workaholic. You're addicted to working. You can't stop working. So negative entities.
This guy is sniffing an awful lot this stream.
Will push you beyond the level that you can work comfortably until you start hurting your body. I mean, I've had very bad hand problems.
Now he's essentially suggesting here that he's under demonic attack because he's had hand problems while he was writing these books. Now he's suggesting he's under demonic attack somehow because he's a workaholic.
And I needed to take all the crazy stuff that went going on with, there's this financial issue over here. There's this legal issues over here. There's these things.
Yeah. And by the way, his financial issues are his own problem. If you're dumb enough to give millions of dollars to a scam aerospace company that for decades have not produced, to my knowledge, a single working airplane for sale, maybe you shouldn't be begging your followers to, give you a new influx of cash. Maybe you just shouldn't have given millions of dollars to a scam aerospace company. Corey Good is on the record on that deposition claiming that David Wilcock made $4 million gross from his last course that he offered. And offering an online course does not have many expenses. What do you need? A camera, a couple cameras and a crew for the day while you're filming it? That's it. It's not expensive to produce an online course. So let's just there's no way he put $1 million into production, but even if we're fair, we could say that if he grossed $4 million, that means he had to walk with $3 million clear. And that was 18 months ago. So essentially what David Wilcock is saying is that he blew through $3 million in a year and a half by investing in a scammy aerospace company so that he could tell people he was going to build hover cars, right? That's what he got for his $3 million. And now he has no money and he wants all you stupid people to give him more money for his fake nonsense information. Because now he's on to the third time running the same scam, telling everybody they're going to get superpowers. A few key differences from the previous two scams in the year 2000 and the year 2012, but the scam is the same. Big earth changes are coming and everybody's going to get superpowers. Buy my crap.
Things. I had no time to even work on the book this week. All I've been doing is putting out fires. And as I said, I've made really great progress. So if you have self-consciousness, let's say that somebody looks at you and they give this kind of look of disgust or something, and then that sets you off, and then something else happens. Next thing you know, you're very angry. And that can be where you take it out on someone. And that's what you really want to avoid doing. It's the law of one. If you read it and you really study it and practice it, my God, you do not want to make other people feel bad. You don't want to violate their free will. You don't want to barge in on them. You don't want to try to, take advantage of them or just whatever it is. Free will encompasses so many different things. But definitely, if you are being unkind to other people, it's almost always going to be a problem. And so negative greeting is these things that come at you that are upsetting, they're difficult, they're traumatizing, and it becomes very difficult to see how to feel good anymore. And they all happen at once. You get a stack, and again, the negatives.
He's under demonic attack because the smoke detectors in his house went off, and his hand hurt him from writing too much.
Intention is to really get you to have a meltdown. When you have,
I think we missed a camera
strong enough
angle
negative
change.
Emotions, you release stress hormones, some of which are called catecholamines.
Yeah, I'm going to stop switching
and as your
cameras.
body
I can't keep up with
stress
David
hormones,
Wilcock.
it will take you about 3 days to reabsorb them.
Money for nothing and your chicks for free.
You feel good. You feel off. So if you have stress happening more than once every 3 days, guess what? You're never really going to feel good.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Sonny Biatch 1111. I'm glad you're here.
So let's go back to some of the slides again, because I think we're going to get a little more out of this.
And he needs a new bump.
Positive angelic human ETs are, in fact, very involved in saving our planet. But as I have
this
said,
this doesn't even make sense. Positive angelic human ETs. So are they extraterrestrials or are they angels? He's mixing the two of them together because that makes for more people he can scam. I mean, sell his books to.
In fact, very involved in saving our planet. But as I have said before, we ultimately have to save ourselves, and they can only really assist us.
No,
now,
I didn't hear
give me just
sniffing.
a second here, and I'm going to jump ahead to something that I wanted to have.
He's covering all the bases, yeah. Throw enough crap at a wall, right?
This is another really interesting thing. Christians love to talk about the mark of the beast. It's one of the most controversial parts of the book of Revelation, right? You've all seen this, but
now he's an expert in the
book
of Revelation.
You might have seen me say this before, but I think it's very important to go into it again.
Negative,
psychopath
negative breeding truth bombs.
Somebody just said, let me just take a quick diversion here. Why are you talking about public speaking? What I've realized is that, this is it. I mean, if I want you to learn how to be funny because you're going to make your own videos, this is the class. This is the comedy class. So
Oh, he's giving a comedy
if
class
you
now.
need to be funny to be a good public speaker, then science of comedy is vital for anybody who wants to go out there and be a truth warrior.
Sniff, sniff, sniff.
So what I'm saying is embrace the study of comedy however you can, and it will help you. Getting back to the slide now.
Yeah, he's not funny at all, so
we
he's
do
doing
find
a bad
that
job.
there are people who have psychopathic
religions and ufology.
brainwave shutdown. Look at how the whole entire frontal lobe area here does not have brainwave activity, and when you see it,
there's the sniffs.
From the overhead view, there's really a lot less brain activity going
Actual
on in general.
MRI of his brain on the right,
than
yes.
there is on the left. So what does this really mean? There are people who have these characteristics.
And I studied enough psychology in college, DJDs, that or Sonny Biatch, that I'm not a psychiatrist and I'm not a psychologist, but I took some psychology classes. And if I had to guess, I would not say that David Wilcock was a psychopath. I would say he is a narcissistic sociopath. That's just my guess, having observed him. He has no conscience. He's incredibly narcissistic, and he does not care about all of the people that he scams for all this fake information. He also accepts no responsibility when he gets caught 100% selling his fake information. He continues to just, make excuses like he did for the Corey Good fiasco. Corey Good and him literally sold people fake information for, 5 years? And then Corey Good admits that it was fake and he's never been to space. David Wilcock just makes excuses. Did he give any of that money back? I don't think so.
And if you talk about it with a therapist, they'll typically call it narcissistic personality disorder.
Which is what David is infected with,
sociopath.
in my opinion. Yeah,
well,
you're a sociopath,
there really hasn't
David.
been very much scholarship on this until now, but I believe that the dimming.
I know. I need $1 every time
forehead,
David
the dimming
Wilcock.
of the light in the forehead, might be exactly what we were just looking at here.
Yeah, he took
This
advantage
could actually
of
represent the mark
senile
of
old
the
man.
beast. Because I'm looking at the Bible and I'm saying, well, what if everything...
It could represent the mark of the beast, or it could be completely and totally unrelated, and you're just connecting dots that don't exist, David Wilcock.
We thought we knew is wrong. What if there's other stuff going on that is, unique and different
Sniff.
Than what
Sniff
we
money.
think? So
Sniff.
let me just jump ahead a little bit more here.
Yeah, he is an expert on sociopaths.
When you go into, let's do this one.
Colonel, who is he this time? Colonel Sanders? Yeah, he kind of looks like that. Yeah.
So yeah, these are two of the areas of the brain that get shut down here.
Great. More slides from Wilcock.
Or ventral. Well, there's
Great
also the ventral
slides.
medial prefrontal cortex.
He's also an expert on neurology.
All these different parts of the brain shut down, and in fact,
have you ever noticed that David Wilcock is literally an expert on everything? So far in this stream, he's been an expert on stupid wardrobe choices, public speaking, how to be a great comedian, the law of one, angels, and now he's an expert on neurology.
Book, I've been able to target 10 of them. So if you do read the book, which I think is incredibly valuable.
His book is real valuable.
Extensive discussions on this. This is the part I'm about to finish writing up right now. So the behaviors of psychopaths are remarkably consistent. And I want you to think about the deep state.
He's going to tell you about psychopaths. The guy who has been scamming people for fake information for years now, decades, right? With no remorse and no empathy for the victims of the people who bought his fake information and Corey Good's fake information. He's going to teach us about psychopaths. Awesome.
First of all, they have a glib and superficial nature. Now, glib actually means they just talk all the time. So one of the things that might happen is that they just are always talking. It's part of the narcissism. They're always in the spotlight, and your whole life is basically spent just keeping up with that. So again, the definition, I looked it up, is somebody who's extremely talkative without ever saying anything that's very meaningful.
Glib means somebody who is extremely talkative without ever saying deeply meaningful things. This man talked for an hour and 25 minutes before he got to any kind of subject. So I think it would be fair and accurate to describe David Wilcock as glib, and I would also argue he's superficial. Maybe he's diagnosing himself right here.
So here it is. Readily fluent, often thoughtlessly, superficially, or insincerely so. So, yeah, one of the ways to tell if this is happening to you is that you're the only one listening, and the other person is the only one talking. That can happen. Doesn't mean that that's what it is, but it can be.
He's quite the authority. Yes.
Another sign that, talking alone is not going to be that big of a deal. But if you start
I can't believe he's reading all these psychopathic traits and not realizing that they 100% each of these traits could be applied to him very, very easily. Like, he's sitting there and reading these psychopathic traits, not realizing. I would think that most people would agree with me when we say that David Wilcock is glib. He talks for hours about nothing. And here we see egocentric and grandiose. I would think that David Wilcock could be described as egocentric and grandiose.
Ego and grandeur, then you know that that you're dealing with this situation. So they're already aware that they're the center of the world. And the disorder,
not yet, Crypto Crusader.
This interesting sort of abreactive brain pattern causes people to feel that they are the center of the world and see other people really as just objects who can be manipulated for their benefit.
They are the center of the world and see other people as objects to be manipulated for their benefit. Kind of like David Wilcock manipulates people to buy his crap, garbage, fake information. And talk about being the center of the world. This guy is so egoistic that he thinks that he could talk for 25 minutes about his tuxedo to 6,000 people, right? Or that he's under demonic attack because smoke detectors are going off. All of those traits that he read could easily apply to him.
Do not have a view that other people should be kept safe or protected. They instead have this. So
glib means Wilcock.
That they will hide.
He hasn't made a lick of sense. Yes, is he describing himself? We think so.
So they feel that they can and should do whatever they want to whomever as long as they benefit. All they care about is being the one who benefits.
Yeah, kind of like how David Wilcock benefits from scamming people, selling them fake information, right? He does not have any empathy or sympathy for his victims. All of these traits could easily. People in the live chat are asking, is he describing himself? Yes, it appears so.
They have a lack of empathy. They have no remorse or guilt about anything that they do.
Yeah, and does David Wilcock have any remorse or guilt about selling people fake information with Corey Good for 5 years? He made millions of dollars selling that. Did he give that money to charity? Did he give the money back? Did he apologize for selling garbage with a fake SSP whistleblower that's never even been to space?
And if you try to get them to feel it,
deceitful and manipulative.
It's just
this is awesome. David Wilcock is literally describing himself right here.
Complete waste of time. It will never work. They will always be deceitful. They will always be lying. They will always be manipulating. You can't trust anything that you're hearing as being real. And what they really like to do, as I said, this goes all the way up to the fifth negative.
Gabber Beast is just clipping about.
They will spot your vulnerability. They will gain your trust, and they will lie to you for their own personal gain.
Maybe he's describing Corey Good.
Again, it's just like, go look it up. Everybody.
All of that stuff could apply to Corey Good very easily as well, in my opinion. And again, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I'm not diagnosing anybody. But all of those traits that David Wilcock just read could easily be applied to him, and even more easily, I think, applied to Corey Good.
But he does the same stuff. It's fascinating. You look at how much less electrical activity was in that brain.
Yes, all of those traits, David, exactly. Yes.
They're very good at hiding that there's anything different about them. But then where you notice the problems with the brain is that they will do these outrageously negative things. And so to really understand negative greeting and understand how these negative
maybe he's talking about his wife
very
too.
Important.
Who knows?
To understand the psychopath, to understand
yes, he's still talking.
What they do, how they work, the way that they come at you.
So nice of David Wilcock, who verifiably works with psychopaths and may indeed be a psychopath or a sociopath himself, to teach his audience how to spot one.
Looking for. So another thing you're looking for is that their emotions are very shallow. They don't really have the same depth. Like if they tell you that they love you, it might not mean anywhere near as much for them as it does for you, because a person who would love you does not act this way. Another characteristic is that they will make a lot of impulsive, rash, and spontaneous bad decisions. And along the same lines, they have a poor ability to control their own behavior. So they're always just doing crazy stuff and being aggressive. They're overwhelmed all the time. They have this irritation. They got to always be, pissed off at somebody. And I have had members of the internet community who have been doing this to me and to Corey Good and to everybody who I've worked with for the whole time.
Oh, yeah. So now basically, if you're critical of Corey Good or him, you're a psychopath. That's what he's just saying here. He is saying that if you're critical of Corey Good or him, you are a psychopath. That's what the setup was all about. Not that him and Corey Good are psychopaths, but the people that bust their scams and talk about how they are lying to people and scamming people with 100% fake information. They're the psychopaths. Great, got it. I guess he could be referring to me. And by the way, I can pass a psychiatric evaluation. I'm not sure a guy who takes baths in his own piss to get superpowers should be commenting on his critics' mental states.
The things that you're hearing now, I had a bomb threat come at me years ago, back in, 2018.
That was a lie. He claimed that there was bomb threats being called in when he appeared at Contact in the Desert. There's no evidence of that. He also lied and claimed that the police were there. We called the police. There was no police. He lies and lies and lies again.
Before I was going to go on stage at Contact in the Desert, there was a videotaped, and it was on YouTube, an actual threat of
No, there wasn't. Not that I'm aware of.
That nature. So there are some very...
I am aware that several people said that they were going to go to that David Wilcock talk and ask questions. That's what he's so threatened by. That's not a bomb threat. He claimed there was heightened security at Contact in the Desert. No, there wasn't. He claimed that the police were standing by. No, they weren't. We called them. He lied about all of that.
Crazy things that have been going on that made it basically impossible for me to be able to be married, honestly, because
it's his
the
critics'
amount of
fault
opposition
that he
that I
got
get. When I
divorced.
did the last video, I was like, oh my God, I've got 100,000 views in 24 hours.
Yeah, Ryan was there.
Incredible.
None of that happened.
Thank you for showing
No
up
police
and
were there.
appreciating me by watching my show. I'm very deeply honored. That's why I dressed up for you.
Again,
But,
with the tuxedo.
wow. When you have a public
His lies
influence
lie.
like this,
Yeah.
there's a certain percentage of people who are very angry, very toxic, and they really, really do want to destroy you. And if you just look at this list, I mean, boom, there it is. That's a troll.
Yeah, or maybe these things can all easily apply to David Wilcock. These things can easily all apply to Corey Good. Lack of empathy, remorse, and guilt. People wanted him to apologize for pushing Corey Good for 5 years. He refused to do it and made excuses. People wanted him to explain why he took part in the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam. He refused. He doubled down on that. He has no empathy for victims. He has no remorse, and he has no guilt. He stole all of that money from people in the year 2000, telling everybody they were going to get superpowers, right? Nobody got superpowers. That's a form of fraud, David Wilcock, and you didn't apologize. You just took everybody's money. And then in the years leading up to 2012, you told everybody that we were going to get superpowers and there would be a huge ascension event. Again, nothing happened. Did you apologize? Did you give the money back? So David Wilcock definitely has a lack of empathy, remorse, or guilt. Deceitful and manipulative. Well, David Wilcock just lied to his live audience about the amount of snow that he got so that he could manipulate them into sending him more money because he's got it so tough. That's deceitful and manipulative. You know what else is deceitful and manipulative? Using fake whistleblowers and selling so-called insider secret information from frauds that were never even employed by the government, but you're calling them a government whistleblower. That's deceitful. That's manipulative, right? Or is it deceitful and manipulative to tell people for $333 you'll teach them the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy and then they'll be able to do it too? I believe it is. Good at spotting vulnerabilities, gaining trust, and lying for personal gain. David Wilcock has been lying for personal gain for decades now. He lied about Pete Peterson working for Ronald Reagan. He lied about Pete Peterson being a person who worked for the Russian Space Agency. He lied about the so-called whistleblower, Bill Brockrader, who was actually a court-martialed person that had problems with children, right? The guy was a Chester. I'm trying to avoid the YouTube catching those certain keywords and demonetizing things. So he certainly has lied for personal gain. He lied for personal gain. According to Jay Widener, him and David Wilcock just made up the last 2 seasons of Cosmic Disclosure, their television show. That's lying for personal gain, David Wilcock. Shallow emotions. Well, I don't know that I would assign him shallow emotions, but constantly begging for money, gay bashing, and things like that, maybe. Impulsive, rash, spontaneous, and bad decisions. Well, I think just getting behind scammers is impulsive, rash, and bad decisions. Poor ability to control one's behavior. David Wilcock cannot stop scamming people with fake information, fake whistleblowers, fake stories, fake nonsense, fake pseudoscience. All of these things could apply to Corey Goode and David Wilcock very easily, but David Wilcock is saying that these are his trolls. They're all psychopaths. And by the way, I will freely admit that a lot of people will say that I troll David Wilcock. Does that mean I'm a psychopath? I don't have any of these. At least I don't think so. I do not have any of these psychopathic traits. But most people would agree that David Wilcock and Corey Goode do. Isn't that interesting? But he's going to project that onto his critics, right? By the way, I'm one of those critics, David. I'm not a psychopath. I can pass a psychological exam. Can you? You're running around telling everyone that angels are telling you to take baths in your own piss. So who do you think would have an easier time passing a psych test right now, me or you, pal?
And they have a need for excitement. Okay, there's another example. They have a need for excitement. So it's exciting to them to make these threats. It's exciting to
nobody threatened him. Nobody harassed him.
Try to get you to have a divorce, and then when you do, they celebrate about it, you know, and they want you destroyed, and they want you to be killed.
Oh God, poor David Wilcock. He's under attack because his information is so important. Listen, if his information was so important, he wouldn't be wrong about everything he speaks about. He was wrong in 2000. He was wrong in 2012. He was wrong on the Q-Tard stuff. He was wrong on Corey Goode. He was wrong on Pete Peterson. He is wrong about literally everything he talks about. Nothing he talks about ever happens. He was wrong on the mass arrests. He was wrong on the anti-gravity. He was wrong on the hover cars, right?
They want to,
but his information is so important that he's under attack. People are trying to stop him from putting out his fake information that's always wrong. Who would care? His information is fake and he's always wrong.
See you die. And it's really important to understand that there are people who will feel that way. And it's real. And so being a public figure and getting these kind of numbers, everything has to be viewed in light of it being potentially a threat. Every person has to be viewed in light of them potentially being a threat, especially now that I'm working in this aerospace arena. So let's have some more of what we can be looking for here. And again, this totally fits with trolls. There's a lack of responsibility. They are irresponsible and unreliable. They do not follow any rules or keep any of their promises. They break their promises, which will totally ruin you. You just can't understand. And they don't seem to have any...
He's having a pity party, right?
Any concern about the effect of their...
Again, all of these traits could apply to David Wilcock. He is so irresponsible. He gave millions of dollars to a scammy aerospace company that's never produced a single product, then went on live streams begging for money because he's out of money after making $4 million, right? Grossing $4 million. Irresponsible and unreliable. Well, I would think that it's irresponsible to invest millions of dollars in a scam company. You know what else is irresponsible? Collecting $170,000 in charitable donations and then not being able to show anything that you did with that money that would be considered charitable, except giving a super, super tiny percentage of it to other charities and then spending all the money on you and your wife. That would be considered irresponsible. Does not follow rules or keep promises. Hey, David Wilcock, do you pay taxes? You've got tax liens, right? Last I checked, David Wilcock had a $75,000 tax lien for unpaid taxes. And by the way, I believe that his charity is now about to be revoked, possibly because he doesn't file the proper paperwork, right? Rules don't apply to him, right? He constantly violates YouTube's terms of service, gay bashing people. There's rules. You can't gay bash people on YouTube, but David Wilcock does that. So does not follow rules or keep promises. Hey, David Wilcock, you promised us superpowers in the year 2000. You promised us you'd have a working hover car prototype within a year. That was a year and a half ago. You promised us we'd all get superpowers in the year 2012. It looks like David Wilcock doesn't follow rules or keep promises. And he has shown zero sympathy or empathy for all of the victims of all of his scams over the past 20 years. This is turning out to be quite a thing. And I can't believe that David Wilcock would put all this stuff up on the screen, that he qualifies and that applies to him. It's glorious.
Their behavior on others. Antisocial behavior has to be visible before the age of 15, meaning that it hasn't come about as a result that you had a bad teenage
Yes, he did.
experience. By that point,
Yes, he
it's
did,
usually
Sonny
too
B.
late for it to be this kind of an issue. And antisocial behavior appears as adults, which is harming others and going against the norms of society. So, believe it or not, 75 to 80% of all people in prison
Yep.
have
He's claimed that since
antisocial
1998.
personality disorder, which is a name for this shutdown in your brain. Up to 80% of all the people who are doing time, male or female,
Yeah, he's building a future
have
city in
this
Niagara Falls.
abnormal
Sure he
brain.
is.
It's a shocking statistic, but it's actually true. And then another thing that's fascinating is that, are you ready for this? 80% of people with psychopathy are likely to recidivate after their first conviction.
Or
What does this
reoffend.
mean? Recidivation means that you go back into prison again.
Okay, so he's basically saying that all of his critics are psychopaths and criminals. He said it earlier. These are all of his critics. They all have these traits, right? So apparently, if you're critical of Corey Good's scams, or I'm sorry, if you're critical of David Wilcock scams, or I guess Corey Good scams too, because they scam together, then you're a psychopath, right? You're a psychopath and you're a criminal. That's what he's telling his followers, that his critics are psychopaths and criminals, because people stand up and say he's a lying con artist, scamming new age grifter, fake psychic. I don't think so, David Wilcock.
So we have a very, very serious issue with psychopathy, because
Yeah, we do.
the estimate of how much this disorder is costing us just in America alone, I believe, is like in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, that's
That
interesting.
statistic is going to be in the book. But the point is,
Oh, sure.
we
Book's
have
filled with
some
statistics.
very
Sure.
bad people out there, if you will, who are actually part of an organized system that was developed out of a whole organization where everybody has this characteristic. And so if you have a bunch of people and they all love and destroy at the same time, then their organization may have all the characteristics of the psychopathic relationship: the lying, the manipulation. Nothing that they tell you is really the truth. And it's very difficult to go through one of these relationships.
I think this is interesting that he has done this multiple times, I think. And I'm always curious, like, is he talking about his ex-wife here? Is he talking about Corey Good here? Could be.
Because until you understand that it is actually that all of these personality traits are the result of this abnormal brain, and that there's really nothing usually that can be done about it.
Yeah, and I don't think that neurology is an excuse for criminal activity, right? That's just my opinion. I mean, it may be a contributing factor, but I don't think that gives you an out or an excuse, right? Or a get out of jail free card, certainly. If you're a psychopath and you commit crimes, you go to prison.
You're going to continue to suffer. So the biggest source of negative greeting in anybody's life is going to be a psychopath. And whether you're dealing with them directly,
I agree, Crypto Crusader. Yes.
It could be a boss. It could be a family member. It could be a loved one. It could be a friend of yours, somebody who you actually think you enjoy hanging out with.
I know his followers like listening to this crap. That's amazing.
Thing where people who need lessons and boundaries and lessons,
that extra large forehead is an abnormal brain. Yeah,
may draw in psychopaths who will teach you the hard way.
Watching a psychopath in a tux.
Basically,
yeah.
You know, it's like defending yourself against a shark. If you end up in a relationship with somebody like this, for whatever reason, you're always in trouble. There's always bad stuff going on. It's always your fault. You're always under attack. You're always saying, I'm sorry. You're always apologizing. You're always trying to talk your way out of something. You're always walking on eggshells. You're always very nervous. You have all this anxiety. Your mind is looking for the next problem. You're always on the lookout, you know? And what happens is...
No, or people that live their lives scamming people start to get very paranoid that some of their victims will come after them, David, someday.
You actually get addicted to this. Your brain starts to react in a patterned way as well. And then you have what they call a complementary neurotic structure, which you really don't want, which is that you play off of each other's mental illnesses. And so typically people who are psychopathic cannot take care of themselves very well. They won't clean up. They don't care about mess. Their brain doesn't tell them that mess is a problem. They will allow the room to become very filthy. They won't make their bed. They just don't care. And their brain doesn't tell them it's a problem. So if your brain tells you
cleans his own mansion,
then you're running into that.
I doubt it.
So
I doubt it.
I think it's very important in order to understand what negative greeting is, to see what you can and can't do. If you're dealing with a genuine psychopath, you can't talk your way out of it. You can't argue your way out of it.
Yeah.
You can't do it in therapy. You can't do it with explaining yourself. You can't do it with apologizing.
I don't know.
Way to improve the situation. And in case that you are hearing me say this and you're ready to do something in your life right now, don't. I always tell people when I have this kind of a conversation with them, if you start waking up to the idea that something bad is happening in your life, somebody's disrespecting you, you got to take 2 weeks and observe and continue to behave the way you were before, or at least not all the way into being this strident boundary person. It's a very, very good idea to rehearse.
It's like he's talking to himself in the mirror. Yes.
What are you going to do when you start standing up for yourself? What are you going to do when you start fighting back and you're not just going to take it anymore, but you want to actually engage? And as you rehearse this, that's a very
that's pretty bad. She seems more together than him.
Practice what you say.
She's a grifter too, though.
But you don't actually do it. There are many, many, many cases where people suddenly get this idea of, oh wow, I think the person I'm with is a narcissist.
Yeah, his wife got tired of him making her clean the mansion, so he's calling her a psycho.
Get out of there. If you just jump into it right after you watch this video, if you turn this off and you say, yeah, I've had it, no, don't do that. Don't do that. You got to observe.
Thank you, Lunar Sparkles. One, I'm glad you're here.
It's hard to break out of these situations. It's not easy. And when you try to break out of these situations, you're going to encounter all sorts of crazy stuff that you didn't see coming. And that's the global divorce that we're having.
Yeah, he's been talking about divorce since he got divorced. So I think he's talking about his wife when he, I think he's taking like a tongue-in-cheek shot at his wife or former wife for being a psychopath. And that's interesting.
On Earth right now, it is a fight to the death. A lot of times getting away from a real psychopath.
We're in a fight to the death again.
Remember, I had an undergraduate degree and a master's degree equivalent in this because I did the suicide hotline internship.
He never had a master's degree. See, this is the wacky world of Wilcock. He got a bachelor's degree in psychology, which, no offense, is a pretty easy degree to get. I'm not throwing shade on anybody with a bachelor's degree in psychology, but a bachelor's degree in psychology you get out of almost all college level math classes, right? Like, it's not a hard degree to get. And here he just said, well, I have a master's degree equivalent because I also worked at a suicide prevention hotline. No, you don't have that. No, you have a bachelor's degree and some experience in working in the psychology field. You don't have a master's degree.
Which they said was equivalent to getting a master's degree.
Oh, they said it was equivalent, so I can say it. Who said it? Nobody said that, David. You lied.
So I had the master's equivalent in an academic setting.
No, you didn't.
And so
you worked somewhere in psychology
by their husbands, and we had very intense, deep discussions, and we did tons and tons of role plays where we would, go through the worst case. Every single role play is like the worst case scenario imaginable.
Once again, an expert. At least he has a degree in this field.
The role plays were much worse than the real calls. But if you do these role plays, you really learn something.
I really wonder about that.
You learn how to not freak out when people are telling you things that are really disturbing, because part of the suicide hotline is, of course, people have these violent ideations. You look for certain things that people say, and if you
oh my god, how'd you like to be suicidally depressed and about to blow your brains out, and you call a suicide prevention hotline and David Wilcock answers?
Get them in person, then you also are looking for gestures. But really, suicide is about hopelessness. It's about people feeling that there's no way out, that they're in a situation that's just so bad that there's no way that their life is ever going to be happy, and therefore the only way they can see is to end it.
He is a master manipulator.
Definitely not going to work.
Yeah, and he doesn't even realize it.
Because suicide causes immediate reincarnation, and usually you get hit with something really bad in the immediate reincarnation, like being abandoned and eaten by wolves or bears or whatever. There's lots and lots and lots of places.
Oh, you shouldn't kill yourself, because if you do, you're going to be reincarnated and get eaten by bears. You heard it here first, friends.
Where you can come in and get a really crappy life and have diphtheria and not eat any food. Those things can happen. So you do not want to mess with suicide at all. It's always better to work through stuff, because basically what the law of one says about suicide is if you do that, you have to set up the whole situation in a future lifetime that made you want to kill yourself, and maybe even add it so that it's worse, and then do it all again, and then not make that mistake. Why put yourself through all that? We're going into this ascension event here on Earth as a collective, and we're learning to identify and understand you can't see inside somebody's head, and that's why I think the biblical metaphor of the mark of the beast is so appropriate. You can't see the electrical activity of the lack of brightness in the frontal lobe, but it's
yes, you can in an MRI, dummy. You're not a neurologist.
There, and if you had spiritual vision, you could see it. So there's this standard set of characteristics that all psychopaths have, and
I have them too, says David Wilcock.
Always will.
All of those psychopathic traits apply to him, and he doesn't even realize it.
Put you in the position of.
This man has spent decades scamming people with fake whistleblowers, fake information, fake stories, and he doesn't realize that all of those psychopathic traits could easily be applied to him by an impartial observer.
The loser. They always have to be dominant. You are always the loser. And again, don't just suddenly mutinize and get out of a relationship because you watched this video. Play it cool. Don't say anything.
Don't say anything to your psychopathic wife.
Think about what you might have said. And start to notice how much disrespect you're getting. Because if you're with a psychopath, everything is steered in their favor.
He's definitely talking about his ex-wife. If you're with a psychopath, he's talking about his ex-wife. He's trying to work some things out live on his show.
You can't win an argument. There is no way to argue.
That girl must have really, that vaginal withdrawal must have killed him, because he went from like steady, let's just call it happy fun time, to nothing. And I think it made him lose his mind a little bit, and he started taking baths in his own piss. And now he's calling her a psychopath, essentially.
All you're doing is defending yourself because you're always in trouble, and they're always angry at you, and they're always accusing you of this, that, and the other.
Oh, he's definitely talking about his wife.
Usually the things they accuse you of are what they're actually doing. So I think we're really doing amazingly well as a planet, because in these types of psychopathic relationships, the one thing you really don't want to do is lose your cool. And psychopaths can be women too. That's, I think, what we saw with the
Oh,
Johnny
he's
Depp trial
definitely talking about his
and
wife now.
what came out in the course of that whole experience. So when we see it from that perspective, it could be either gender, and these are very, very difficult relationships that can be extremely, extremely difficult to get yourself out of. And as you try to get out, as you try to be healthy and say, you know, maybe we need space, we should take some time.
Oh, he's definitely talking about his ex-wife.
Don't expect that's going to work. It won't. So what ends up happening is
he's having a public breakdown
suddenly
about his
realize,
divorce
you know,
live
no
on
matter
his
what I
show.
do, I'm always the loser. I'm always apologizing. I'm always upset. I'm always fearful. I'm always anxious. But what
Yeah,
you
I've
don't
heard
want to
that.
do is freak out, lose your cool,
Birds of a
and
feather
get
skin.
violent, or even say something. They're always trying to get you to make a
Oh,
mistake.
that is what
They want you
happens.
to say something unloving.
I call it vaginal withdrawal. I have had many friends of mine get divorced and lose their goddamn mind. And I think it's the combination of no longer having access to the vagina and losing half your money drives a lot of men crazy. I've seen it happen. Not just
and if
Wilcock.
they do, they turn the whole entire argument around that moment of your weakness. So a single moment of anger can undo a lifetime of good works. That's a quote from the Buddha.
Oh, a quote
It's
from the
very
Buddha now.
apropos here. The whole point is
It's
never
therapy
go
for himself.
physically violent,
Yeah.
never do anything aggressive, never even raise your voice if you can possibly avoid it. I mean, sometimes
They
you
do.
have to
They always
raise your
blame the
voice
other person.
just to counter
It's their fault.
somebody raising their voice at you. If you don't meet that with like energy, in some cases.
All right, we've got just about 12 minutes of this left, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to take a very, very short break to use the men's room. But we've got the 12 minutes left. We've made it this far. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few short moments to finish this thing off. I can't believe we've gotten this all in one show. One super long show, but still, I don't want to do two parts of this thing. This is the most ridiculous David Wilcock stream that I believe that I have ever seen. So we're going to take a very short break just to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show, and we will be right back, friends. And I've got to race because this is a very short bumper. I'll be right back, friends.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truthseekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truthseekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers.
All right, welcome back. And I just wanted to welcome everyone in the live chat. We had a tremendous live chat tonight, over 200 and something live viewers across the various platforms. I want to say hello to the Rumble chat, the Twitch chat, and you people watching on Facebook Live. But most of you are here in the YouTube live chat. And we're happy that so many of you are here. If you're just now joining us, we've been on a marathon going through David Wilcock's latest stream, which I have titled My Imaginary Friend Archangel Michael and the Keys to the Ascension Scam. And we're going to put our fair use banner back up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about David Wilcock and his various claims to be in contact with angels who are giving him messages to then sell to people on the internet. Because that's what angels want. They want you to profit from that relationship that they have with you. Sure. We've got just 12 or so minutes left. We've made it this far, friends. Let's get through this.
Then you're just going to get railroaded. So these are really the core of where negative greeting comes in. Negative greeting, the primary way that negative greeting happens in your life is people hammering on you who just are not loving of you.
He definitely uses bot views.
And in some cases, the lesson is to learn that you can't make it better and that you have to actually get out. In other
Beast
cases,
is there in the Twitch chat.
you have a person who's non-psychopathic or they're less on the psychopathic spectrum. They really can't.
Not just stuffed animals. Yes.
Entry-level jobs apparently do wonders for healing psychopathy. It turns out that taxi cab driver, there was a guy who had a completely shut down hippocampus. He had 20% reduction in hippocampal activity. He becomes a taxi cab driver and the hippocampus regrew.
Oh, this is great.
So I think that part of
his look, if you're a psychopath and a criminal, just become a cab driver and it'll heal your brain.
What we all normally go through in society, mom and dad kick you out. You got to go out on your own. You got to get a job. You don't get to live with your parents. And in the course of those jobs, you're learning all these new social skills. You're interacting with all these different people.
By the way, I think he's talking about himself here because he has previously said that essentially his parents threw him out and made him get a job.
Your brain is actually healing because when it thinks about something, it says, darn it, I really need that part of the brain to work. And the more, it's like any muscle. Neuroplasticity, these ideas about the brain regrowing tissue, it's just like any other muscle. So entry-level jobs cause you to have lots and lots of social interactions, which in turn actually force you to use these parts of the brain that would be, deactivated due to trauma. So a lot of psychopathy, a lot of it can come from traumatic events. And this is another thing that I talk about. There's a very fascinating study in the new book from Harvard University 2007 showing that verbal abuse can have the same effect as a stranger rape, believe it or not. A family rape, a family member raping you is worse, and they acknowledge that.
God.
But verbal abuse can actually be...
Oh my God, verbal abuse is worse than sexual abuse? Did he just really say that? Verbal abuse can be as bad as being raped. Great.
As bad as stranger rape. If it takes place over a prolonged period of time, or it could even be worse, depending on how people respond to it. And a single traumatic rape experience can cause somebody to develop some type of psychopathy. A single traumatic rape experience will cause you, in many cases, to disassociate. You forget the memory, and those parts of the brain that are associated with the memory are never accessed. And then,
I just don't understand him. I do not understand him. He basically just crapped all over all victims of sexual abuse by saying, hey, sorry if you got raped by a stranger, but I experienced verbal abuse from my wife, I guess. And that's just as bad as getting that. Come on, David Wilcock. How insensitive are you to victims of abuse that you would say something so incredibly stupid like that? But we want to thank Sunny Biatch 1111 for kind and generous $10, who said, I watched 7 minutes of his live and told myself to stop laughing at him alone. Wait for Truthseekers. Yes, this is becoming quite the event here. And we do thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Longtime show supporter, big supporter, always throwing a couple of bucks in her hat and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Hey, GUFON, I got another super chat. You better add that to the $200 that I make a month here. Yeah.
then they go dormant and they shut down. So this is what happens. It's trauma that causes this condition in the brain. This brain represents someone who has not cried enough, someone who is not healed enough, someone who is not meditated.
He told this whole story in his last book.
So some people can be helped and some people cannot. And it really depends on where they are in the spectrum.
I can't believe he went there either.
Lower on the spectrum, if they've had traumatic experiences,
dead whistleblowers, angel messages,
I've never
big
really
followers,
understood racism,
comedic genius.
But
he's
in
got
my
it all
effort
covered.
to try to understand it, I could see how perhaps if you had traumatic experiences,
I don't know,
with people of a different race,
he has no shame or conscience. No, he doesn't,
because of where you live, or maybe your family talks about it.
A normal person would not tell a victim of that sort of abuse that being verbally abused is the same thing. They just wouldn't say. Normal people don't say things like that. So I just don't understand, especially a man who, his parents paid for his college. They got him an education in psychology. He should know that you do not belittle someone's abuse, especially when you're talking about the R word from a stranger. Equating the R thing from a stranger, getting R'd by a stranger, with verbal abuse is absolutely offensive, ridiculous, and a reckless, irresponsible thing to do to victims of that sort of trauma.
Certain ideas, but let's just say it's your experience. Let's say you're a black person and a bunch of white people have really, really treated you terribly, and I'm very sorry if that's the case. That certainly wouldn't be me, but that can happen, and it can happen to anybody. And we can have this experience.
He's not even good in his own psychology
everybody
field.
in this race
he's a mess.
So overwhelming to me.
He's a mess. No psychologist would say that.
Driver, or if you're serving, burgers, you might have really fun
vibrating
conversations
sounds
with
is
people
here.
of a different
David
race,
Beta
and
Cup.
you realize, wow, they're really not so bad. So, we've had a whole generation kind of skip over entry-level jobs. And
yeah, you're right.
Live with
That's
their parents.
interesting.
There's a very serious thing with millennials. And that's why, we have a social crisis. People aren't earning enough money to be able to live on their own. And if you're in generation rent and you try to go out and rent on your own, it's very, very difficult. So we're almost out of time here. I don't want to exceed 2 hours. I think that's a fun sort of boundary to give myself.
Not really.
So I want to end now with another meditation.
Oh, we're going to do another
take us
stupid
straight
meditation
through to the end here. So, again, the real key is that you don't want to respond to the provocations of the psychopath. And we're seeing this on the global level.
His wife divorced him, so now everybody's seeing psychopaths on a global level.
What they love more than anything.
And his wife divorced him, so she must be a psychopath. It's not that he's, difficult to live with, or he has no game in bed. I'm pretty sure that David Wilcock is another dude like GUFON that has real problems making a woman come. And unfortunately, if you're GUFON or David Wilcock and you can't make the girl that you live with come, she leaves. That's just what happens. Ask a woman. how long would she live with a man that wouldn't make her come? The answer is not long if the girl is being
The
honest.
thing is for you to hit them. If you hit them, they have all the power. They can sue you. They can ruin your whole life. They can take all your money. They can do whatever the hell they want. And their whole entire paradigm has you to try to
I
get you
know.
to crack.
Imagine him banging you
do
from
something
sack.
violent. And
That's
again,
gross.
I studied domestic violence. So you obviously don't want to crack.
Yo, I don't know.
And
I just wanted to say, I don't know how much money David Wilcock's ex-wife is getting in a divorce settlement. By the way, we're going to try to find out. But however much money she's getting in that settlement is not enough if she had to bang this clown, right?
This is really the core of what's happening to us on a global level. You learn how to balance these negative
He cries
events.
a lot in
You
bed.
learn how to breathe through it. You learn to practice forgiveness,
Yeah, I
but
think
you
he
also have
probably
boundaries.
does.
You
I
stand
think
up
he
for
definitely
yourself
does.
without disrespecting the other person.
He's
without
definitely a
denigrating
bottom
them,
bitch. I'll tell
and
you that.
without calling
And,
them names.
you know,
I would
people
say.
have suggested that his wife used a strap-on on him. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me.
So with that said, we have 5 minutes to go. Let's do a nice meditation.
No, we're going to do a meditation in our tuxedo. First, he has to sniff.
Are you sad
and
that you're
drink
not going to
water.
be able to look at this jacket anymore and this whole outfit? I mean, I apologize. It can only be 2 hours, and then I just have to go. But, oh, wow, that makes sense. The Biden economy makes it hard for all people trying to make their lives better. That's for sure. They will destroy themselves. Wait for it. Thank you, David. It was very interesting. Backhand slap. Is that a suit or a T-shirt? I don't know. Physically responding to a narcissist is known as reactive abuse. We love you, David, so you have good energy coming your way. All right. You guys are loving me. Everything's good. Let's do some meditation.
Yeah, the stupid people love that you've just spent 2 hours saying absolutely nothing. And by the way, he's doing a terrible job pitching his garbage, right? Because I didn't really hear a good, strong pitch, and he didn't tease much of what's in this fake book full of angel messages that he wants everybody to buy. And by the way, he says the Archangel Michael told him to sell the book for $99, right? Don't you think the Archangel Michael would want his messages given to humanity for free and not some space clown who has been lying to people and selling fake psychic nonsense, ancient alien theory, fake stories, fake whistleblowers, fake secret space program astronauts for decades, right? We're supposed to believe that the Archangel Michael communicated to him and then said, yeah, David, sell that book for $99, which is much more expensive than any PDF I've ever seen, but okay.
I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not meditating with this
eyes.
clown.
Let
His
yourself
bots love him,
feel
yes.
It's perfectly relaxed.
Yeah, maybe the angel needs the money. 50%
in this
cut.
moment.
Angels don't use capitalism. I would agree.
Take a nice purifying breath.
Sonny Biatch, my brain hurts from listening to him. I'm amazed we got through this whole thing in one show. It's amazing.
Into
It's
that
amazing.
feeling of divine celestial union.
You suck, David.
Transcending,
This guy is the epitome
physical
of gross. Yeah.
where you come to understand that you are a being created of pure loving.
I didn't know that, B. Baker. That's funny. He got left for a chick, probably.
And by treating others with love, you give them the respect that they deserve.
Yeah.
actually
He said
doing
nothing in this whole 2 hours. He gave us comedy lessons and nothing. Nothing.
You
He
don't
said
need to be
nothing
so
in
hard
this
on
2
yourself.
hours.
The life that is coming to you in the next 2 years is better than that of any billionaire.
These meditations are also like therapy sessions, because I've noticed that he basically says stuff that's going on in his life in the meditations, like when he just got divorced and announced that he was talking about stuff like that in the meditation. This is a therapy session for him that he's getting paid and people are throwing money at him. And by the way, did you notice something else? Mr. I Need Money got thousands of dollars in super chats during this live stream. I believe. I haven't added them all up, but it's likely that he got thousands of dollars. He usually does in super chats. And he did not thank a single person who sent a super chat. He did not read a single super chat. He just keeps the money and doesn't even thank anybody, right? Just so you're aware, we read every single super chat here, and I hope that we always will. God willing, there will be a time when it becomes difficult to do that, but we will always make it a point to thank each and every supporter of our show here. Wilcock collects thousands of dollars, doesn't even give a general thank you for the super chats, nothing. While he's crying that he desperately needs money because he gave all of his money to a scammy aerospace company, and he's going to need a crap ton of money to get rid of his ex-wife, right? I'm sure she's going to want a big payout, Mr. Wilcock.
All of the ancient prophecies that we see, 35 around the world, about this 25,000-year cycle, according to Santillana.
Got to put two of him on the screen at once, right?
They tell us.
Speaking of narcissism,
that this is the great time of testing.
Yeah, he's ungrateful.
It will never appear darker on the earth. It will never be more upsetting.
Yeah, he never thanks anybody for all
more
super chats.
angry,
Never.
more sad, more terrified, more fearful. But within this,
I'm hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit.
A class about how we should treat other people. A class about how to live in a more loving manner.
Oh, is he going to have a new class for $333?
Class where we learn forgiveness and
my mind is turning to mush too.
How to say
yeah.
No. How to prevent ourselves from being
who meditates with their hand on a mouse. No,
humiliated.
His hand is on the controls for the cameras.
Disrespected.
We can have it. It's not
laughed
the mouse.
At, shamed, tortured.
Crooks don't say thank you when they're picking your wallet either. Yeah.
Verbal abuse can have the same lasting effects as stranger rape. This is true, scientifically proven.
Yeah, well, he changed Moody Mongol.
But the narcissists will always tell you that
David Wilcock used to have somebody, I think it might have been his wife, who sat in the live chat and deleted all of the negative messages. But since his wife left him, it seems like he is really getting hammered in his live chat with people calling him out for all his fakery, fraudery, and bull. So, yeah. B. Baker reminding everybody, hit like, subscribe, and share, and watch one more. It really, really does help. Maybe not today, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow, while you're working, while you're driving, while you're doing something, while you're shopping, while you're cleaning your house, or whatever you're doing, watch or listen to one more show. It really, really does help us. I hope she sues his ass into doing his streams from inside a refrigerator box in an alley. Uh-oh.
I'm not doing anything different than anyone else would do in my situation.
Yeah, again, therapy session. Therapy session.
If you find yourself in a situation like this,
he thinks this is great. Why does he always do these cheesy camera fades during his meditations? I don't know.
And just see what happens.
I don't know.
Are you being treated in a loving way?
Got to be honest.
In your day-to-day experience.
If he's like this in his therapy session,
does this person
I was
listen?
his therapist, I'd need therapy.
Is this person willing to give back?
Yeah.
Or do they do all the taking?
Good idea there, Deb from Zach.
Tune into your feelings.
Gavin Beast trolled this chat for an hour.
A life that is free of being criticized.
I feel for his ex-wife.
Deserve a life where people treat you with love and kindness.
Oh, see, he's talking about himself. He wants a life where he is free of being criticized. Well, maybe stop scamming people and people won't criticize you for being a scammer.
Charity and respect. You deserve to be able to keep your money and use it for what you want within reason.
Yeah, there definitely is several. It's hard to, it's hard. I could give you several examples.
Just as a human being. You deserve to be treated with kindness.
Again, this is a therapy session. This isn't a meditation.
And you don't need any other reason for why something makes you upset than the fact that it does. You don't have to justify why.
Maybe, yes.
You feel a certain way.
He should be paying us for pain and suffering money,
you feel
yes.
a certain way. That's a valid and legitimate concern.
Okay, thanks, Gabbard Beast.
And if they can't respect you as a sovereign human being who has...
Oh, thank you, Phil Harmonica. Leave some comments or questions, and I'll answer them, I promise.
Maybe it is time to create that.
If you watch the show and you have some questions or comments about the show or the subject matter,
for us on a global level.
Leave some comments. I'll reply, I promise.
We're going through a global
thanks for doing
dark night of the soul, a global divorce.
Negative. The divorce.
And the rewards on the other side will make the lives we have now seem like black and white television. No color, no three-dimensionality, no depth.
Oh, I didn't know
no
that.
spice,
Well,
no spirit, nothing that really carries us the way that this
more like
new
a sermon.
reality.
Yeah, I agree.
We have so much to look forward to. It is so exciting.
Oh, I'm sorry
We
you
are
didn't
so
get a
very
notification. But
What
hey, you
Archangel
got
Michael
plenty to
is telling
watch,
us through
right?
the Michael prophecies will affect the lives of every person on this planet forever. Between now and 2025, you're going through the final testing. Whatever is happening in your life is the final initiation.
Monologue with himself. Yeah, I agree. He's talking about himself
Your
here.
mission, should you choose to accept it,
His mission
is to find how to be as forgiving and patient and loving as possible,
while grifting
while
to the
also
max.
understanding when a situation cannot be remediated and it is time to say no.
He's got his grift knob turned to
set your
maximum.
limits,
Grift knob
and to
maximum.
use every ethical means at your disposal to ensure that your life is safe,
Channel me through PayPal.
and harmonious.
Lunar Sparkle says,
You
I run
always
from men
be
like
bathed
this.
in the light.
Yeah, I'd like to
One
see you
infinite.
play guitar. You should send me some videos, Lunar Sparkle.
So it is. All right. Well, I'm all out of time here, but I hope you had fun. I hope this jacket inspired you.
Yeah, it
Let's,
inspired me
read
not
some
to
of your
dress
comments in
like
the
you.
last couple waning seconds here. David, next time wear your dress. That might be a little bit too much for the audience. If I identify as a Grands woman and I play Tranma, I don't know if you're really ready for Tranma. Do you think you're ready for Tranma?
Oh, God.
I mean, is it going to upset you if I wear these glasses and if I have this cigarette in my mouth?
Oh,
Is that too gay for you?
This is traumatic.
It might be. Tranma might be more than you can handle, and that's okay. You know, it's not easy to be a Grands woman. There's a lot of prejudice in this world.
Yeah, the irony.
Okay, I got to get out of here, everybody. But now you've seen Tranma, so we just crossed that boundary together. So thank you, and we will see you.
Oh, that's it. We made it through. Imagine that. We have made it through another 2-hour Wilcock stream. I don't even know what to say about this one. To wrap up, what I could say is that he said nothing about the actual title of his video, which doesn't make a lot of sense. He was definitely pushing the begging for money by his new book. But I don't even know if he said, except for the traits of a psychopath and mentioning the law of one a few times, he spent more time talking about his tuxedo coat and how to be a great comedian, how to be good at public speaking and being funny than he did anything else. This was absolutely the worst David Wilcock stream I've ever seen. He talked, I think it was an hour and 20 minutes before he ever mentioned anything. He talked about his tuxedo and comedy for an hour and 20 minutes before he got to anything related to the title of the video. He still has not given us one Archangel Michael prophecy that has come true. I guess we have to buy the book. Desperate for money and really cringeworthy. Maybe not quite as cringeworthy as when he was gay bashing, but close. He did in this stream say that if you're verbally abused, that's as bad as getting sexually assaulted by a stranger. So sure, yeah, words hurt, but not quite as much as the R word, David Wilcock, you dummy. Crypto Crusader says this dude has to be a CIA asset. He is a 30-year-long breathing psyop. Yeah, could be. So we'll take a few questions or comments from our live chat. I want to welcome all of you who are new and thank each and every one of you for joining us. We had a great attendance tonight, and I'm glad to see so many amazing, interesting, and exciting people in our live chat here. I would like to mention that I had plans to do a stream from the cabin, but unfortunately, I got a little too busy with things going on at the cabin that I thought this is much more important. I'll show you a quick shot of what I was working on this weekend. I'm so happy because the last part of the missing walls in the cabin bathroom is right here. And it was just plywood up there. There was nothing to nail the boards to. So I had to build this janky frame. And yes, I please don't message me if you're an electrician. There was no studs when this wiring was done, so it was just pushed against the plywood. It got a little better than this, but not much. But it's all being covered with boards. So I got pretty far into covering it all. I know it's a little janky, but it'll work. You know, these things take an awful lot of time because one thing I've learned at the cabin is that it's A and B to get to C, right? I can't just put a wall up here. First, I have to build a frame to build a wall on. But we got through it, and I want to thank my neighbor at the cabin, Matt. I did not have. Let me show you this again. I did not have the insulation to finish this project. Only this part over here with the pink insulation was insulated. I don't know. I didn't want to buy a whole roll of insulation because number one, the materials are getting crazy expensive. And number two, I didn't need a whole roll. I needed like a few pieces. But luckily, my neighbor at the cabin, Matt, had a few pieces of insulation laying around from a previous project he gave me. So we were able to put this frame in. And by the way, this is the last major, really hard part of getting all the walls and the ceilings up in this cabin bathroom. Somebody asked me or mentioned, what are these stones? Is that a fireplace in the bathroom? No, that's a stone shower, which is in the bathroom. So I'm going to be finishing the last few pieces when I get back. Believe it or not, of course, I ran out of boards. I was just short of, I need like 2 or 3 more boards to finish this wall. You'll see this part over by the electrical box. That's still open because I have to put a hinge door in so that we can access the extra lines that we ran that will be above the electrical box. It has to be able to pull that panel out. This other part with the light switch, I can cover that. I just didn't get to it yet. And besides this, and believe it or not, I know it doesn't look like much, right? But that took all day. Because like I said, it's the A and B to get to C. First, I have to build the frame. Then I have to put the insulation in. And then I have to cut each and every board to fit. And there's that angle on the side. And somebody mentioned there's little gaps. Yeah, there's gaps. I'm not a great carpenter. And I'm also half blind. I do the best I can. That's what wood putty is for, right? If you can't get the angles right or it to be perfect, you just wood putty the seams. Nobody will ever see it or notice after that is wood puttied. And then I also did get a chance to go to the new land, and I was able to confirm something. I went to the new land where we'll be building our recording and video studio. So I went to the new land because last week I had put up a tent to serve as a temporary sort of tool shed. I don't want to leave tools there out in the weather. So, but interestingly, what my purpose was going and checking on the land was to check to make sure that nobody messed with the tent or, God forbid somebody took it or whatever. But I was able to go there and confirm that the tent is still up. It survived a major wind and rainstorm that we had both during the week and this weekend. So the tent's still there, and there was no problems. There was, everything at the new land was exactly where I left it. You can see I've got quite the work ahead of me because we have to clear a lot of this forest in order to make room for the big studio that we will be building. And Wreaking Havoc says he enjoys remodeling, and we've already enlisted the help of several of our viewers at the old cabin We want to thank Rogue Status, longtime show supporter, who came and did some wiring work at the other cabin, which I was just showing you. This new location, Wreakin' Havoc is a stonemason, and he's going to come and help me build a fireplace. And by the way, Wreakin' Havoc, next week, I will be there cleaning up and clearing the land, and I'm going to start making a pile of stones for you. And you get to help me build a fireplace out of the stones. We're going to build a very small structure first, just so I have some place to run from the bears in, right? If there's a bear in the woods right near you, you don't want to be in a tent. You want a solid wood building or something that the bear can't get, So we're going to be building a real small, I think 12 by 16 is going to be the first building that we build there. Log construction, and it will be all built with 99% or 90%, I should say, materials from the forest. Now, I may buy some roofing materials, some nails and some screws and things like that, maybe some mortar mix for the fireplace or whatever, but the whole purpose over there is to use the natural resources that we purchased with the land in order to build this big, huge studio for as inexpensively as possible. Now, there's a trade-off, and that trade-off is time and energy. Since I won't be buying $30,000 or $40,000 worth of materials from a sawmill or Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, we're going to save a ton of money. But the downside is that we have to make up for that lack of financial resources with human power. So essentially, I'm going to have to trade my time for the lack of materials. I'm going to have to use the forests wisely. We've got hundreds and thousands of stones all over the property we purchased, and they're natural stone, like I built many things at the other cabin with. So we're going to be able to build stone floors, stone patios, stone fireplaces, stone hearths for the wood stove, stone barbecues, whatever, stone ovens, maybe a stone sauna. Who knows? There's just literally tons of stones everywhere on that property. And I sure enjoyed learning a little bit about stonemasonry. I'm looking forward to having Wreakin' Havoc. I saw some of his work. It's in our Discord. Please do join our Discord. Somebody kindly share that. And Wreakin' Havoc makes beautiful stuff out of stone. I'm just okay. But I had just learned in order to build the stone shower and some other things at the cabin. So the other good news is that the issue with the surveying has been solved. I've got a handheld GPS unit. So next week I'm going there and we're going to get this little handheld GPS unit. Is awesome, and it's accurate to within 6 inches. So I'm going to be able to take the GPS markers or GPS numbers from each corner of the property we purchased, put them in this handheld GPS, and it will get me within 6 inches of that corner of the property. So I will be able to properly mark the property because we're in this huge forest and we're the only ones there. And I'm concerned and worried. I don't want to start building something and then find out we're 20 feet off of where we thought the property lines were, and we built something on property that's not ours. That would be a tragedy. So we have to make completely and totally sure. We're going to do that next week. And Wreakin' Havoc, you're welcome to come any weekend you want. But I thought it would be best if people are actually willing to help and volunteer to help me build this studio over there. First of all, I just want to mention that anyone is welcome, but you have to do 2 things. Well, really 3. You either have to get to my home, which is in Warminster, Pennsylvania, and then you can go in my vehicle to the cabin and back home. You can leave your vehicle here in my driveway, or you can meet me at the first cabin. This is going to get confusing. So the cabin that I've been building for the last several years is at one location, and the property where we're building the studio is about 4 miles away into the woods. So, but we've got a big, beautiful, comfortable cabin with multiple places for people to sleep and stay, and there's even separate rooms. So if you'd like to have your privacy or whatever, you can sleep in the sunroom. There's a sofa bed in there. Or you can sleep in the living room. There's a bed in there. Or you can sleep in the kitchen. There's a bed above the loft and a bed it's more than a kitchen. It's like a big eat-in kitchen and living room area. So I'm not going to make you sleep in a tent in the middle of the woods with bears around. So if you do volunteer to help with the building of the new studio, you're getting I don't know, pretty good accommodations. There is also at the main cabin that I've been building, there is a very small camping trailer, but it has its own bathroom and little tiny kitchen and refrigerator and microwave and a place it sleeps two, and there's a tiny bathroom in it. You're free to stay there if you like. But essentially what will happen if you're one of the volunteers is that you will come to the cabin that I've already built, and you will stay there at night. But during the days, we will go to the new cabin, to the studio cabin location, which is really just a big open forest with a tent on it. And the first few weekends there, including next weekend, I'm just going to be cleaning up the land. I'm going to be trying to figure out the building locations for multiple buildings. We're going to have a video studio, a huge recording studio. We're going to have sort of living quarters, a tool shed, which is probably the first thing we're building, is this 12 by 16 structure, which will eventually just be a tool shed. But we want to have a structure there because there's bears around. So we want to have a solid structure so that if we're there and some bear gets ornery or, horny, who knows? Because you never know. Sometimes the bears are sick and they do things they wouldn't normally do, like attack humans. And by the way, they're just black bears. They're not grizzly bears, which is a lot less scary than a grizzly bear, but it still can kill you. And you have to be very respectful of these animals in the forest that can kill you. Over there, where the studio is going to be built, there's no electricity, there's no running water. So just be prepared, if you're going to volunteer. And by the way, everybody gets a free pass. If you volunteer and you say, oh, this is too hard, or the bugs are too bad, I just want to go back to the other cabin, I'll take you back and you can just hang out at the other cabin while we finish the day, and we'll meet you back there. So I'm opening the cabin for volunteers. Now, the problem is I'm in Pennsylvania. So you really have to be within geographical, distance of being able to meet us there. And the other thing that I'm asking is that nobody does any kind of hard drugs around me. If you want to drink or 420, cannabis, I'm fine with that. I just cannot be around people who are doing hard drugs, especially people that are doing coke or meth. I can't be around it. I have a history with that ages and ages ago, but I can't be around people that have those issues. And, quite honestly, I just don't want to be around people that have those issues. So that's one thing I will ask. I will also ask that you be respectful of my privacy and not give anybody either my home address or the address of the cabin or the address of the studio. Now, the address of the studio is going to be public soon, so that's not a huge issue, but still, just please respect my privacy. And I will say that all food and beverages will be provided. Just bring a couple of changes of clothes and, you'll be good. We do have showers available, hot showers available at the cabin, but that's a little difficult when we got 4 or 5 guys there, because I have to heat the water on a fire. It's pretty rustic, but it works. But there is also a shower and bathhouse just down the road from my cabin, which I have a key to and access to. All of our community members do. So you can go there and use flushing toilets and get a good hot shower at any time of the day or night that you wish to. I'll provide all the food and any of that, but I would ask that if you have special or dietary restrictions, like you have to eat gluten-free or you're a vegetarian or you're vegan, you got to let me know. Because once a friend of mine, he didn't come to volunteer to help build anything, but he came to the cabin and he's vegan. And I had, ribs and chicken and steaks and things he couldn't eat. So we had to go to a supermarket to get him some special vegan food. I don't care if it's not a hassle if you're vegan or you have some dietary restrictions. Just let me know. And you can email me. Anybody interested can email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. But again, I ask two things: respect the privacy, don't give out my address or things like that, and please no hard drugs. And by the way, some of you know that I quit drinking. It doesn't bother me if people drink near me. It doesn't bother me at all. My friend at the cabin drinks, and several other people drink in front of me. That doesn't concern me, but hard drugs does. And, also, this is my family cabin and I have children, and I just don't want people doing hard drugs there. And things can get crazy when people are doing that stuff, even when they think it won't, or, whatever. Imagine fans going to Steven's cabin going, Steven, this place is awesome. Love the design, the lighting, the angles. Now, if you don't mind, I got to shoot up some heroin on your sofa. Well, it's weird that I have to put that out as a thing, but I do. And listen, by the way, I don't care if people are into that stuff. I can't be around it because, I was in the music business. So you can imagine I have some history with things like coke and meth, and I just can't be near that stuff. I've done very well not doing any of that stuff for 20 plus years, and I don't even want the temptation around me, and it is what it is, So we're opening I'm opening my home and my cabin doors to whoever. And listen, by the way, you don't need special skills. You don't have to be a carpenter or a stonemason like Wreaking Havoc, although that would help. You just have to be willing to help. A lot of what we're going to be doing, it would be cutting little trees down and stacking them, debarking them, limbing them, and stacking them up for these future projects. I think we're going to be I'll probably be spending at least a few months of weekends just chopping down trees and getting them ready to be turned into log structures, log cabin buildings. That's going to be a few months, right? Stephen reserves using the lions and bears in his forest for the grand four-headed one. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Any more comments or questions for me? Please put them in all capital letters. My God. Yeah, we'll be hunting Bigfoot at night. And maybe some snipe hunting too, right? Yeah. And again, I would also ask that if you're going to come, also let me know what kind of stuff you like to eat or drink, because I can get anything. We've got a lot of stuff at the cabin already, but, sometimes people like only drink soda and they won't drink anything else. So I'll get soda for you. Whatever it is that you eat or drink, if you're going to be a part of the work crew, all that stuff will be taken care of and provided for you. And we're going to have, by the way, we'll work during the day, but at night we're going to have some nice campfires and some delicious food and snacks and good fellowship. And yeah, Stephen, this flooring is so intricate. You spend how long getting it set down flat? Now, have you got a set of chemical bottles, flask supplies? I need to cook up some meth. Yeah, you'd be surprised. If I cry when I see a bear, don't tell anybody. No, I won't tell anybody. And you won't. And don't worry, we've got protection against the bears, but I still want to get that structure I talked about, the 12 by 16 eventual tool shed, little tiny cabin. We want to get that up right away. This way, if there's ever a bear sauntering by, we just go in the tool shed and wait for. Usually, at the cabin I have now, occasionally bears come passing through. You just go in the cabin and watch and wait for them. And eventually they just walk through and go somewhere else, right? I think there's been one time, though, where I did have to yell at a bear and bang some pots to get it to move because it was just hanging out on our property. It just laid down. It was like, I'm going to take a nap here. I'm like, no, you are not. I have children, But the bears, I like them. I like them when I'm behind a big, solid 2-foot wall, watching them through a huge window. I don't like them when I'm right near them, and that's happened a few times. I've gotten right near them, right? Brilliant X, when is this going down? Well, email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I've got at least the next bunch of weekends open. So we're opening it up. If you want to help build the Truthseekers studio, and have a fun free vacation, I've got one for you. And again, just to be clear, we're going to work during the day. We're not even going to do a whole 8 hours. We'll probably go over there for like 4 or 5 hours, and that'll be enough. And while we're over there, we'll have a campfire and, simple lunch over there and drinks and refreshments. So we're only going to do like 4 or 5 hour days because it's tough over there. And there's no water, there's no electric. We got to carry everything in with us. After we do the work day, then we'll go back to the cabin, and the cabin is super comfortable and relaxing, and we'll have campfires and music and fun and fellowship, and I think it will be good, right? 10K provided watching trail cams. Yeah. The bears here eat Pinot Noir grapes, and they get an allotment. That's interesting. Yeah. It's too stressful to provide everything for helpers. I only know because my ex and I used to have our own business doing this, also clearing the forest and taking down trees. Well, listen, I'm not expecting like 20 people to want to come at the same time. So that's another thing. You guys have to be respectful. It's like first come, first serve. Like we've only got so many places for people to sleep at the main cabin. So I can only accommodate a few guys per weekend, a few people per weekend, I should say. Ladies are welcome too. But what I will say is if you're female, you have to sleep in the camping trailer or in the sunroom, not anywhere near the same room with me, a married man. Yeah. All right. When you're young and you need help, that's the way. Invite your friends. And yeah, we can do that as well. Well, we can provide that as well. If that's what people want. Sure. Yeah. Beer and barbecue. Yeah. Or wonderful wood stove pizza, Stormcrow. Yes. Wreaking havoc. Yeah, they're welcome. Yeah, as long as they keep their distance so I don't get murdered, right? I mean at night, yeah. A happy worker is a busy worker. I agree. Yeah. So listen, we're over 5 hours. I have done my due diligence. Boy, what a way to start the week with a 5-hour stream-a-thon here. And there's still, many of you are still hanging on, watching this entire thing. God bless all of you. I'm so glad for the amazing attendance. Sorry we had to waste time on another grift-on set of lies, but it is what it is. Let that clown, keep crying, We will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll finally have this interview with Emily Louise from Weird Reads with Emily Louise. We have had to reschedule this interview 4 times now. Once because I got COVID or something, and once because I had to leave to go to the cabin on a Thursday that I was supposed to interview her, and then she had to reschedule because she came down with some kind of sickness. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, April 25th, we will have Emily Louise from Weird Reads with Emily Louise here, and we will be talking about the secret space scams going on and her recent documentary film. So be sure to be here, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow night. I would appreciate you guys being here to support it. We've been trying to get this interview done for a month now. We're finally going to do it tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I've got a full, really good week of shows for you guys. You're going to love this week. I'm going to love this week. Lots of things to talk about this week. Please be here tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll do it all again, but tomorrow we will not be doing 5 hours and listening to David Wilcock crap. I couldn't take another night of that. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, you Twitch subscribers, you PayPal supporters, you Patreon supporters, you Super Chatters, PayPal pledgers, and all of you for supporting the show. We want to thank our chat room moderators. We want to thank the man with the golden voice, Mr. Ian. And we want to thank Spooky, who despite being I don't even know where the hell Spooky is right now, but Spooky managed to send me the thumb today. So I was happy for that because I'm terrible at graphics, but I'll do it if Spooky is, unable to. But I was happy to see that. So thanks to Spooky. Thank you to all the chat room moderators. And by the way, I think somebody just asked me to be a chat room moderator. Send me that message again, because I went, yeah, I could do that, but then I lost the message. So if you recently sent me a message saying, hey, can I be a chat room moderator? Yes, you can. Send me the message again. So that's all we got for you. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. This has been the worst David Wilcock. This was the worst David Wilcock stream I've ever sat through. He talked about his clothes for 30 plus minutes. It's ridiculous. Anyway, this was a long one, and this is all we got for you. So that's all we got for you tonight, friends. And I think this is plenty. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.